It is Season 2 of SeriesE Draft Day. I'm Tyler Endres, CEO of Esports Arena, coming at you live. Seriously, we're live.
This just in from Tyler. Pony Gang is here. Fury, Ponyhead, and of course Preston Stinson. You guys are right here on the screen.
Team Pony Gang is now going to be Team Pringles, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Pringles. You know Julius Pringle yourself.
Pringles, boys. You know what I'm saying? Once you pop, you cannot stop. Congratulations, Pony Gang. You will now be known as Team Pringles. How do you feel?
Looking back, if you would have told me a year or two ago that I was going to be on a sponsored team for Apex Legends, I wouldn't believe it.
Moving on to the next team.
Farm Boys, great to see you again. Farmer Lucas, welcome back. Impulsive Dream and Stomps, obviously your first time here.
Farm Boys is now going to be Team Pop-Tarts yet again. Farmer
Let's go.
There you go.
It's the redemption arc of the Pop-Tarts. How are you feeling, Farmer Lucas, right off the bat, initial reaction?
Very happy to be able to represent Pop-Tarts again.
All right, Impulsive Dream, where you at?
Yeah, I'm stoked. All right, Team Rockstar. They did have a roster swap.
And we're hanging out with Team Rockstar. You guys might have seen these guys before. We got Tech and Matt Pickett joining us today.
Yeah, we've been playing with Tech for a while outside of competitive. We've always gelled really well with Tech. And
congratulations, Team Rockstar, for qualifying again for Season 2. Team Superior is the next team for Esports Arena's Draft Day.
This time we are joined by Team Superior, Rakinishu, Joey Blackout, and Prodigy Aces. How y'all doing today?
Team Superior is now going to be called Team Cheez-Its, baby. Let's go! Let's go!
Congratulations, Rakinishu. I'll start with you, man. How does it feel? Initial reactions to be representing Team Cheez-It for this next season?
Yeah, man, it's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Team Cheez-Its. I do enjoy some Cheez-Its. I'm probably going to have to eat them a little bit more responsibly than Tyler there, but I'm looking forward to it.
We've got the next team. This is Team Rice Krispies Treats.
GS Bird, Sunny, and Casper are directly behind me. Team Rice Krispies Treats. We do have a new third. Casper, welcome to SeriesE. Welcome to Team Rice Krispies Treats. What do you guys want to say to the team over at Rice Krispies Treats?
Want to say thank you for the opportunity you guys do Esports Arena, and I love Rice Krispies as well.
Congratulations, fella. Way to be brand ambassadors for Rice Krispies Treats. We've got NPL coming up next. We had a great interview with these guys.
Today, we got Nestle Pure Life. Team Nestle Pure Life is hanging out with us. We got Bambino, Dracos, and of course OMG Ronnie. How you guys doing today?
But that comes with being competitive. I mean, I feel like a lot of these teams, they just take it to the heart, with them arguing and bad morale, and they just end up splitting. But, we work through it, and we just try to get better. I mean,
great interview. I mean, man, they had some great answers. You fellas for always being supportive of Esports Arena and for loving the brand that you guys are branded by. But right now, it is time for another team announcement. Dudes Night Out.
This time we are joined by Dudes Night Out. It's a duplexion. Wow.
Call me Duplex.
Duplex, and of course, Rolders. Yeah. Nailed the coloring on this piece. Love the team name. Completely nailed it.
All right, well, let's find out who's Dudes Night Out. New team name. All right, fellas. Dudes Night Out.
Oh my.
Applejack, baby.
Let's go.
Applejack.
Let's go.
It's Abe. Tell me how you're feeling. First reaction.
I mean, I'm absolutely ecstatic. I can't wait to represent Applejacks. I'm honored to represent them as a brand playing Apex. I think I speak for both of my teammates saying that, we're very blessed for this opportunity. And
thank you, fellas. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you guys next week as Team Applejacks. Team Razor, just an unbelievable performance. Season 1 makes sense. Razor, it's one of the best esports peripheral brands there is around. Moving on, they did have some roster swaps. We talked about it in the pre-show, but we've got the new Team Razor.
And it is, of course, Team Razor. Our champions from Season 1 are back with a little bit of a change. Obviously, Muffins is here.
Just to see what's out there for us. So we split. Mercy's on the team, we're on the team, and we ended up with Muffins. The one and only.
Well, there you go. Hey, you gotta love it.
Razor, you've seen the jersey on the wall with those guys being the champions. So congratulations to those fellas. These guys have been waiting in Discord for literally 3 hours to get to this interview. So congratulations to MST for qualifying for Season 2 of SeriesE.
Team MST, Metro to Goat, Panders, and 6. How you guys doing today?
3, 2. Oh, gee, I actually got scared. I thought I was going to open up. Just kidding, fellas. Oh, boy. I hold a bunch of processors in my hand. They're Intel, baby, the best gaming CPU in the game. Congratulations.
Just tell me who's rooting for you back home.
I just saved my family, and then, I mean, it doesn't have to just be exclusively for me. I feel like just supporting the Apex team in whole is huge, especially in a time where, it's a pandemic, of course, and everyone's life is way different now.
Everybody, give yourselves a round of applause. I love you all. Esports Arena staff is the best. Esports Arena fans are the best. Continue to support. SeriesE starts next Tuesday. We cannot wait to see you guys. Signing off from the GVO zone.
Signing off.
Signing off, fellas. Thank you so much.
Welcome everybody to Season 2 of SeriesE. Joining on board with Team Razor. Bubble has been utilized as well. Here comes the full swing on in, but they turn around now. It's a 3v1, forcing South State out of position. Taculo and Zeratricky picking up these kills for Team Razor.
What's up, guys? I'm Zeratricky, and I use the Viper Mini in the open field. I think Rack is the only reason that I decided to keep playing comp.
that is just the patience coming out from Team Razor. I thought all the utility was gone, but they were holding on to it. And oh my God, did they do it? No, Team Razor. Yo, welcome everyone to Applejack's week here at SeriesE. I'm just gonna make sure that he has the back door covered going in. Legit.
Once they get the information that they need, then they're going to go and push. Once they're fully healthy, that's exactly how you go and do that. They find another player down over there. It's going to be Rakinishu. Nice little triple take shots coming through, 72.
When is a good time to eat jumbo snacks?
Where do I think is a good place to be eating Applejack's jumbo snacks?
On a walk?
When you're skateboarding.
In the library.
On a scooter.
Kings Canyon and World's Edge when you get sent back to the lobby by Team Applejacks.
Defensive bombardment will go down as well. And now here comes the port out as, oh my goodness, the spray. We the people coming up huge. 4 kills for him, 5 kills for Ace, and Applejacks should be able to finish this one off. This is SeriesE, of course, and it is going to be Tomcat week. TC Scissors is the first rat to go down.
He could potentially win this game, Jamerson. They're not really showing him that much respect.
Team Applejacks, though, left to still rat this one out as seeing the Tomcat double rat cam. Bronzes and Aves. Rockstar are still in this. Matt Pickett ratting this one out to avoid a lot of that damage and tucks himself into a corner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week number 6. It is Rockstar week here.
So now let's see what Rockstar is going to be able to do on their second fight here as a new squad.
Yeah, I feel like that scan kind of baited the squad that was inside of this building here. They thought maybe Crummy was actually on the second floor, but no, he was just lurking outside but Pop-Tarts does answer back. That's going to mean Rockstar are able to come in to clean this one up, and they take almost no damage for that.
Hey, my name's Crummy, and I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar. My favorite Rockstar has to be the original. Boom. No other energy drink gives me a boost like this one does. Boom.
As Team Pringles are scrambling for a position, you can see Team Rockstar, they smell blood in the water. They got the high ground. Good connects with the 83 to Flesh as he's trying to finish them all off. Team Rockstar will finish off game number 5.
My man Oi Senpai, the newest member of Team Rockstar. Welcome, Oi Senpai. Good to have you, my man.
All right, welcome everybody to SeriesE. It is, of course, Nestle Splash Week. Team Nestle, though, still playing over here at Geyser. They got one knock onto Zera Tricky. It's Team Razor on the other side. So now they will be able to push in with that bubble, get the knock, and finish off. But MTL find the third-party timing. Here they are with that push right on top of them. And now they have the God spot here.
What's up, guys? It's Bambino. Let's go.
He's gotten tagged, but Bambino, he's got full confidence. We'll swing on him, take him out with the help of Dracos, and now that's going to be additional kill points for them.
This season in general has been like helped me taking more confidence in taking my fights, if that makes sense.
All right, welcome everybody to SeriesE. It is going to be Intel Week. Let's go ahead and talk about Intel Week.
Metro putting that thing to work as Panders is going to get the knock on to tally time. Looks like he's going to be able to get the finish over there. Zone got a little bit smaller as Team Intel now. Nice shots coming in for Panders. Has that player down to about 20 HP.
Hey, what's up? This is Intel 6. This is my tips and tricks. Today we're going to discuss bunny hop healing. It's a big thing that's like really important for being able to get away, being able to reset. Everything in Apex is based around momentum. A lot of your movement techs are all going to be based around maintaining momentum.
He's going to be the one that answers with the Spitfire. Immediate res there onto Panders. 6 is covering this one. And now it's a 2 versus 1. Nice damage there with the triple take.
Yeah, super excited to have you. It is going to be Rice Krispies week. And so make sure, of course, you guys are supporting. You can see the res is coming out, and Tech does not want that to happen. He will at least secure the thirst. The res will be finished on the other side. Bring this down to a 3v2. Door covered, but it is already down.
Actually pushing from the rooftop. Finding these picks here is Rice Krispie, and wow, what a fight and chaoticness it's just been. It's as if they didn't get enough of it from the last game.
Hey, what's up? This is GS Bird, and this is a game I like to call Rice Krispies Roulette. Basically, whatever team I pull out of here, that's who we land on, and that's who we grief. Throw that one out. We don't land on them.
And Rice Krispie Treats has the advantage. Looks like they're going to send this one. And they were disappointed that they didn't finish off Game 3 the way that they wanted to. And it looks like they are going to finish this one off in style as well. Nice job.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is Pop-Tarts Week. I am your host, Yeso.
Going away any second now as the counter bubble does come through. The scans are going to be coming in twice as fast, 3 times as fast now as Dracos is going to get knocked. This is Nestle Splash taking on Team Pop-Tarts. A 2-on-1 situation right now. Is Lucas going to be able to take down Ronnie? He is. Lucas is full health. Portal going to come through.
Going on for so long and in fragment of all heated places. Oh, and he just comes out with the dome. They're going to ape the Gibby, and they do. They take him down, and the other 2 members were so busy on the other side. They split some of the tension, but it's a 2-for-2 now.
Oh, man. All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for Series E?
Absolutely.
Lucas. Where's Lucas?
Yeah, no problem, man. What's it like creating some of this content on the side? Are you guys having fun with that?
It's a great feeling. It is like my last team. I really enjoyed playing with them. Great guys, but it feels good to, be up there in the top of the standings this time.
What is up, Vicky? It's SeriesE. It's Cheez-It Week, and we just saw the limited edition barbecue Cheez-Its. We have to talk about that, Vicky.
Meanwhile, in the land of Cheez-Its, it's going to be the PK and the Flatline to close things up. And
Team Cheez-It is still continuing to fight this one. They have one team inside of the blue trailer. That's going to be Delusional Mike going down.
Hey, what's up? It's Joey Blackout. I'm about to try some white cheddar Cheez-Its. Here we go. As you can see here, we have some crusting on the outside of the Cheez-It. It's very cheesy, crisp.
It's a nice job by Arblelli coming through with the cleanup, back on board with Team Cheez-It. Nice shots coming in from Joey Blackout. That's going to be Mercy from the Charlotte Phoenix going down. Now they know they have the huge advantage. The rest of the players are going to start to push on this one. Knockdown shield being used. Reknishi takes a handful of damage. Good shot.
All right, welcome everybody to the final week of SeriesE Season 2, and it is going to be Pringles Week, and it all comes down to these final 2 days, Tom. Going down. Now here's the fast res for Team Razor, but Phony shows up to clean it up.
And they're gonna send this one. Fury's gonna go, and Presley's gonna come with, and it's gonna be tough to make it out of here. Probably gonna be a Q situation, and there it is. But I don't think he's gonna actually escape here.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the pizza flavored Pringles. Beautiful.
Losing out on one. Moon and his company up top. Shroom gets the angle and they take him out. Team Pringles at least survive until top 3. And Phony might have the angle to turn this one around. They got the res onto Presley. And Team Pringles are battling back into this.
Sports Arena, I got Tyler Endress rolling in here. Get in here. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. We got the whole squad. Yeah. Season 2's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. See you later. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the SeriesE event. It is our 10K Invitational here for Season 2. My name is Yeso. I'll be your host today, and I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, CEO and founder of Esports Arena. I got Tyler Endress here in the GDO zone. Yes.
More just a myth.
Okay.
And somewhat of a man.
We can change that lower third then. Just myth.
Definitely
Tyler Endress. Excited to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Saturday. Hope you guys are enjoying your June. We are super excited to be back. Obviously, a little bit of time removed from finishing our qualifiers for Season 3, but it is our biggest event of the month. It's our 10K Invitational. We got some of the best teams from across the world coming to compete here, as well as some of our top squads from SeriesE, and super excited to get into all of the action. Tyler, how are you feeling today? This is our second one of our 10Ks, and it's a big day.
I was feeling pretty good. I got to be honest. I was yesterday. We've been moving into our new building all week. And this week has been kind of hectic for all of us, but I think today we're all pretty prepared. We're excited for it. We got some big names coming in to this tournament. We got some familiar names coming into this tournament. And after watching ALGS last week, I don't know. I'm really excited. This is kind of like the first like big tournament post ALGS, right? So it'll be interesting to see how the teams shake out. Will we see some of the similar ALGS stuff we saw last week compared to today? So SeriesE event, I think, is going to be a name within ALGS, or not with Apex Legends, that I feel will be pretty exciting for a lot of people. So like, I walked in, people who know that I walked in today, I was pumped. I was fired up.
We've got a lot of questions to answer here today. One question I do want to answer, though, for you folks at home is, what exactly is SeriesE? Some of you may be new to the show here today, so I can break it down for you, okay? SeriesE is an Apex Legends professional open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. I'm an absolute bot in ranked, and they even let me in, so anybody can get in, okay? We've got 9 squads that make it through our open qualifiers. They are then drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Those players then make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads, and then every Wednesday against some of the top teams from across North America and Europe. If you and your squad want to get in on the action like myself, head over to matcherino.com/ESA to have your shot at being a future SeriesE squad. Now, as we get ready for the action here today. What?
You got that down set.
I mean, I've done it, 15, 18 times at this point, so I've got it. But one thing I'm very excited for, and it's one of our favorite segments on our SeriesE shows, is Deal or Steal. And we got a couple of the boys from our Season 2 championship squad. You can see their jersey here behind me on the wall. It was Team Pringles that took the top spot. And we have Presley and Fury from Team Pringles ready to join us here for some Deal or Steal to start the show. So let's bring those gentlemen in for some fun.
So, what's up, boys?
Hey, boys.
Yo, what's up?
Welcome, gentlemen. It is good to see you here today. Excited to have you back. Obviously, some big games to play today, but maybe the biggest game of the day is going to be Deal or Steal here to start the show.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to give it our all in this Deal or Steal.
Yeah, we're going to try and get you guys some sweet swag. We're going to put the game up on the board here. I want to explain to you guys kind of how it breaks down. Presley has played it before.
Got his game face on. Like,
yeah,
he's
very cozy back there.
Yeah, I
know. But Presley has played with me before. Fury, it's your first time. I want to just break down how it works. We got 20 Apex crates filled with all kinds of different prizes, okay? You will, as a team, pick one to start the show to hold on to. We will then go through multiple rounds of eliminating crates as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for you guys that you can either take or you can elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we go through all of those rounds, you don't take any of my deals, then we'll crack open your crate and you get what's inside. Make sense?
I had it muted. Oh my goodness.
You had it muted. Well, welcome to the show, Presley. Good to have you here, my friend.
I was just sitting here, just chill. Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hello. we were talking about you were kind of posted up back in the chair. You looked really comfortable, but you know I like the relaxed attitude here.
Look at his sweatshirt too.
Yeah, he's looking good. Okay, little Predators fan.
I am.
Little bit of a tough finish to y'all's year, but
a little bit, but you know we've been there.
Hey, we're Ducks fans, so we know how it feels.
We've had tough finishes, Game 7 on home ice all the time.
Yes,
it's
yes.
rough. It's rough.
All right, well, we're going to bring up the game here. Presley, you already know how to play. I explained it to Fury. Let's get the game up on the board and let's play. We got some awesome prizes here today. A little bit of a shift from normal to yes.
Who approved this?
Double shots at Xboxes.
Who approved
Nobody talked to Tyler before this game. So we're just gonna. It's too late now. Tyler doesn't have any say.
All the time. Don't worry, Tyler.
He doesn't have any say.
To win the Xbox. Now we just gave a double chance for it. All right.
Okay, gentlemen. You two got to decide. You got to pick one crate here to start the show. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. But what are you going with?
So, I remember the last time I was on this. The first one I picked out was the Xbox. So.
Yes, I remember.
Fury. It's on you.
Oh, man. It's on me. All the pressure's on me. Man, I really like the number 11. Let's go with 11.
11, okay. Presley picked the Xbox the first time, so he's not feeling good about his early luck. Presley says he's going to, or Fury says he'll hold on to number 11 here. So we will set that crate aside. First round here, gentlemen. 9 crates have got to go, so let's start running through those one by one.
Get number 1 out.
Okay, so we're going to set aside number 11. Presley says open up number 1 to start it off. Can we get some good luck here at the start of the show?
It's gonna be an Xbox.
Be the Xbox.
It's not. Okay.
Dude, mystery boxes are good.
Yes.
The stuff that the staff's been putting together, those are some good boxes. So that's a bummer that one's out already.
And, you know, Tyler has been rumored to throw some little extra goodies inside there for, you know, certain people if you ask nicely. But we won't talk about that.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay, so number 1 worked out well. What's the next choice here?
All right, let's go with number 14.
Number 14. Okay, we already got an Esports Arena mystery box off the board. Still one more on the table, though. Inside number 14, it's going to be a Pop-Tarts pack. So that's a good start, gentlemen. Hit one of those white tiers, one of the Esports Arena mystery boxes. 7 more to go this round. We haven't touched any of those purple or red tier prizes, so that's a good way to start the day. So number 1, number 14 off the board. What's next?
It's a tough one.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is. There's 2 Xboxes on the line. All right, we'll do 10.
Number 10. Okay. I mean, 2 Xboxes on the board means
good.
you can afford 1 mistake, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Exactly.
So there's a little more breathing room for you guys. It's the Razer backpack. That's a bit of a dagger here in the first round.
That is a coveted item.
Oh man, I don't know if anybody has won a Razer backpack yet.
I thought someone did, no?
We've seen a bunch of people win the Black Shark V2 Pros and the keyboard, but I don't think anybody's gone home with a backpack yet. So
yeah, because Blendy uses them all.
Right? That sounds about right. 1, 10, and 14, 6 more, guys. What are we thinking next?
Dang, there's so many choices. Let's go with number 4 this time.
Number 4?
Yeah, number 4.
Number 4. Okay, Fury says number 4.
Okay.
Will his luck be a little better than Presley's on the last time around? Oh, that's the Black Shark V2 Pros. And I can tell you that one's a dagger. We did an event recently with Razer. I got to wear one of those headsets during an entire show. They're super comfy, super light. That one's gonna sting a little bit. 5 more to go this round, gentlemen. Still some great prizes. The Razer keyboard, couple of Xboxes. What's next?
Okay. So we're gonna get rid of 12.
Okay. Presley says get rid of number 12. Kind of wants to isolate number 11 there.
They're all by itself.
Ouch!
Ouch!
Oh! You can see that one physically. That one physically paid Presley there. He said at the top of the show, he was like, "I picked the Xbox in the first round. Doesn't work out well, and you're 2 for 2 on that." What's next, Fury? What are you thinking? Which one's speaking to you?
he's speechless.
Let's go with
more shot.
No, I got this. I got it. Let's do number 20.
Number 20. Okay. Fury's had pretty good luck so far. He hit that Pop-Tarts back early. What has he got here? The Rice Krispies Treats pack. Right back in the white tiers. There we go.
Rice Krispies Treats. Yep. Get that one out of here. We should like offer PCs on this thing. You know, get some Intel.
Hey, you're talking to the wrong guy. I don't make the decisions. I'm just the.
I like it.
I'm just the pretty face.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 off the board. 3 more to go. What's next, guys? You had a good pick there on number 20, Fury. Which one's speaking to you
I need
here?
your help, Fury.
Dang.
And I mean, hey, you know, Fury can pick again. It's okay. This is a team effort here, right? You're playing together.
No rules, fellas.
Yes.
No rules.
What do you think about number 7? You think that one's cursed again?
Yeah, that one is cursed. Because I was going to pick that one, so don't pick that one.
Don't pick 7.
Let's take that one out. Let's take that one out.
You want to take out number 7?
What, 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta take it out right away.
All right, let's go for it.
Presley's worried, but he says, let's go for it.
He's hesitant.
Inside number 7.
Please.
Yes!
All right, good.
Okay. We're on a roll, gentlemen. The Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks
That'd be
pack.
hilarious.
Okay. 2 more. 2 more. Then we'll have a deal for you. Tyler and I'll talk amongst ourselves, see what we got for you. Yeah. What are we thinking?
2? What about 2? Does it look good, Fury? I don't know. You think you're 2 or 19? 2 or 19? All right, 2.
He says 2. All right. The discussion was between 2 and 19. They're going to go with number 2. We don't want an Xbox in here.
Oh, dude!
Bro! I feel I want you guys to get a good prize here.
I was okay.
Yeah.
The first Xbox be given away today. I literally was. I was kind of cool with that.
I was bummed that nobody won one.
Man.
We had a couple of people get really close during season 2, but nobody won one. We gave away a bunch of Razer products.
It's hard to do it. It's hard to get it. That's for sure.
Okay. Last one. We need to close on a high note here, gentlemen. I need one more of those white tiers off the board. You were talking between 2 and 19. Is 19 the way to go now?
I feel like 19's a good one now. We got. Well, actually, I don't know.
There's no more Xboxes.
No more.
Definitely can't take out another one.
Just take out 19.
Go with 19.
19? Okay, let's do it. Last one here of the first round. We need to get back on the right track here at the end of the round. And it's a Rockstar pack. There we go. Okay.
We will take it.
Sugar-free.
9 off the board. Both Xboxes, 2 of the Razer products. So it was a bit of a rough go. What are you thinking here, Tyler? Deal the first time. We finished strong, but there was quite some low lows there in the first round.
And you know what? So we got to offer them something of value that they would want to stick around, right?
Yeah.
They already have a couple jerseys, so they're good with that. What do you think?
They were able to get some white tiers off, so we probably aren't in there, but with how rough it went in those bottom 2 rows, I'm looking at like maybe some Apex coins.
I wonder if they care about that. Like the high one, the 67, or like...
I don't feel like I can offer them 67 with 3 of the 4 on the bottom row gone. I feel like it's like 2150.
If we push these guys and we offered them $50 Walmart gift card, I bet you they wouldn't even take it because they still want to play this out. Is to see how.
I mean, that's a trend. A lot of people want to go the distance. They always feel confident about
Let's offer some Apex coins. I don't want to show my hand just yet. All right, turn the mics back on. They can't hear us.
Right? Yeah, they didn't hear any of that.
Okay,
so
good.
We're gonna go with 2150 Apex coins as our deal here the first time around, gentlemen. You definitely didn't hear any of that discussion here. What are we thinking? Deal and you walk away now, or steal? We keep playing.
I think we steal, man. We gotta go for 6,700 at least.
What was that?
We gotta go for at least 6,700, man. We gotta take out some of those whites.
All right. So keep playing.
Okay.
All right, let's keep playing.
They say steal.
Yeah,
they
I
said they're
agree.
not going to settle for anything less than 6,700 Apex coins at the very least. So they're feeling good right now.
So if we offered you 67, if we offered you 6,700 Apex coins, would you have taken that deal?
I don't know. It's really tempting.
They would have thought.
I would have.
They would have thought about it at least.
All right,
At least it was
what
tempting.
about a $50 Walmart gift card?
I would also be taking that.
Presley would have taken it. Okay, we kind of know where you guys stand right now. But you guys did say steal. You didn't want the 2150. So 6 crates have got to go this time around. Then we'll have another deal for you here. So let's start. Presley, I need some redemption here. I want to start with you. What's your pick here to start the round? You knocked out a couple of Xboxes, but the big boys are off the board. I'm feeling good. It's time for the Presley redemption arc.
Let's get lucky 13 out.
Lucky number 13.
Get it up out of here.
Okay, number 2 burned you. Will number 13. Ooh, the $50 gift card. I said redemption arc, Presley. Don't double down.
Why? It's everything that I want. I just push it away.
Just because it's off the board technically doesn't mean it couldn't show up in an offer later, but it's going to be hard.
Depends. I mean,
It's going to be hard. You really got to have a good run here.
And they've got the mystery box.
Yes.
So like those are two pretty good items still.
Yes.
But yeah, all right.
So still got a shot. What's next? First one down, 5 more to go.
I feel like we need to go for something high. We gotta go for like number 16.
Number 16. Okay. Will it pay off here? We need to get back in those white tiers, Fury. Come on, my man. Oh,
dude.
The Razer Black Widow V3.
Guy should have taken the deal.
Wireless keyboard. Gentlemen,
This one hurts. Yeah.
We need a reversal here, okay? The Apex coins you were going for still on the board, still in Esports Arena mystery box, but we need to get back to those white tiers. 4 more this round. What's next? We're pulling for you guys. We want you to win something good. Trust me.
A Pringles box.
I mean,
18.
18. Okay, 18. They say.
We're going.
We need some luck here, Presley. Come on, baby. Oh, the Esports.
The guy is cursed.
You know what? Hey,
Why?
I will say this: with $10,000 on the line today, I guess I would prefer you guys use up all of your bad luck
Use up all the bad luck now. Good point.
Get it all out of your system here. You know, there are worse ways this day could go.
Take it to Cloud9 later, boys. Take it to them later, and let's win this.
All right, 3 more to go this round. What's next?
Let's go with number 5.
5. Yeah.
Number 5. Okay. Let's get back on track here, Fury. SeriesE jersey of your choice. Okay. Hey, you guys already got jerseys.
Already got jerseys. Yep. That's good. That's good.
You decked out.
Could offer like merch is probably what we should do for players that join this.
Yeah.
Note to self.
Okay. All right. 2 more to go, guys. 2 more. I want to give you a better deal, but you got to help me out here. You guys are not doing me any favors on the deal front.
Right now they're getting nothing.
Yes.
Okay. I've been thinking about this crate.
Ooh, it's been speaking to you. Okay, number 3.
it's
Number 2 burned you, Presley. Does number 3 do the same?
What is 6,700 Apex coins would hurt?
As long as that's not in there, this is a win. It's a Cheez-It pad. That's a win.
That's good.
That's a dub.
Okay.
You guys are Pringles only anyway.
Yep.
I'm sure.
Exactly.
Okay. Last one this round before our next deal. What do you got?
Man, this is tough. I feel like either 9 or 17. What do you think, Press?
9 or 17.
Get 17 out.
Yeah, let's do 17. Get it
Okay.
out.
Presley says number 17. Last one of the second round here. Can we close out with some good moves? And we do. It's the Nestle Splash water pack. Well done, gentlemen. Okay. That was another very tough round.
That was.
Very tough round here. Tyler.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I don't feel like our deal gets any better this time around. What are you thinking?
I think we offer them an Xbox.
I mean, you're the boss.
Do you think they'll take it?
Yes. I think that's You know, maybe not. Maybe they're really playing for, that Pringles pack there, but, who knows? Who knows?
Man. This is the tough one because I don't think they care too much about the jerseys because they have it already.
Yep.
And, it has to just be another Apex coins, right? That's what
we could do Apex coins, or maybe we hit them with, a Pringles pack or a Rice Krispies Treats pack. I mean, this round was rough, so theoretically, right,
That's
the deal
true.
would get
You know what?
worse.
Let's see how loyal these guys are. Let's offer them a Pringles pack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pringles pack it is, gentlemen. Deal. You take the Pringles pack, and you're done here on Deal or Steal. Or if you guys decide to steal here, the way it's going to finish off, we will eliminate 3 more crates. We will have another deal. If you don't take that one, then we crack open number 11. So what are we thinking?
I'm going to have to sit on this one for a minute. Pringles. But I think I'm going to steal.
All right. Are you with that, Fury? Presley says steal. All right. Fury keeps the faith in his teammate. They say steal. They want to keep playing.
All right.
Okay, gentlemen.
Okay.
6, 18, 9, 15. 3 of those have got to go before our final deal.
Fury.
Let's just throw a number out there. Let's go 15.
15? Get that big one off the board?
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what's inside. If it's a jersey, I feel like that's a win, and it is. SeriesE jersey of your choice. Okay. Honestly, with the way round 2 went, I think you guys are right where you want to be. Pringles pack on the board. All of the Apex coins prizes as well. 2 more. 6, 8, and 9. 2 have got to go.
Six? You want to do 6? I don't know.
It's either 6 or 8. I don't know.
A lot of nerves, gentlemen. A lot of nerves. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, we'll go with number 6.
All right.
Number 6. Okay.
Oh, man.
What do we got? It's going to be 2150.
All right,
okay.
2150. That's good.
There we go.
Hey, we have another one.
Last one. 8 and 9. They either have a Pringles pack, 2150 Apex coins, or 6700.
Can't lose. They can't lose with this.
I agree.
This is good. This is
I
good.
mean,
They
that's
can't
kind of the
lose.
nice thing about the
that
show.
is. You can't lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one's speaking to you guys?
I honestly have no clue. It's just a coin flip. What do you think, Press? None of them are speaking to me.
He's very quiet.
They
He's just
spoke
having
to
an internal monologue right now.
I didn't like what they said to me. So let's do number 8. Get 'em
Okay.
out. Number 8.
So the goal here, you guys probably want the best thing on the board right now is 6,700 Apex coins, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the Pringles pack. So that puts us in a very interesting dilemma here.
Do we even have a graphic that shows like an offer of something in between this?
I don't think so, right?
Can like
So 2150,
I mean,
6700
exactly, like, what do we
on the
offer?
board. Could we do like a production? Could we do like a 4800 Apex coins?
Can we just like
Yes. Okay. Production says yes. So do you want to
What
just?
about a 4762?
I think that's a no. I don't know. We'll just make Brandon do the math.
4800 is not bad. 4800,
I agree.
whatever that is. I think that's a good. It's because it's like a little higher.
Yep.
Where these guys willing to risk it for essentially 1300 more, right? No,
Yeah.
2300 more. There you go. That's math. Quick math right there. I like it. 4800. I like that.
Okay. 4800. I believe we probably don't have. Oh, look at that!
Oh my God!
Shout out to I imagine Dreidel did
Dreidel,
that.
if that's Dreidel, wow.
Dreidl's the goat.
Wow.
4800 Apex coins, gentlemen. Deal or steal. And remember, you're walking home with Apex coins regardless.
Yeah,
It's just whether or not you want to risk it for the biscuit here and go for the 6700. If you say steal, we open up number 11 and you get what's in the side.
And you're stuck with it.
Yes.
Man, this is so tough. I actually don't know.
Good. That's what I want. I don't want an easy decision
Yeah.
here.
I'm done to roll if you are.
Risk it.
Risk it?
Yeah, let's risk
Yeah, I'm
it.
down.
I
One more
love
coin.
it.
Do for the content.
Okay, hey,
They're
gentlemen, we appreciate your time here. I appreciate that you guys,
Thank you.
got the chutzpah to go the distance. They say steal, crate number 11. You picked it at the start. You said earlier on our first deal, we got to at least play for 6,700. Is that what you grabbed to start the show? Give me a drum roll in chat. Yeah!
They did.
All
It's the
right.
small victories. It's the small victories. Way to go. This better be a sign to come later, boys. This better be a sign to come.
It was a roller coaster ride, gentlemen. But from that first deal, you said we at least got to shoot for the 6,700. You must have had a good feeling what it was the side number 11. You go the distance, and you're walking home with quite a stack of Apex coins there.
These guys just winners. They're just winners. Congrats on season 2, by the way, fellas.
Yes.
I mean,
Thank you.
absolutely destroyed everyone. I mean, that was pretty epic. What are you guys thinking today? Do you think what the odds are today? Who's going to be the best competition for you guys today?
Probably NRG, I would say, is probably going to be the best competition. They've looked really good throughout everything.
Energy definitely had a huge
And-
performance in the group stage. So
Yeah. So I think they're really going to be the only competition that we have. We're definitely going to spice some things up on the south side of the map.
Yeah.
Maybe with some rev. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
You guys ready to turn it around after ALGS? I mean, it just kind of seemed that a lot of things just didn't quite go the way, right? I mean, well, who was Presley? Was Presley not on?
Presley was on FYP, which had definitely a tough performance in finals, but you guys qualified, which is huge. And obviously we have Fury and Phony.
Qualifying in general. I mean, you guys crushed it just for the fact that you qualified. But look, we all had a blast. I don't know if you guys saw on social media, but we were cheering you guys on here in the house. It was a ton of fun, like watching you guys play and seeing you represent. Go for that ton of money, $265,000 first place prize pool. Holy shnikes, that was big. So.
All right, gentlemen. Hey, congratulations on the Season 2 championship. Congratulations on your performance at ALGS. Check out the trophies. We got those here, in the studio. Nice. Best of luck today. Excited to see what you guys bring to the table.
Thank you.
And have some fun here. Tyler, as we get ready to kick off for game number 1, just real quick, I want to hear your predictions. We got some big teams here today. Who is your pick? You got to go with one squad that you think is going to take it all. Who you taking?
I did say it in social media. I think on our Instagram we posted it, but I don't know. I got a good feeling about those guys, right? I think they're going to bounce back. The team is back together again. ALGF, they were not fully together. They're back together for SeriesE event. They just have a good, mantra together, and I think that they're going to pull out the win. If not, I think they will be the best of our SeriesE teams.
Okay.
I know Team Intel's playing, right? So that was ESA Black for ALGS, and those guys, I mean, they won 2 games at ALGS, and they're the only multi-game winner, I think.
In the finals, yeah.
In the finals. So that was awesome to see. So they could go, but I do think that Team Pringles, man, these guys they're like Pippen and Jordan and who else is the guy on that? And Rodman. Like they were like that good. The Bulls back in the day. You know what I mean? So I think that these guys got what it takes to take it to the competition today.
Hey, there's a reason that their jersey is on the wall behind us here in the GVO zone, and we're not going to delay any further, guys. We got Jamerson and Dia ready to kick off all of the action. The SeriesE event, our 10K Invitational, starts right now.
Fighting here as well. You can see the jump pad inside too in this by himself. Pride secures second place.
Down 2 squads left. Can they close things out?
Intel are taking 2 separate fights.
3-on-3 over here.
Himself, he gets full 3-man P. Goes down. Now there's just Renegade. Have a clear grab.
Positions as Timmy's going to get the knock on a Naughty over towards the side.
Looks like they have a beautiful Dazo CLG are in the driver's seat. It looks like instead he's going to allow him to get the res off and then go for the peak. And oh my goodness, 150 win Razor with all the initiative here, setting up the
angle. It's a 2 for 2 now. So
one left is Team Pringles. Anders out at Mastiff. Now he still needs to hold the line now as Sung and Zednik up their batteries, and they do jump in. All right, welcome guys. It was 3 months all leading up to this. Well, 4 if you count the qualifiers. This is the SeriesE event. Of course, concluding Season 2 so far. You saw them right there. Team Pringles taking all of that nice loot from our deal or steal. And if you guys want to get involved in that, make sure, of course, you guys are subbed to the channel here at Esports Arena to be able to take place in that. But let's go ahead and talk about the day. We have 20 teams competing for $10,000. I'll be casting today alongside my good buddy here, Dia. Dia, how are you doing today?
I am doing really well. I had a chance to take a look at everybody who's going to be playing today, and well, obviously, I'm very excited. We got a lot of talent, as they said just before in the pre-show, and there's no way of predicting which way the games are going to go because everybody's had the chance after ALGS to practice, to work on their weaknesses, and this is the start of a new competitive season in a way.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone's really pumped up right now. We just had that huge ALGS taking place this last weekend, the championships. We don't have the winners of the championships actually competing today, but we do have the top scoring teams throughout all that, along with the top 4 teams from the last season of SeriesE. And so we've got a lot of action in store for you guys today. And like we said, we have $10,000 on the line, some of the best North American teams competing. We got to see some spicy bants up there just beforehand. But let's go ahead and take a look at the format for today. And it's going to be business as usual. And I'm loving the new graphics, by the way. Shout out to all of our assets people on the other side that you normally don't get the love, but I love the new aesthetic that we've got going on, but things that aren't changing, of course, it's going to be the format. We're going to be playing it on the custom server, like always. We got 20 teams competing as well. We're going to have 6 matches all on World's Edge. $10,000 on the line, with first place taking $6,000, second place taking $3,000, and third place walking away with a cool $1,000. Point distribution is going to work out like always. Kill points matter, and placements matter as well. And so we'll see how many Revenant compositions are we going to see, how many people are going to still want to play maybe center circle. It's going to be very interesting to see how that last weekend of play, competitive play, shakes up the meta for basically this weekend and the rest of Series E.
Yeah, I know that a lot of teams have been shifting their playstyle as well. Notably, Cloud9, another team we have competing today, has been shifting a lot more into that edge-based playstyle, trying to get away from the more aggressive Valkyries. So I want to know whether they've managed to pick up a Valkyrie in the meantime and are back to playing zone, or whether they're continuing with that sort of edge-based playstyle that they were working on and will have been able to expand their comfortability with. And they're not the only team that I'm expecting to do that, of course, with a lot of time for people to get used to the more Revenant Octane play styles. We can see a lot of aggressive stuff, and I know that all these teams individually have the players and the talent to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, one interesting thing I want to know. There are, of course, some roster shakeups, or maybe people are just filling in. One particular change that I want to take a look at, Team Liquid. They've got Muffins coming in. Maybe Albraleli can't play with them today, but Muffins, formerly, of course, was playing on Razor in Series E, and then had his stint on Fnatic for over a year. I call it a stint, but yeah, he was on Fnatic for quite some time, along with his brother Shiny. So that's going to be interesting to see. Muffins filling in for Albraleli. Typically, someone who's played as a very anchor kind of role style, filling in for the dynamic play style of Albraleli. We'll see how that works out for Team Liquid. But again, there's so many names competing today that it's very difficult to want to talk about all of them. One fun team that should be that we should be keeping an eye on, I think, is also Team Timmy. Timmy, Nicewig, and a prize. That's going to be content out the wazoo.
Yeah, these guys are a big deal for sure. I know that I personally have always been somebody who watches Charlotte Phoenix, and I'm curious about their performance today as well, because they've recently signed Serial, Greek God, and Kodagami, who have sort of entered into the big shoes that were left to fill from Bronzy, Mercy Only, and Pride, now transferring over under the Knights name. And that's a squad that can perform at really high highs, but often struggles. I would say both of them to close out in the end game, often get pushed, find themselves in situations where they're getting third-partied and simply can't deal with it. And I want to see if the new names, if the new branding, if the new support systems give them a little bit more of that comfortability.
I believe in them. I saw some good things out of that squad throughout ALGS. They definitely have some good scrapping capability, but again, adjusting to a lobby of this size, of this caliber, can be difficult so far. I do think, Knights, Bronzy, Mercy Only, and Pride, they left a lot to be desired in their playstyle. When we get to see them open up and play a bit more aggressively, I think that's when we definitely see them shine. But when they start playing a little bit more center circle, it's not the same kind of dynamic kind of team fighting that I'd love to see out of them. I think they need to maybe have a little bit more confidence in their team fighting. But overall, I don't know. There's just so much going on here. And one of the things we have to note as well is right now at this point, it's going to be some drops. And so a lot of these teams, when you do have some are unknowns, right? In terms of competitive here, I think the big kind of question mark is going to be Team Timmy, because they're not like an established squad that's always competing together, that has a history of dropping here or dropping there. They're going to be that kind of rogue factor that might actually shake up the lobby just a little bit, depending on where they drop in this lobby.
And the question also remains whether anybody else has shifted up their drop spots as well, because you have the potential to try and maybe give something new a little bit of a go. Try for some aggressive pushes, especially in the first couple games where you can catch squads off guard and force them to adapt. Team Timmy, of course, the squad that we're looking at to start that off, but I'm expecting even teams like Team Razor and maybe XSET, although that's a little bit iffy, to try new things and maybe drop in areas that are already occupied, try and wrestle control of them just in this tournament alone.
Yeah, I think one fun thing is going to be maybe to take a look at CLG, right? CLG, one of their biggest complaints heading into ALGS was, of course, getting contested for, it's not even getting contested for Skyhook, it was an outskirts of Skyhook, right? The train tunnels outside. We don't have Alpine in the lobby, who was dropping over at Survey Camp. So CLG might have an easier go of things and be able to loot up a little bit faster. This is a more macro-oriented squad who does very much care about their rotations and getting shadowed and stuff like that. So CLG should have an easier day. We'll see if that actually does reflect in their performance today. And actually, that's one thing that I'm really looking forward to for them at the very least. But again, this entire lobby is basically a championships lobby. I mean, we got everyone here, C9, TSM, Renegades, SSG, we got Team Intel. I mean, these were all of our top 10 finishers. The only one we're missing out on is like Kungarna, essentially, and Alpine so far. So this is definitely a stacked lobby. I mean, this was basically the championship lobby for ALGS North America. So you guys should be expecting some great games today.
Absolutely, and I'm keeping my eyes, of course, on MST. I know the pre-show talked about them quite a bit, but the fact that they did compete under ESA Black, and we've also got what I believe was ESA White at the time, competing as Team Pop-Tarts with Farmer Lucas, Rakanishu, and Impulsive Dream. I've also known them as Farm Boys. I've seen them quite a bit around the scene, and they're a team that also has that sort of X factor, and I'd say that for all the teams that did manage to play under the ESA name, is that a lot of them play this sort of very tight, very together, and very team fight oriented late game where they're not sort of the last ones dropping off. They've got a plan even going into that final circle, which helps them in the chaos that sort of emerges in that last ring.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really did kind of shake up how the last day of play, especially championships, played out was that match point format. We don't have that going on right here. It's going to be 6 games, and whoever scores the most points after the 6 games, those top 3 teams are the ones who place in the money, and that's it. So we're not doing match point. We have a definite end to the day, right? And we're not going to be keeping an eye on that. It's all about making sure you score as much as possible across those 6 games. I mean, it was very unfortunate, right? Because, I mean, if we were taking a look at Team Intel, they had 2 dubs throughout the day for championships, but they weren't able to bring it home. They ultimately ended with like 60 some odd points despite walking away with 2 wins. But it looks like we are getting ready. Here we go. Game number 1 of the Series E event to finish off Season 2 of Series E. We will be starting Season 3 at the end of the month, where we will have our draft day. Of course, 4 squads will be drafted amongst the remaining partnered squads left, essentially, to compete in 3 months of Series E Season 3. And we're already starting it off, and I'm already loving the new graphics that we've got. You can see up top as well. That is beautiful. That shows the status of every team. So I'm very excited about today.
That's going to be so useful, especially when a lot of times you'll find yourself with single or double members left after you've got to leave somebody to drop. For now, though, as we get into World's Edge, I want to see where this circle ends up being, as that so often can determine your success alone, or your chances of success, rather. You get a lot of teams complaining about circle placement. Even in the earlier stages of the game, having to go for these long rotates puts you in a very risky position to other teams that are doing the same thing and that maybe are willing to fight you. In this case, Team Timmy, as we find them right now, have dropped around what looks to be the countdown area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're actually in launch site right now, and they are getting contested. And this is one of the things I want to talk about. This is the unknown factor. Where does this team drop? Who are they going to be contesting? And this is going to be it, the 50-50 going down here, but it's a slow one. As it looks like neither team really committing. It might have just been a split by one of the squads, but the prize is starting to join up on Timmy. He's got his gun out as well. The ping's going down by Timmy on to the bins right outside, and they've got the nades. They've got him pinned down. They're throwing it all in, utilizing all of their utility, but it does look like that squad has come back together as a full 3 right now. Nice swig on the flank on the left-hand side. Trying to find an angle here. They need to grief the doors, and that's what the nades should have been used for. Instead of trying to get a cheeky knock here, but it looks like they are ready to go in, and oh boy, you're caught with the gun out now. They're gonna go ahead and push forward with that Gibraltar bubble. Waiting out though because of the caustic, and it's gonna be Charlotte Phoenix on the other side. Greek God, Kodagami, and Serial. They've got some great armors there, but they do need to heal up, and they are buying time with this bubble as well, as Timmy and co are still trying to find an entry there. Great, taking a lot of damage as he's going to try and block the door once again. Praying to get that sell off, but he will fall now, and Charlotte Phoenix are getting slowly picked apart by Team Timmy.
Charlotte Phoenix, a team that right now is being tested so early. I'd hoped that we would see them sort of perform in the late game, but they're getting ripped apart at the moment by Team Timmy. They're going to be wiped right now, and that's some nice early points on the board. The KP already giving you 3 points without even having to place, but the Knights, they want to push this as well. Asura's at the door with the wingman, and he comes a-knocking for your life. Unfortunately, a little far from the rest of his squad.
Yeah, and he is, of course, on that Octane, so he's going to get there a little bit earlier. Does look like Imperial Hell got a knock onto Zach Mazer. It's going to be a full-out brawl, apparently, between Cloud9 and TSM. And what? Typically, you don't see this fight taking place between TSM and Cloud9, but they're going to go for it now. It's a knock for a knock here, as Naughty does go down to that nade. Imperial Hell still bleeding out on the ground. Reps only with that white armor, unfortunately, but it's the full set coming out from the other side. They heard the res going through.
Oh, my Lord.
They commit onto it. Cloud9 get knocked out. TSM picked that one up, but now they need to get the res onto Imperial Hal, and this is super late rotation timing coming out from them. Typically, they leave frag east around a minute 40, a minute 30. Now they got to rotate. They got to actually get the res and worry about any rotations as they're getting this res off. It does look like a prize has gone in, as the Knights did try to commit earlier on, and they got the first knock there back down over at launch site.
And there's a lot of early fighting here, and it's something that I hadn't expected from the squads that are as big as Knights, as big as Charlotte Phoenix, as big as TSM even in C9, that have chosen to take the more aggressive approach, maybe because it's the first game of the day, but it doesn't stop here. The Knights are being punished for it very early on. Those grenades are going down. It's just Bronzy and Asura left up here right on the low ground is not where they want to be. Some cheeky shots with the G7 Scout will keep Bronzy alive for now. Gets to pop the shield bad, but it is a ticking time bomb as the utility continues to rain down, and Bars can only sustain so much. Asura now getting knocked. Bronzy decides to stay, and it might just be the thing that kills him. Can they clutch this? The shots come through, finishing off Asura, Mercy, and there they go. The Knights get finished off by Team Timmy.
Throughout all that as well, TSM did get cleaned up. CLG came in with the rotate down from Skyhook and finished them off. And so we are already down to 15 full squads remaining. And as an update, the map, we are going to have a launch site circle. You can see continuing to pull down here to the south side. You can see the second ring hugging it very close to the south as well. Here's G2 on their rotate now, moving through tree. There is a team over here, but G2 is going to actually hold position to try and secure this natty drop, but it's just a triple take in there. Not the greatest, but you can definitely use it here early on, especially with the fact that G2 are sitting on double blue armors here. Would like something better at this point, and they're really under no pressure to move out of this position with this squad ahead of them.
G2 to me has always been a team that I prefer to be defined by aggression. Even when they were playing under the solo feed I named a while ago, this is a squad that when they're in zone, when they get to hold down the fort, often will just sort of sit there and not take any favorable engagements until eventually they have to coin flip on a push. I like it when they're on the front foot, and at least right now, they've got this other squad on their radar in tree. I want to see them play a little bit aggressively, as our controller boys really can't show us what they're all about. Seems like they're staring down the barrel of Renegades.
One other thing I want to note is that NRG are about to engage upon CLG right now, and I feel like NRG holding this position here, remember, they're not coming too far from staging, but holding this choke in particular was to try and spite TSM. There was a lot of banter going across, but CLG started off. NRG losing out on Nathan here as Madness with that R9 is able to pick that one up. Here's the instant thirst out from Lou as well. So NRG are going to be reeling from this one, backing away. We'll see if they recover that banner and get him back into it. But again, CLG, they're on the edge. They can wait and just camp the banners here for as long as they want.
You've got a really nice choke point around as well, so CLG, in a way, despite the fact that they're not in a building, have a very secure position that they can defend, even without some of the more defensive-oriented legends. Gentrifying, though, on the push here with G2 is going to take the portal out to safety, along with the rest of the squad here. They try and push. It doesn't go super well, but now you get the reset, and it acts sort of like this pseudo-revenant gate that, that Wraith can lay down, the ability to poke people out, come back, reset safely, and then push in for the finish.
Oh, beautiful spray coming out with that R301 from Gentrifying, but Designful does have to back away. He's got that Beast in the Hunt popping the entire time. And so now, with the fight taking way too long, you can see why they back away. The third party was coming in only from the sorting rotation here as the scan comes out, this time from Pow. Does note that G2 have backed away, but Pow has to be careful. That side angle from that third party is punishing them. They need to just regroup here. Again, there's just too many variables for them, but Bowser has a nice little off angle here. He's 45 damage away, 26 now from getting that purple Evo for himself. But again, they can try to play gatekeeper here. There's another 2 minutes before this zone starts closing in. 303 find themselves in a fight now just outside of Sorting Factory. They got a first knock. Nice wingman shots coming out from Styx there, getting the knock onto Zera Tricky. They needed that. Styx still sitting on the white armor, 12 damage away from having that blue Evo for himself.
And you just can't be sitting on the low numbers when it comes to these later game fights right now. Trying to finish off a kill, get another point on the board as we're only at the 15 squads remaining mark. Still closing in on that first zone. 303 though have been able to find themselves a really nice position and should be able to hold this down right off the east side of Sorting Factory. This is a building that you've got pretty nice control over all the rotations through it. It's got a lot of flexibility for where you can leave from, and a lot of poke angles, as we see right there with Escape trying to get some damage down with the flatline. Still also only sitting on that blue shield. I believe Gentrifying was one of the players that we saw holding onto a purple, the coveted purple earlier.
One thing to know, 303, even though they got that knock, did not chase after the kill just because of the immense pressure around in the area. A lot of teams now rotating in through Sorting Factory, trying to make their way on down. But here's Team Razor. They lost out on Zera Tricky just beforehand. They were able to recover the banner here, and Tech will be playing today for them. And he is on that Crypta. So he's going to be able to get that res for them if they really want to go in for it with the drone. But it looks like they're just going to actually hoof it here instead. CLG making the rotate now on the north side of Dome. Currently, they already got 2 knocks. Rakinishu and Farmer Lucas down now. And so this is going to be another big win for them. They already have 4 kill points. They're about to pick up 2 more. This is a massive game for CLG.
And that is tough for Pop-Tarts to lose another. CLG, though, not able to quite finish off the squad, are still playing in the rotation, shall we say. They're still trying to find where they're going to end up as they're sitting right outside of Dome at the moment. We'll see if they end up trying to pull the trigger soon as they have the jump pad available, and they're definitely spotted at the moment. It's difficult to call where they want to go, though, because the circle is right at their backs.
Yeah, they have not been able to pick up the beacon quite yet for themselves. It doesn't look like it's in the area, but they're just playing the edge. They have a lot of teams trying to play the slow side of the circle here, but that's just funneling right into CLG, who, like I said, 6 kill points already to their name. They've already hit top 15, and they have great armors. You got the red on Backslide, you got the purples on Madness and Lou here. Again, under no real pressure to walk this one in quite yet, and so they're going to continue to play the edge and try to find some more kill points and farm up these Evo shields.
You'll pardon it, it's been a high octane game for them, and it continues to be as they push in, barring out this what I believe was 303 that pushed into Lava City. Should they try and take that center path? Designful though, holding down with the rest of G2, trapped in a building, having burned a lot of their utility earlier, don't have too much to work with, just the gunplay that they still have available to them, although we're so close to that next level shield. Designful peeking out with that triple take. They're sharing a building right now, and I sense that they don't really want to. Resulta poking his head in to try and get some damage down, maybe try and find a knock, doesn't get anything just yet, but Gentrifying also looking for a way in with the Wraiths on top of the building at the moment, is going to find himself as Gibraltar, gonna have to back away.
Yeah, trying to hold the roof by yourself is nearly impossible. Renegades finally finding a crack here in this defense as G2 try to get aggressive onto them now. Bowser will be able to finish off Gentrifying, bring this down to a 3v2. Here comes the flank out from Bowser, though. They do lose out on one. Pow going down here, but Bowser and Sorcerer do clean this one up, and they will be able to get the res onto Pow. Luckily for them, Bowser and Sorcerer are still sitting really healthy, so the third party not that scary. They've got the armor swaps as well. We are now down to 14 squads. Team Pringles have been battling it out up against Team RAZR here, and they do trade back and forth. It looks like they do ultimately get the win. But Presley getting a much-needed medkit in, I think, off of the replicator there, and so he'll be able to get Fury back up, but now they need to recover Joey Cherished and res him back into this game. Maybe they have a mobile respawn beacon in their back corner here, as you can see now. Tomcat Ratcam, I don't know if it's Tomcat Ratcam anymore, but Impulsive Dream is surviving this one out by himself on the south side of the ring. Here is NRG, though. It looks like trying to make a push on to Renegades, quite possibly. This is the last thing we saw in Tree just beforehand. This is NRG. They were able to recover Nathan. That's very important here. We saw CLG taking him out earlier on. They've already gotten one knock. They're pushing, and they've got Lazarus cornered inside this truck out with the bubble. He's got the PK, but he's not landing any shots, unfortunately, here, as Hundreds takes a massive load of damage, and it's all left to Oi Senpai now in a 2v1, and he will fall. Sweet, we'll be able to pick that one up and get them back in, but here comes the third party. Renegades now coming in, and they were just biding their time. The EVA 8 here will get the re-knock onto Rocker, as Bowser is just holding the angle now, and NRG are knocked out.
As quickly as they just got the push, they get pushed, they get taken down. NRG, a squad that all the teams were worried about coming in today. You heard it on the pre-show about how this roster sort of demands respect, but NRG deny it to them, seeing the opportunity for some kills, get themselves more KP. Now at least 5 for them, as we saw, I believe it was, We're panning over to CLG now. I was curious. I was trying to nail down who exactly it was. I think it was Bowser that was holding down the kills for Renegades, but it's CLG now that find themselves in a little bit of a fight. Trying to actually disengage, it seems, get themselves to a little bit of a safer spot. Although, remember, they were playing Edge, they were playing this sort of aggressive style. Now finding themselves a little bit without a home, are going to try and deny it from another squad there. Bubble gets dropped, so does defensive bombardment. Not Madness. You guys play this real patient there. You've already burned all of your utility, and this is CLG's to play at their pace.
They already have about 7 KP to their name right now. I'm about to pick up more as Joey Cherished does go down. We're now down to our top 9 squads. 24 players remaining. We know that Impulsive Dream, I believe, is still alive. That means one other squad currently playing this as a duo, I believe, as CLG are just coming up with a massive game here. If they get the win, this is going to be an easy 30-point first game for them. Looks like they are getting ready for the push now. The wide flank coming out from Baxlon on the left-hand side here is just the Gibraltar left by himself. 00 naked and backing off. Ikutski did go down. Blueberry Smalls about to fall as well. And that's going to be another +2 for CLG, bringing us down to our top 8 squads.
Lonely fans are going to be lonely no more as they get to join everybody else that's been knocked out by CLG. And it is a growing number right now, although Madness is under fire there. They're not quite ready to take this next engagement, looking for a few heals, a reset for this killer squad that has been dominating the lobby so far. And Madness definitely knows where they're being shot from. We'll see if CLG decide to go on that push. Remember, they still have that jump pad. They haven't been using it nearly as aggressively as I'd expected, going a lot more for this slow, patient play. Definitely still racking up. the kill participation. X set under fire as well. In a lot of trouble there as they eat a thermite grenade. Does Clean on the way out, setting up for a little bit of defense with the Gibraltar and the Crypto, one of the only ones we have.
We have a large funnel of teams on the northern side, as well as right now Team Liquid. We're trying to gatekeep, but it's going to be dropped on the other side as Nocturnal will fall as well. It's all up to Muffins, who will ultimately go down. Space Station Gaming are a little bit battered, but they will be able to get the reses here. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up a gold bag res or something, but no, it's just going to be the armor swaps for them as SSG now. They have to contend with CLG. More gatekeeping coming out from them. This is going to be more KP for CLGs and Niles going down. I don't know if they got the res. They did on the other side, so it should be another +2 for them. They're getting ready to throw in the thermites to finish them off, clearing out the northern end. Difficulty, though, is now they got to turn around right after this, as nice thermite connects onto both players here. Baxlon narrowly missing out on that kill, but he does have Madness and Alu on the other side here to try and help with the gatekeep. They've got to return their focus onto that rotate now. They've got a lot of positions to play here on this platform, luckily for them. We'll see if they can keep track of that squad. There's another team right below them as well. It's going to be the full send coming out from CLG. And they are just mopping up the lobby. Space Station Gaming wiped out. We're now down to 6 squads remaining here. And they're just trying to make a Hail Mary play, going for that jump pad. They somehow survive, and X-Set do not get the kills here. The reset coming out from CLG. They use that Gibraltar dome. Clane is forced to back away. They will swap positions here. As you can see, Rambo now trying to go for the peaks himself, getting some decent damage. We'll get the knock onto Bouncer. That's actually Renegades underneath them.
This is so crazy. I have no idea how Renegades found themselves in this position, but it is not a good one to be in, because there is hellfire raining down upon them. Even the defensive bombardment does get called in. Timmy, though, does have to ditch from Team Timmy. Doesn't want to be taken down, as there's a little bit of third party coming in, because that is CLG coming to clean up the rest of the kills here, grabbing themselves even more KP. They've already basically won a match with how many people that they've killed, and Baxlon is not done yet. With Madness coming over to joining, they're going to be able to finish off the rest of RNG.
We're now down to our top 4 squads. I believe Impulsive Dream is actually still alive throughout all of this right now, so the Rat getting ultimate value here. But it's going to be the final 4 squads. The zone is pulling away pretty hard down to the south side. Don't know if the jump pad is ready there for Madness. They do have the defensive bombardment at least, and they will as well have the bubble to utilize. You can see MSP. They've been pretty silent because they've been able to just basically hold the position down here in the south side the entire time. I believe they come from Dome, so they have priority on this position, but it's going to be CLG. It's Timmy, MSP, along with our lone Rat. And CLG, they're not even worrying about finishing here. They just want to continue to pick up these KP as they are now pushing Team Timmy here. You do have the defensive bombardment being used. The bubble was forced out on the other side, but it looks like we will have a moment of reprieve as CLG will survive right underneath Team Timmy.
It's really just the story of these 2 squads right now. CLG healing up for a little bit more safety, are going to end up taking the safe spot here, trying to find themselves an easily defensible position as we approach the final circle. Baxlon, they're confident here, peeking out, not going to take any damage, but definitely is spotted. Everybody knows where CLG is, and if you've been paying attention to the kill feed, you know that you want to take them out. You cannot give them such a huge early lead to start off the tournament. Now peeking out again, looking for any of the members of MSP, of Team Intel, that dare show their heads. Is there another one of those teams that, well, we were definitely keeping an eye on coming into today? Unfortunately, cut back to Impulsive Dream, who actually has a pretty good angle on everybody.
He hit top 4, so he at least gets the 5 placement points for his squad. It doesn't look like they got any knocks or any KP, but still, hey, you walk away with a 5, maybe you get a 7th here, and oh, that was a little scary as Panders almost spotted him out, but he is alive for now. He's going to have to walk this one in, and he's going to have to hope that Team Intel do not notice him. Luckily for them, of course, MSP are not running the Bloodhound, so they don't have that scan, so they don't know that the Rat is actually right underneath them, and he's just out of LOS of Team Timmy. But ultimately, when you walk this one in, they will be watching their back, hopefully. right now. It is the final circle closing in. It's a 3v3v3 v1, and we'll see how much longer Impulsive Dream can survive for.
We'll call him an X Factor, an agent of chaos here in the side, see what he can do. This Team Intel, they've definitely got the god spot right now, throwing down the utility, making this very difficult for everyone else. The defensive bombardment, though, still being kept around for that late push. They found Impulsive Dream now. He's dead, unfortunately. That's the end of that dream. Much as I wish
he got the value, though, which is really important, and most importantly as well, Panders was able to get up to that purple Eva for himself up against all the reds on the other side now. Luckily for them, they do have a small spot to try and reset here. 6 hitting that bat for now as Team Timmy they're trying to force them out. They're trying to use this utility. I'm surprised that they have so much left here. A lot of nades going down for them, trying to funnel them into CLG, but CLG now have taken the flank on the right-hand side, going for the full push as well. Good connects coming out from 6 with that thermite, but now it looks like they're going to go ahead and full send it onto Team Timmy here instead of taking on CLG with the Eva 8. Not quite connecting with those shots, but 6! What was that? Headshot onto a prize, taking him down. Team Intel still alive as a full 3 here as CLG are damaged. Team Timmy's damaged as well, and it looks like Team Intel, they bide their time. CLG. They might be able to get this win. CLG just down to Lou here. It's going to be a 1v1 with the Eva 8 as Lou is forced to go for that armor swap along with that. Oh no, does pick up the red now, does go for that peek up against Panders here, and he will be able to get the win. CLG from the lobby and take the win in game number 1.
And it was just off of that aggressive push at the end as well. We had Intel put in a no-win scenario there, sandwiched by both squads, had to go for the miracle play, but it was CLG that were waiting all along. They play this patiently, they play it with style, and most importantly, they know when they can go and finish off those kills. Incredible clutch at the end there with the shield swap as well.
And we know that it was a win for CLG, but it was by how much? Did they get the 30 bomb game? Well, you're going to have to stick around and find out. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll fill you in with the leaderboard, and we'll have game number 2 after this.
What's up, guys? I'm SeriesE, and I play on the Huntsman Mini. It's a 60% keyboard from Razer with its fantastic cutting-edge Razer optical switches. Since it's a 60% keyboard, it's super tiny, you can fit it in any backpack, it's super portable, it's really nice for LANs, things like that, hanging out with your friends.
Maybe that's why they call it World's Edge. Tell multiple knocks coming in for Team Razer, a 2-on-1 situation, and Team Razer is going to take their second game too.
Hi, my name is SeriesE.
Yo, what's up? I'm Muffins.
Hey guys, I'm Chocolate. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer.
For Team Razer.
For Team Razer, and you're watching SeriesE.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. Game number 1, all done and dusted there. And CLG with the big clutch win. Looked like Intel was maybe going to be able to pull it out, but we saw madness there with the clutch armor swap. Stepping out into the ring to grab that red armor gives him enough health to finish it off. So big win there for CLG, and they take a huge lead to start the show. We will check our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Dia and Jamerson here in a little bit. But just excited as we got a great start to the day. And interesting to see some teams going down early. TSM not getting into that top 10 like you would expect. NRG going down a little earlier than we would expect as well. C9 after a second place finish at ALGS out, I believe, in 18th. So certainly a few big name squads going down much earlier than they would expect here. We are prepping our post-game stats here for this first game, but I do want to talk about C9 a little more. So I believe we have a graphic. I just want to kind of talk about their performance at ALGS, because I think this is certainly a squad people need to keep their eye on. We're going to pull this one up here. Yeah, beautiful. I'm going to step over here to the side. Cloud9. And the real question for me, as it says at the top of your screen, is this squad top 3 in NA? Going into ALGS, it didn't really seem like this squad was a top 3 consideration. They weren't certainly favorites to win it all, but they felt like a dark horse squad, definitely a strong performer, but they have slow starts. If you guys watched ALGS, they had a very difficult start to groups. They only had 13 points on their first day, but this is a squad that once they get going, they can frag out like crazy. So I got their overall stats here. 4.1 kills per game in the tournament. That's over a total of 27 games. Average placement of 9.4 and 3 wins overall. They had 2 on their final day of groups, 1 in the finals. And obviously they ended up finishing in second place in the tournament. tournament behind KNG. But I really want to hyper-focus in on their performance in the finals because, as I said, they got better and better as the tournament went along. So let's look at finals, right? These numbers are a little different this time around. In finals, they had 5.1 average kills in the finals, 46 overall. Their average placement was 7.6, and I already mentioned that one win. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, all three players, Zach Mazer, Staynaughty, and Noct, were all in the top 10 in kills for finals. Zach Mazer took first with 17, Staynaughty took second with 16, and then Noct, I believe, was in ninth. He had 13 kills. So the entire squad popped off, and they also had the second best single game performance in finals. Their Game 6 win, they took first place with 13 kills. The only better performance in finals was TSM's Game 3. They took first place with 17 kills. So it was a huge performance for that squad. And really, as a squad that I feel like going into ALGS was certainly a strong team, but not in the same league from other people as like a TSM, an NRG, or others. But I think this team deserves to be feared. They had a rough start to today, but as I mentioned, they have some slow starts. Their first SeriesE performance after signing with Cloud9, they had a rough day. Things didn't go their way. They started off ALGS, didn't start strong, but they had great performances in their second and third days of groups, and then popped off in finals. Had a performance to remember for sure. So I want everybody to be keeping their eye on Cloud9, not only today in the 10K, as I expect for them to pick things up in games 2 and 3 and be a contender by the end of the day, but after this, into season 3 of SeriesE, when we see them on Pro Nights and more, keep an eye on Cloud9. I think they are a top 3 team in NA. They deserve to be in that conversation with TSM and NRG. And if you want a little bit more insight on this team, make sure to stick around throughout the day. I've got an interview with a very special person later today, and I'm going to get a little more in depth here with what's going on with Cloud9. But I believe we have our graphic ready because I want to talk about our player of the game for the first game of the day. Obviously, we saw CLG taking the top spot with a huge performance, the clutch win there from iMadness, getting that armor swap to get them the dub over Team Intel, who was looking strong, and that's another squad coming off of a stellar performance at ALGS. They were the only team to win multiple games in finals, and that was another squad that was more of a dark horse. They had a solid performance in groups, but weren't expected to make too much noise in a stacked lobby like we had in the finals, but they came in and won 2 games. So Team Intel is a team to be feared. So when you look at a final circle with big names like a CLG, TSM, CN9, and there's a Team Intel in there, that is not an easy wipe. That is a team that is going to give you a run for your money. So keep an eye on Team Intel as well. They obviously not getting the win there in game 1, but still a strong start today for that squad. And here it is, our player of the game. It is Vaxlon, grabbing 9 kills in the first game and 6 assists and just 1 damage. Almost hit that 2,500 damage mark. Great performance from him. 9 of the 19 total kills from CLG. CLG is a squad that has seemed like, as of late, it was a lot of talk during ALGS that this was a strong squad earlier on in the ALGS kind of run of last year. This was a team that was taking multiple events, and they are certainly a team to be feared, but it's felt like, similar to what we've seen from them in other games, they've kind of played little brother to TSM throughout the last few months. TSM has been a squad that is consistently getting top performances, getting those big wins. We've seen it here at SeriesE multiple times, but it seems like CLG is really starting to peak at the right time, and they get a big win here in game number 1, largely thanks to Vaxlon, and obviously the big clutch there from iMadness. So big performance there. Player of the game to Vaxlon. We are going to take a short break. I want to hear what is going on with Stunny, but when we come back, I've got our first interview of the day. We'll be right back.
Yo, what's up guys? My name is Stunny, and I'm about to play a little game we like to call Rice Krispie Treats Roulette. And whatever team I end up pulling out of here is the team we're about to fight next. Alright, looks like Razor. Better watch out, don't get 1v3 by me again.
Players rotating over towards them. He connects on another one on the box of teeth throughout all of that too. Right when we switch over, SeriesE is going to go down. So does Haculus. Sonny taking a lot of zone damage. Last player alive over.
If you guys want to check out Rice Krispie Treats and get some for yourself, grab some snacks around, check out walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, it's GS Bird.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name is Sunny.
I play Apex for Team Rice Krispies Treats.
And you're watching SeriesE.
SeriesE.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yay, so here we are in the GVO zone, and I'm joined by a very special guest. He is a former H1Z1 and Apex Legends Pro. He was part of the original Complexity roster in the Apex scene. His birthday was actually just a couple of weeks ago. Welcome, Gabe Ismon. A pleasure to have you, my man. Happy belated birthday. I will say I won't mention your age, but I will have the same milestone here in a couple of weeks, and I saw your tweet on your birthday. The feeling is mutual, my man. I know exactly what you're feeling there.
Thank you for the late birthday wish there. Yeah, I'm feeling a little old now, a little bit why I'm retired. My eyes don't work quite like they used to. I don't have the reactions that these quick little Zoomers have nowadays. So, you know, I had to make room for them to come in. It's
understandable. Hey, at least you had, you know, that moment at the top of the mountain, right? Something you can look back on and enjoy. Excited to have you here today. I want to take a little bit of a look back. In kind of prepping for this video, I went back a couple of years and I watched an interview that you did with WinGG at the Apex Legends preseason invitational back in 2019. And one of the questions that they asked you was, you know, what are your hopes for Apex esports going forward? And your answer was, while you doubt it'll reach the level of success of like Fortnite, like they were having at the time, you hoped it would blow up. Now, having just seen the biggest tournament in the game's history last weekend with the ALGS Championships, do you feel like the scene has grown into what you hoped it would?
Well, if COVID wasn't a thing and the game was where it is now back then,
sure,
I could only imagine where the game would be now. But coming out of COVID, Apex definitely had to do a lot of things to try and get the game going, to get it back on track. They had to make the transition to no more LANs, and they had to try and scrounge together how to throw all these good online tournaments to keep the competitive scene alive. And after coming out of the ALG Championships last weekend, I definitely have to say that the game is on the right track, and it looks like it's going to have a very bright and beautiful future for competitive Apex. I feel like it could make its way into being one of the tier 1 scenes as far as competitive gaming goes coming up. And I mean, I haven't really been watching Fortnite much, but it doesn't seem like it has the hype that it used to. And on my timeline, all I see is Apex, Apex, Apex. So definitely has grown into something that is worth watching for the future.
It definitely is popping off. With that in mind, then, what do you really feel like the next steps are for the Apex competitive scene? Is it the return to LANs, like you mentioned, more A and B tier tournaments, or maybe do we need kind of a sister S tier competition alongside ALGS?
I'd say it needs to be a mix of all the above. I mean, as much as everybody loves watching online gameplay, LAN is where it's at. It's just where you see LAN is what makes a competitor go from being good to being great. Greats are made on LAN. Everybody can be good online because you have the pressure of just being in your house. Something about going and playing in front of a stage in front of tens of thousands of people in person is just a different thing, and it's a different breed of a competitor to be able to compete at the same level as they do online. But with that said, there has been a lot more A and B tier tournaments throughout the time online because that's kind of what had to transition out of COVID. And tournaments like Esports Arena have been keeping the game alive, and they've been offering an excellent breeding ground for players to be able to show their talent and say, hey, when LANs do come back, I do have what it takes to make it here. And the teams some of the players who maybe weren't as known have made names for themselves through Esports Arena. So that's been fantastic.
Yeah, it was obviously really fun to watch ALGS last weekend and see, you know, Team Intel, Team Pringles, Team Pop-Tarts going in with the ESE brand name and showing their stuff. So definitely love to see it, but it certainly will be a different animal when we go back to LAN. Now, we had the pleasure of actually getting to see you as a guest caster once during the previous season of SeriesE. Yep. Do you have any prior casting experience, and what was that experience like for you getting to work alongside Jamerson?
I had casted, I think, maybe 1 or 2 Apex tournaments prior to that, so this wasn't my first time casting. Ever since I've been competing in H1Z1, I've always done little cast of online tournaments or community ran events, so it wasn't nothing new. But I'd say this was one of my more official broadcasts into a setup with Esports Arena, and y'all have a legitimate broadcast going, so that was definitely a fun experience, especially casting with Jamerson. He's always a blast to be around. But it was a really cool experience that I enjoyed doing a lot. To people who know me, they know I like to talk a lot. So casting is literally that, along with being able to watch video games. So it's kind of like the perfect world for me. It's the peanut butter to my bread. So I love doing it.
Sounds like a win-win. Does that mean maybe there's some more Apex casting or otherwise in your future?
I am always open to it. I always enjoy doing it, and as long as it's ran with a great group of guys like Esports Arena, I can't see why I wouldn't want to do it in the future.
Hey, I completely agree with you. You know, we obviously appreciated having you. Happy to have you back again today. Thanks so much for joining me, Gabe. Enjoy the rest of your day. Keep selling your birthday. You know, it's your birthday month. We'll just keep rolling it on through the end of June here. So pleasure to have you, my man. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. It was fun.
All right. Well, that was Gabe Isman joining me here for a short interview, but the action keeps rolling. I'm going to throw it right back to Jamerson and Dia as we get ready for game number 2 of the series event.
Gabe is money. Yeah, great to hear from him. But welcome back, guys, as we are getting ready for game number 2. Jamerson and Dia here bringing you all the action, of course. But let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard here to see, well, how many kills CLG actually ended up getting there in game number 1. We know they got the win, but by how much? And oh my God, that was a huge game for CLG, as they walk away with a 19-kill game in game number 1, really setting the pace for the lobby. We still have 5 games left to go.
Yeah, 19 kills is what, a third of the is 20, 60? Yeah. This is like, it's a third of everybody who showed up today, and that is absolutely disgusting. They showed great control of the edge zone, and I want to see if anybody else challenges them on that, because we didn't see a whole lot of teams that were able to successfully pace themselves. And I think that was so much of what set CLG apart from the rest, even though Team Timmy, of course, coming in at that second place, did have a really good start to the day.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it really does speak to the growth of CLG overall, a team that would used to in the past activate very late into the game. We're very macro oriented, trying to get into the center zone, but now they've understood that you do have to play the edge, and they with the zone pulling all the way to the south, right? There's a team that comes from Skyhook playing the edge basically the entire way there and picking up so many kills left and right. Team Timmy, though, like you said, they did drop at launch site. The circle did end up in launch site, but they had a lot of action in the beginning, and so which is why they were able to pick up a good number of kills throughout all that right now. But it's going to be Team Renegades in 3rd place with 13 points and Team Intel with 11. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. And for CLG, there were plenty, but this is going to be the late game circle here as Team Intel turn onto Team Timmy, and CLG are able to come in for the third party, but Team Intel still had some fight left in them.
And certainly did, taking it all the way to the end there. It was Pandas who kept it together, but it was such a good rotation from them. Great awareness of the ring, and unfortunately it really just came down to Lou clutching this one out there. Gets the shield swap, and it changes the entire game. The ability to just pull off that key moment, knowing, okay, there's a death box right there. I'm going to go for that instead of trying to reload, go instantly for the kill here. It was incredible presence of mind from both squads right in that final ring, and it really just does come down to, like you say, the performance right there. And coming into game 2, I'm expecting more of the same, not just, of course, from CLG, but from Intel as well, who played, I'll say, a slower game that time around and didn't end up netting themselves in the top 3 right now. Maybe from that they learn. Maybe from that they try and use this Valkyrie for a few more of the aggressive rotations that she can bring, because they're one of the only squads that can run her super duper effectively, as we've seen in ALGS.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, of course, that late game circle ending down there. They take that southern spot in launch site, and they just hold for the entirety of the game. They really had no impetus to move when you do have the center of the zone. You get the +9 at the very least, along with the +2 in the kill points that they got. So that's just game number 1 for them. They can keep that up. It's still good signs for them. Remember, it's the top 3 that place into the money here for the 10K that we've got on the line as we head into game number 2. We get to see a good idea of where everyone's dropping. Muffin's already starting off with the purple armor, but it looks like 303 now are getting challenged over here at Train, but they do have the advantage. They're able to get the knock and the kill onto Stunny. So they'll be able to pick that one up against Era. It's going to be a 3v2 if they can find where the rest of this squad is.
Stunny, though, going down early is not a great sign, as he's definitely the player that tries to play the most aggressively that we've seen so far, already deciding to play spoiler on 303. Now the rest of the team may very well be in retreat, especially after being scanned by Calphon. The problem is, out of Train Yard, there aren't a whole lot of places that you can run to.
We do have them splitting up, one going over towards that tunnel, and I believe there's still one on the roof. So if they're not careful about it, they do hear him. They do see the Bloodhound scan as well. And so this team, Era, is still completely split up right now. 303 are trying to regroup, and they do have the jump pad now. They're going to go ahead and full send it on to whoever's up here, as Escape took a lot of damage throughout all of that, but hey, he's going to be left alone in 1v3, and we'll get finished off. That's going to be Tech to go down. So 303 will be able to pick up the +2, maybe the +3 very shortly here. Cathlon did take a lot of damage, but they've got the angles, they've got the high ground along with that flank, forcing out that bubble. We'll be able to secure this thirst very shortly here. Now it's about trying to finish this off quicker than really what they're doing right now, because it's a rotation time. We might see NRG actually rotating in here very shortly, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this is when you need to start just giving that up, letting the squad continue to live, if in name only, because the fact is that Era aren't going to get a lot done right now, but 303 still have a lot to lose. They're still looking for those top 3 spots, and they've already got 2 kills that will get them pretty far, but the loot just is not there just yet. Sticks going hunting, not gonna find anybody, and should group up with the rest of his team here, prepare for the early rotation that you'd just mentioned, as that's where 303 are going to be challenged next, and by squads that are much better prepared.
NRG, we see why they didn't come in for the rotate here through Train. The ring pulling down south, west, all the way onto the corner of Thermal Station. They already got one knock onto G2. You got the right-hand flank coming out from Nathan as well. Got them cornered up, and G2 losing out of Resulta. They will go down very shortly. It's all up to Designful, I believe. Don't know where he's at, but he's got to be very nearby. We'll see if NRG can finish him off. Don't really see anyone else coming in for the third party, so NRG will have the time to try and clean that one up. But right now, we still have 20 teams left, but they are 2 very damaged squads. Oh, I think they spotted him.
Yeah, Nathan knows where he is. This is the power of that Bloodhound, to be able to hunt you down. See if they end up going for it, though, as it would be a bit of a committal into an area that you really can't push out of. Gonna choose to play it safe, see if there are any other squads around for now, as TSM find themselves in a fight, burning some of their utility. They've got a nice and easily defensible position right now, but always fighting in Fragment is so difficult.
They've got the chip on their shoulder up against Cloud9. They do lose out on 2 already. It's going to be a 1v2, though. Imperial Howl, with no armor left, will fall this time around. It's going to be Cloud9 picking up the win, but we know the third parties will come fast and heavy. This is a different squad. It's not going to be CLG this time. It's going to be Team Pringles as they clean up Cloud9, but here comes the 4th party. We'll see who this one is showing up to the party. No, it was actually just knocked as the final player there. So Team Pringles will take out Cloud9. And what is going on here? Why is TSM just pushing Cloud9 in basically, the last 2 games?
This is something that we started seeing just, I believe it was Game 7 of ALGS, which is where Cloud9 really decided that playing Edge was best. They kept running sort of face first into TSM, and it seems like this time worked out for them, at least temporarily. Of course, Pringles now the ultimate benefactors. They're rocketing one of their members to the kill leader, which is a nice place to be at, especially when so many of your points can come from the kills. CLG, though, as we cut back to them, are still looking to finish off a few kills here, maybe take that title away. I'm Madness has plenty of time alone, it appears, and burn through the shield, and that is, who is that?
He burned through half his ammo to get through that knock shield. That's huge. Getting that gold helmet for the Gibraltar here onto Lou. CLG now starting to make their way on in. This is another southern zone, so this might be another opportunity for CLG to play the edge. You can see that in the second circle, they're just on the edge here. They can play this choke, and we've seen how strong these chokes can be for the thermal sights. Here it is. Designful was able to find a small pocket to work off of. He's going to be on that Revenant here on the Tomcat Ratcam, and so you'll be able to climb out of this, I believe, with the Revenant passive. But we'll see how much NRG... keep an eye out here. We do have a lot of teams showing up. MSP have made their way into the bottom right corner. You can see as well, Xset are here. So 3 squads have taken up that back corner of Thermal. We'll see if the ring continues to pull down here or if it continues to pull on over towards Thermal proper.
At the moment, it is going to be Team Intel, though, that are playing with their food a little bit, trying to get a little bit of poke down onto NRG, who are otherwise holding down that last member of G2. They've got this rock over here that you wouldn't think is a great spot for cover, but more often than not does end up getting used as a sort of temporary shelter for teams without a home, without a building. Sticks still poking his head out with that G7, just looking for that little bit of shield energy, because right now still sitting on white shields is going to make any sort of serious fight very, very difficult for this squad. And they got to look out for their backs as well, because we saw other teams rotating in, and they could get pinched very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were able to get this position over squads like Renegades and such, who are dropping over at Tree, or even Team Timmy. And so I would like to see the overall map to see where everyone is right now. You can see Space Station Gaming are playing the pipelines on the western side of Thermal Station. Very frequent ending. As you can see, Zaniles is just setting up jump pads just in case to get another one up. And there you have it. You can see there are still squads that are playing around on the edges, but it is Team Timmy that's playing the choke on the Tree side. And it looks like Farmer Lucas and company are on the other side of Tree as well. Renegades have taken position on the top of that thermal tower now, as Team Razor are playing the northern choke here. Teams trying to come down from the western edge, and Team Razor will be able to hold this down for now. We have a better look at the ring. It is pulling away from that corner that we saw a lot of squads playing. And so the team that was inside the pipeline will be pretty happy to see this one.
Yeah, you're going to be able to clean up a lot of kills on the rotation. Razor, I believe, staring down, I believe it was CLG at the minute, who were camped up top here, throwing down the jump pads. Right now, in a little bit of a difficult spot, we got a drone scoping out the area. I'm still waiting for G2 to go down, though. I always have hope for these last couple squads. As it is, Lonely Fans definitely having hope that they can make this push work. Do have one member pinned down there. Wonder which squad they're going up against, but grenades come out, going to force them back. Bubble comes out as well, so this is a full retreat away from Lonely Founts, and Kumsky is having none of it.
The defensive bombardment has been used, though, and so they're going to try and hold the angle for now, but Lonely Fans getting very aggressive. It was Lazarus on the other side as Hundreds does go down. They'll be able to thirst him off, and of course that squad has backed away. Lonely Fans is not going to chase after this one. Too many teams in the area for them. They still have Beast Hunt running, though, so they can just scan up and watch their back, but just holding this high ground position can be strong for them. There's another squad inside the choke just to the west of them as well. So they'll be able to hold this position for now. We'll see. It does look like things have slowed down quite a bit here in the second round, but we might have some more action taking place just to the west. You can see the defensive bombardment going down.
Yeah, Lonely Fans definitely spot that out and want to see if they can get a push here, because they do have the Octane with the ability to quickly engage. You can see, though, Mercy picking up a kill there in the kill feed. Are going to be looking for a little bit more as RNG actually find a fight of their own. Liquid may be searching for an angle as well, as Nocturnal has a very nice spot to try and get some poke down, level up his shield to that red, finds himself a fight, and we'll call the rest of the team over, see if they can make the most of this, because being stuck in that truck is not a nice way to go.
Yeah, they're just playing at range, though. As you can see, double purples for Team Liquid right now. Nocturnal, along with Flanker, looking to try to find some additional damage, get that red Evo for themselves. They are playing a composition that wants to get to the late game. They've got a lot of utility, and right now they're handing around the gold helmets. Nocturnal has it for the time being, as they did use that Valkyrie ultimate for their rotation here to try and cut off one squad. As we stick around over here at Hot Springs, it doesn't look like Liquid want to commit to anything. And this is a composition that you want to make it to the late game. You want to make sure that your big boys got the red armors for themselves. And so they're just going to back away from this one and slow things down just a bit. We'll see if they find any more squads in the area. Maybe if they find critical damage, they can try to go for it. But that was a big shot onto Nocturnal. And so he's going to have to turn tail, hit that Phoenix kit, slow things down just a bit. Muffins keeping an eye on the northwest side, but they should be relatively safe here. Nothing really should break out in terms of action on this side of the ring.
And this is a relatively slow zone, and that's exactly feeding into what you were talking about, sort of scaling with the comp. Although, I do want to say that the ring that they're actually pulling to isn't the best for Valkyrie Caustic, who do tend to excel in being able to rest high ground, and in the southwest part of the zone, high ground isn't nearly as ubiquitous. It's not nearly as important as we might get in, say, Lava City, where it's likely the thing that makes or breaks you the game. And so, definitely hoping that they can get the most out of that. Looks like Designful has gone on a little bit of a foray himself. Finally seeing some Revenant action, but he's going to retreat right back to where he was, hanging out here with the Revenant passive, playing for as much time as he can, looking for a few cheeky knocks. While Liquid, they make their way in. Time for this squad to test its mettle. He's only got so much to lay claim to.
They do clear the LZ and are able to make it down now. As you can see the ring continuing to pull into Thermal to the western side here. We'll find out in a minute 30, well, about 2.5 minutes actually, exactly where this ends. But Team Liquid, they need some more cover here. You can see that there was a port, or is a port, just in front of them in the blue bin. So this is a little bit scary for them. They do pop down that bubble to reset and get some heals off, but it does look like they will be able to make it safely into the circle for now. But not much cover to work with. Still a very vulnerable spot. They're going to have to throw down barrels here. If they can, quite possibly, hand over that gold helmet to Flanker. And now they're moving their way on over to the platform. They'll play underneath here in the lava. But it looks like Team Timmy are getting pushed on the south side of Thermal. And as Timmy's been cracked, the prize gets the first knock. Lonely Fans losing out on 1 and 2. And that's going to be them going down. Team Timmy picking things up here. A slower start for them, but they do get the KP at the very least. Now, as the defensive bombardment has gone down, they've gotten their shields basically up to full, but Nicewig gets cracked again. This time around, it's Space Station Gaming going to fight up against Team Razor, and they'll be able to clean that one up. But the scans come out. Here's the third party coming out from NRG, and the NRG should be able to pick this up easily here, and Sweet should be able to back away to the rest of his squad.
To clean up nice and simple for NRG, who also aren't having that high of a kill game ever since the beginning there, where they had some nice pushes, weren't able to really find a way into more kills because they were playing this time zone as opposed to the edge. So holding down this building, maybe hoping to clean up a few more in that end game, are going to be still playing the patience game, as I believe we still got G2 in the corner. You know, the little X factor that I think worth noting always has never said die and still can be a little bit of a thorn in the side of NRG, especially when that's the only person who is contesting their backside. Otherwise, NRG, very, very strong position as the circle going to be closing in. We'll see if they end up keeping that God spot towards the last ring.
Yeah, we got round 3 closing right now, and we do have 15 squads, but we know that one of them is damaged, and that was going to be Era getting finished off. So we're now down to 14 here. One other squad is damaged, does seem like, as NRG are just holding so much ground in this circle. It's insane how much they're getting away with. They've got the armor swaps as well. A lot of utility back here for a squad that made an early rotate. Having all these death boxes is such a huge godsend for NRG. The ring continuing to pull down to the south now, and we see why the teams moved early on. And so NRG in a beautiful spot. They can play Gatekeeper and play center zone here in zone number 4. We'll see if they can pick up additional kills. MSP themselves, or Team Intel, do find some kills on the south side of the zone as Cherish did go down. And so this is going to be the major threat for NRG, the constant threat of Team Intel. Being able to push in as CLG find themselves in a fight. 303 do take out Lou as he's starting to bleed out. Now it's Kaflon trying to get the thirst here, but he's not going to be able to secure this. It's Team Liquid coming in for the third party. 303 actually do clutch that one up. Kaflon stays alive. He gets the armor swap for himself. CLG, excuse me, number 1 in the lobby, has gone down without even hitting top 10. This is going to be a huge moment for the rest of the lobby to try and catch up to their 31-point game number 1.
Everybody will have seen that now and know that first place is theirs for the taking, should they have the performance that it requires. Renegades holding down the top level of this building do have what I believe to be Charlotte Phoenix right below them. So in danger of being pushed at any moment, but it's such a strong spot to hold only the 3 ways in and out, and they'll be able to hold this one out at least until that next zone closes, because if we look, they are nowhere close to this next ring and need to push into that army that you see in front of you.
303 to their north. They're just going to go ahead and use that jump pad to get to the west a little bit and have priority over other teams. You can see another team was actually shadowing them, moving right behind them in that circle building. You're going to want to try and grief that jump pad that they just threw down. Otherwise, they'll get jumped on themselves. But with 30 seconds left to go, getting beset on all sides, RNG have to be careful on how they hold this angle as they try to walk in. Team Timmy, though, are just going to have to full commit to walking this one in now. Ring at their back. You got the defensive bombardment going down as well, as it doesn't seem like anyone's actually walking in behind them. Timmy throws down that jump pad for themselves, but do see that bubble. But here's a full push out now. Timmy with that thermite out will get one in. Has the bubble down on the other side as well with the EVA 8 on top of Team Liquid. Got the first knock onto Nocturnal, taking out Team Liquid now. Team Timmy once again hitting top 10. We'll see if there's going to be another top finish for them. And they do have some comfort to work with here, but a prize will go down as the defensive bombardment is just pummeling them. Timmy will fall as Team Pop-Tarts, it looks like, will pick that up. And so now Team Pop-Tarts playing here on the eastern side of the zone. Remember, they were ratting it out. Well, Impulsive Dream was in game number 1. Now things have turned for the better for them as we are now on board with Pittsburgh Knights. You got that Kraber in the hands of Mercy Only as he's trying to find the angle here. Does not get it quite yet, but they're on the northern side of the zone with a minute left to go. They've got to start focusing on trying to find a way in.
They've at least managed to push Sweet out of his spot here, who is camp at the corner for RNGs, retaking a little bit of ground from one of the most dominant squads that we have in the lobby right now. That Kraber is gonna connect as Mercy gets himself a little bit more damage, even forcing a panic bubble from the squad trapped in the corner. Pittsburgh Knights in a very nice spot right now, still outside of zone, but essentially unflankable. Have these entire 22 seconds to plan out how exactly they want to make this push happen, because it's not going to be easy.
Now Team Pop-Tarts holding off Renegades here. They do lose out on one as Powell gets the knock onto Rakanishu, trading back MSP with the third party. Here comes the short port, and at least covers the stairs. I guess it gets some utility, but the instant third party coming out now. They're trying to go for the full push. Arcstar actually connecting and doing some damage there. As it's all up to Impulsive Dream, he will fall. Renegades clean that up, but they lose out on Bowser throughout all of that, and that was their Gibraltar player. We'll see if they have a mobile respawn beacon to try and get him in, but it's going to be hectic to say the least right now, as Renegades still have to walk in with this one. I don't think the building is actually in now. You see X set, you got Team Intel on the south. You've got NRG still alive on the northern side and RNG playing on the eastern edge here. And it looks like the zone might just end right on top of them. We'll find out in just a moment.
Intel and Renegades, though, crucially, are the two squads that find themselves in some of the best positions, having already sat themselves in the third place spot, although it seems like Intel have a very nice handle on where exactly they are, and we're waiting for that KP to quite literally walk through the door. Intel have a lot of information sort of for free here through the glass on the top of the roof, and we'll be able to use that for what it is worth. Sticks waiting on the side with the G7 as everybody's playing very calm right now. Only 4 squads left at this early on in the game, and I say early relatively, means that there is not a whole lot of pressure to start a fight until that last circle does start to close.
Yeah. Right now, Renegade's the only team that is currently damaged, playing this one out as a duo. Everyone else full up as a 3. It's going to be Team Intel and XZ basically stacked on top of each other. NRG are going to try and keep an eye on them, but here comes RNG trying to make the full send onto a squad, or just trying to walk this one in or jump this one in, but NRG are prepared for it and should be able to swat that one down without taking too much damage. Nathan has lost about 70 HP on his shield, but they will be able to clean that up Now we do have the full 3v3 armor swaps here for NRG as well. So this is going to be incredibly strong if they pull that out and throw that on the ground for themselves to try and fight with right now. Playing the Dorito building here as they continue to push up. And again, this is basically the finish for NRG. They've got the other two teams stacked on top of each other. It's all about the full send. Team Intel did it to Team Timmy in game number 1. Will they do it to Team NRG in game number 2?
And now, oh my lord, with that grenade putting out so much value as well. It's so hard to keep it together, to not push that, but it is already making it so difficult for Team Intel, the last remaining squad that is in that top 3. Bubble gets forced for the reset, and NRG know where everyone is. The defensive bombardment, not going to find any knocks, not even any damage. But as that ring closes, it is surely going to be one heck of a zone. MSP struggling for a way in right now. Trying to get to the high ground is Panda, but he's going to be taken right out of the sky, with MetroGo being the last one left standing as it's coming down, right down to it. These last 3 squads, soon to be the last 2.
Yeah, it's just going to be a final 3v3 versus NRG and Exit. We'll see how much longer MSP can survive for, but here comes an EMP. We don't get to see that often, actually destroying the bubble here, but they've already gotten 2 knocks. Klain and Kenny out. It's going to be the 3v1, and NRG will take the win here in game number 2.
And such incredible patience from them there at the end, knowing that they have the best spot in the lobby, throwing out the utility and just waiting for teams like MST to come to them. You saw them get picked off. It was incredible, the closeout that we got, and now they very well may find themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, and really crucially, it was their proactiveness throughout the early game, throughout the mid game. Even though they were able to get to basically center zone early on, they found the right level of action to have that utility, to have the extra nades, to apply the pressure onto Team Intel there and get the win. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of the series events right after this.
Yeah, my preferred loadout is definitely the Vault.
Change of composition coming in for Rockstar. We'll see if it ends up working out. Nice little spray there with the Volt. Is going to weaken that player, and Pickett obviously is a dodgeball master as he's duck diving, dipping and dodging all over the place. And
either triple take or the Eva, depending on really what the ring location is and how far we have to rotate. But I like to have the Vault. It's a very dynamic weapon for close range, medium range combat, and the triple take for when we're either holding a position or for putting out big entry damage prior to pushing. So that's definitely my preferred loadout there. With the recent changes to the Mastiff, the Eva is more relevant than ever. The Mastiff now, with the reduced damage, it's much harder to hit those big shots.
Less teams on north side overall.
Man, Matt Pickett with a beautiful spray onto Los Carritos, but Crummy does go down. It's
two pumping an enemy now is a lot rarer than it used to be. So the Eva really has rised up in the weapon meta. You know, when having a shotgun is essential for comp, and the Eva in bubble fights, in those close range engagements, it's reliable. It's a lot more forgiving than the Mastiff now more than ever. So the Eva is personally it's my preferred shotgun over the Mastiff right now, and I'm sure a lot of players would agree with that. Hey, what's up? I'm Matt Pickett. I play Apex Legends for Team Rockstar, and you're watching SeriesE.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back here into the esports arena, Orange County studio. I'm your host, Yeso, back here after game number 2. And we saw NRG with a bit of a recovery after a game 1 not quite going their way, able to grab a huge win here in game number 2. And this is a squad that struggled in the ALGS finals. They absolutely crushed the group stage. The only team to come out with over 200 points in groups. They were the favorites going into the finals and certainly stumbled there, but they're looking to have a recovery here today with $10,000 on the line. So huge win there for NRG. Before we get to our post-game stats, I want to bring up a little tweet here for you guys. It's one we noticed this morning, and shout out to Farmer Lucas. This morning, power's been out for 14 hours. My dad made a phone call to my ISP owner. He brought out a generator to our substation to power the internet for my subdivision. My dad then set up a generator specifically for my PC so I can play the tourney today. Ask me anything. All I really want to ask Farmer Lucas is how you feeling right now. I need some love for Papa Lucas in Twitch chat right now. Absolutely coming in clutch for Farmer Lucas, getting multiple generators set up. $10,000 on the line today. I mean, I see why. It is a big event here that Pop-Tarts played a ton of games to earn their spot in, and Papa Lucas coming in clutch to get Farmer Lucas in and ready to compete today. So much love. Give me some love to Papa Lucas in the chat. But let's check out our player of the game here. Obviously, we saw NRG taking the dub, and it's going to be Rocker here. 5 kills in the game, 4 assists, just over 1,200 damage. That's 5 of the 13 total kills there for NRG. So a big one here for Rocker. That is a 25-point game. And we saw on our Mobile One leaderboard earlier, it was a 31-point game to start off the day for CLG. So a big gap to make up, but 25 points here from NRG is certainly going to help them do that. They need to keep things rolling. And you can see 1,200 damage over there for Rocker, just under 5,000 for the entire NRG squad. So as I mentioned, this is a squad trying to recover from a difficult performance at the ALGS finals. If you check out the stats, they hit match point in the last game. It didn't even matter for them. They only eclipsed that 50-point threshold in the 9th game of the day, and that was a squad that was expected to front run. They came into finals with a 10-point lead before games were even played. So NRG looking to bounce back here today, and a game to win is certainly going to help out with that. So big props there to Rocker. Big carry for the squad, 13 kills in that one and 25 points on the board. That's going to do it for game 2 post game. We're going to check out real fast what's going on with our Walmart esports arena before I'm joined by CEO and founder Tyler Endress.
We're doing it in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso here, joined once again by CEO and founder Tyler Endress as we take a live look in our Tulsa Esports Arena location inside our Walmart out there and checking things out.
I think you're about to see potentially a picture-in-picture. We're about to see ourselves on that screen right there as they're watching us live in Tulsa. That's pretty cool. That's Pearson, one of our stellar managers in Tulsa, Oklahoma. First hire in Tulsa and never left. We love that guy. Thanks for all your work, Pearson. Yeah, you guys saw it in that video right there. We have 18 different locations across the country, and that's been it's fun opening things back up. We basically had all these massive launch events all in February of 2020. February and then into March. And then pretty much we were in Orlando. We had a team in Orlando, ready to open up Miami. And then, bam, COVID hit. And we had to shut everything down. So that was all footage from our openings. Like we did ribbon cuttings. We had people showing up the whole time. We had so many people coming out, and then all of a sudden just like dead silence. No idea what to do at that point. And then we decided to take SeriesE online and then shut all the Walmarts down. And then for the time being, we tried to open some of them back up. Of course, it was, again, we don't know what the status of the country was at that point, but now, given the fact that vaccines are rolling out, given the fact that all of you guys are getting vaccinated and you're feeling more comfortable leaving your homes and joining us in the arenas, this is what we're seeing. So we host tournaments on a nightly basis. Right now, I'm pretty sure Pearson is just hosting a little free gameplay at this point. Well, I would say free. It's only $5 an hour to play. So we are at LAN Center inside of Walmart stores. You saw the locations underneath. So it's $5 an hour, but then we also host tournaments every night of the week. So we're picking that up in July. All 18 arenas will be opening back up, and for those arenas that did not get a special event, launch event, we're going to be doing a fun little launch event for that as well. But yeah, can't be more excited opening up the Walmarts again.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy to look back at 2019 and then, as you mentioned, early 2020, how crazy of a ride that was, opening up all of these locations across the country. As it's really meaningful to bring these locations to the communities that are passionate about esports arena, because we obviously love putting on SeriesE, doing all these big online tournaments, but when it comes down to the bread and butter of this company, it's about getting into those communities and getting to spend time doing fun events and just gaming with those players passionate about whatever title it is. So that's what's so exciting about coming into July and getting to see esports arena back open like it should be.
Well, it's nice too, right? Because you may not have, maybe you're playing on an Xbox, right, back home. And nothing wrong with Xbox, obviously, right? But you can get better performances in certain games on a PC. And so for Apex Legends, that's a high frame rate type of game, and you want a nice machine to run those games, and you want a nice monitor to run that as well, or you want to take your hand at mouse and keyboard. We have all that there in all of our locations. We have 240 hertz monitors at every location. We have a minimum of 1080 Ti's inside those PCs with i7s inside of them. So these are all high-end gaming machines that you get to play it at such a low price, and to be a part of a community and to compete against those same people, but also just to play and meet new friends and whatnot. That was why I created this company, was so that we could go out and compete against like-minded individuals. It's so tough playing online with server crashes, with internet bugs. I mean, you just saw Farmer Lucas's power went out. There was a Walmart and the farm next to Farmer Lucas, and he could go out there and just play a Series event at a Walmart because we got great internet and awesome machines that you can play on. So we are opening up more for the time being right now, but 18 will be open fully again by the end of July. We cannot wait. We are absolutely stoked. This is our core business model. SeriesE has been obviously fantastic in running it, but ideally we want to find new SeriesE participants in locations like Tulsa, Oklahoma. So Pearson, thanks so much again. I don't know if you have the sound on in there, and I know he's on a 3-minute delay anyway, but he's not going to see it all, but he's looking good. That is a live look-in of Tulsa, Oklahoma right there. Hey, really? What, you just did something.
Really exciting, and obviously if you folks at home want to keep track on when these locations are going to open back up, where they are, and maybe where those new locations are going to go, obviously follow us on all of our social medias and make sure to head over to esportsarena.com. All the information you need, whether it's phone numbers, hours, locations, it's all over there. So esportsarena.com has everything you need. Tyler, thanks for joining me. Obviously we'll talk again later on in the day, but we've got more games ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games down, 4 more to go. Let's head back to our casters to get ready for game number 3.
All right, welcome back, and what a great look at everything that's going on with Esports Arena. I mean, I got my start with Esports Arena. This was like 5 years ago, and yes, I am exposing that I am a boomer, but still, it's been really awesome to see the kind of growth that the company's been having. You see all the locations across the Walmarts. I mean, you have the location inside the Luxor, inside Las Vegas as well, and really their continued growth, and it does definitely help out the overall community in esports, especially for Apex Legends. Having SeriesE has been a fantastic 2 seasons running now. We're about to hit our 3rd one as well. And this is our big send-off for season 2. $10,000 on the line today as we have 4 more games to go. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is currently standing up top. We saw CLG going down a little bit early there, but they maintain their lead, only picking up 3 points in game number 2. And NRG have made strides now, finding themselves in 2nd place with 29 points.
You know what? That privilege that you earn yourself as CLG when you have such a dominant game. They're by no means even close to uncontested, as even right below NRG, Renegades are still pretty close as well. One first place finish alone would put them at the top of the leaderboard, and that's to say nothing of the kills that they've been picking up. They may not have had the best game last round, but they weren't slacking on the damage numbers either. They were very, very close to NRG in a lot of them. And so I think that these top 3 teams certainly are teams to keep your eyes on, because they're the ones that have been performing so consistently today.
Yeah, we still have 4 more games left to go. One thing, of course, when we start off game number 3, another thing we're going to have to take a look at is that Cloud9 versus TSM fight that's been taking place. You know, they've got the natural kind of demarcation of fragment, right? You got Frag East, Frag West, but they continued to collide early on in the game. We'll see if that happens once again. It's gone both ways. Cloud9 winning it out in the last game, TSM winning it out in the first game, but will they continue this basically zero-sum game? I mean, take a look at where they stand on the leaderboard right now. Cloud9 in 13th place with 4 points, and TSM in 17th place with 3rd. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. And this looks like it is just the finish for NRG. They just had it all set up. They were in position. They did some great things with their nades, taking out MSP basically before they could do anything at all. The EMP coming in a little bit late there for NRG, and they're just able to easily clean this one up for the win.
You know, that EMP actually had me scared for a moment, too. So despite the fact that a little bit of a wrench was thrown into the plans, high performance is definitely the right name for this, as the actual setup was just too clean for NRG, that even that disruption alone didn't really dislodge them in any sort of tangible way from being the unquestionable victors of our 2nd game of the day. Obviously, they had a lot of territory controlled in the mid game, and that was the biggest thing for me. But even coming towards this end game, the knowledge of the zone and the ability to play patiently was the thing that made such a huge difference for the squad.
And ultimately, they were proactive, right? They did basically create their own destiny, taking out G2 early on and really cementing themselves in this position. In the mid game, you saw them going for the push in the 3rd party. That helped them pick up a lot of additional utility. And you got to imagine extra ammo that they're probably losing out on for the early rotation. But you can see how beautifully they just hold this down. Rocker starting it all off with the Arcstar covering the door, making sure no one pushes in. But it looks like we do have game number 3 set up and underway. So let's go ahead and head straight into it. $10,000 on the line. No clear leader right now, as 1st and 2nd place are only separated by about 3 or 4 points as we drop into World's Edge.
My eyes are specifically on Renegades right now. I know that they're at that 3rd place spot. The one that you mentioned isn't that far off the top, but remember in game 1 as well that they were the squad that took down NRG, that managed to actually eliminate such big players from the lobby. As we check in with them, having dropped all the way up here, right outside of Harvester, are going to have themselves a nice central area to be able to rotate to the zone that actually isn't that far off, just up in the north.
Yeah, this one is going to be pulling up to the northeast. We'll see if it maybe goes further over towards Refinery and such. But with this, I mean, we haven't seen any impetus coming up from Cloud9 or TSM for the early rotate, but they would have loved to seen it if they weren't dead set on killing each other. Right now, though, NRG will be looting things up. They have about another minute before they really have to start moving here. We'll see if they maybe just hang around. They might be able to catch stragglers on the rotate, and we do have a better look at where this ring is pulling. Overlook is definitely an idea. Maybe the train tracks in between Overlook and epicenter for this zone, or this could continue to just pull northeast and pull towards the buildings just outside of Refinery or on that hill between Refinery and epicenter.
I really like me the epicenter zones. I think that the amount of vertical gameplay that you get there can really throw a wrench in a lot of teams' plans, and at the moment, though we're not there, G2 hanging out in the southeast where the last ring closed, we're still looking for a lot of teams that like to lay down their claims early to find their spots. What I am really happy about as well is that C9 and TSM, knowing that the zone is on them, have played a little bit more passive. Might actually get some placement points this time around.
It's a minute 22. No knocks quite yet, and we'll check in on that in just a moment right now as G2 continue their looting path. This is a squad that does like to take their time, and of course, it's thermal, right? There's just so much ground to cover. There's so much to loot up, and you got the pings going down, the blue backpack as well, so they're going to want to get as much utility and as much equipment space as possible right now. As we do have CLG making their move. Blue's taking some damage here, and CLG are now just full sending it over to epicenter. They got the first knock, Tech to go down. Beautiful spray there out from Madness, but it's going to be Vax that picks that one up. And oh boy, usually you're not taking Ree into a fight, but he definitely did and was able to take him out. So CLG looking to continue the momentum that they built up in game number 1 that did get slowed down in game number 2, but now they've established a position of power really over here for this zone.
Yeah, they are really feeling the alpha blood flowing through them, already taking those first couple kills. Haven't actually finished off the squad. Era still in the game, but definitely not by a long shot going to be putting up the high kill numbers that they would otherwise hope to. CLG also have the zone to play with and are just rotating around the outside right now, seeing if they can catch anyone else who is perhaps running on the side of Era, or just trying to find their way into the ring right now.
Madness spotting out a lot, does go down. Lazarus shows up with a G7 scout, taking him out. Lou's next to fall as well, and they've bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, as it's going to be a 2-team affair here, and Vaxlon is going to be left to try and rat this one out. We'll see if it recovers banners. I mean, there's a possibility with so many teams in the area, but things are not looking likely at all, as he has been spotted out, and PLG might be the first team to go down. Cloud9 show up though. Xset were one of the teams involved in taking out some of CLG. So there is an opportunity for Vax to try to come back in for this.
Yeah, this is a nice angle for him if he can go in undetected, since third parties do abound. Right now, C9 continuing to clean up some kills. Vaxlon gonna get the time to heal up on the Bloodhound. Doesn't have a whole lot of utility. Doesn't want to use the scan lest he give up his position. So essentially playing blind right now. It's going to rub him the wrong way. Razor, though, making their own push into the epicenter. Do have a nice setup just around the side here, and the ability to scout, of course, with the crypto that they've got. Just going to use that jump pad a little bit aggressively. Get themselves a nice holdable spot in here. Maybe even aiming for the top of epicenter.
They got to be careful venturing further and further in, but they've got the pings down to try and maybe push all the way to the northeast here. They do have a squad that is inside epicenter proper, on top of that tower now, going for that drop. And so Razor are just going to have to watch on as they pick up whatever goodies come out from that natty drop. But Team Razor are looking pretty good. They've got the gold armor themselves. They got the blues for Zera Tricky and Mr. Hakulo. Tech, once he gets those EMPs, should be able to farm up some free armor damage for his squad. I mean, he knows that there's a full 3-man up there on that tower, so if he wants, he can just continue to spam that. Here's 303 making the rotate now up to the northern side of this zone, rotating through, make their way on over to Refinery and hold this hill. This is honestly the hill that I wanted to see CLG holding before they decide to full send it onto more squads and basically going down. But it looks like 303 will be patient with this position and just hold it for now.
And that's the right move here, especially as they are under fire. Don't want to push up into a zone where you could very well be third party. That's what I'm expecting to happen around the epicenter zone that we were there at just earlier. 303 also in a really nice spot to try and contest the center there. And though they don't have a crypto themselves, there is one eyeing up the squad that could be softened in the center. Stick's going to join up the squad only on the white shields here. Makes it with no damage to himself. Actually, potentially picking up a nice little gift from his friend there. on the Octane is going to have a lot more safety now.
Yeah, I mean, you got Escape on that Gibraltar, giving him the G7 scouts. He'll have that arm shield for the favorable trades to try to get that white Evo shield up. And so that's just basics coming out from 303 here to get them back in. NRG getting into a fight with Team Liquid right now. They've already gotten 2 knocks throughout all of this, as it looks like Era do get finished off. Zach Mazer finds Stunny and takes him out. 303 just holding the northern side, and Team Liquid do get knocked out. We're already down to 17 squads. A very, very aggressive early game so far. And surprisingly enough, of course, TSM not full sending it into C9 as well. And we get to see what C9 get to do when they make it out of the early game.
I tell you what, Jamerson, though, I do really like seeing when Zach Mazer shows up in the kill feed, because he is such an aggressive player, because he does like to test his limits. When he's on the left side of those kills, it means that he's actually feeling it today, able to get his team a few more of those points. And if he's the one, the IGL, that is able to actually push the pace and do it successfully, C9 can sort of start snowballing that momentum into great zone spots like NRG had last time, and potentially into wins. Doesn't look like Space Station Gaming going to be able to do that, though, because they are being focused down right now in a little bit of a firefight. TSM thinking about picking up some kills themselves.
Looks like TSM, they just held position over here at Fragment East, and everyone's giving it a wide berth except for SSG. Throughout all of that, though, it looks like Team Intel are in dire straits. They might have been knocked out. It was hard to tell. But we're already down to 17 squads, and so I believe they're still alive then at this point. But right now, TSM just holding here at Frag East, as we'll have a better idea of where this ring is going to pull in just a moment. Don't know if they've got a beacon here. It doesn't look like it, unfortunately, for them. And so they're just going to wait this one out and see if it does pull down into Frag East. We'll find out in just a moment. Here's G2, though, finally making it out now, moving their way all the way up to the north side, up to Skyhook. With the wide wrap, they're looking for those isolated fights on the edge. This is a squad that does love the team fighting in the early and the mid game. Do not like playing for the very slow play style. And so they're going to try and full send it. Designful has to be careful as Gentrifying is setting up the flank, but Designful is the one-man army. Might be able to get the knock himself. Is forced to fall back, and oh no. NRG on the other side of this one. He needed the backup of Gentrifying, who just showed up a little bit too late here with the PK. Now he is watching his team getting finished off. We'll try and back away, but he gets finished off. NRG picked this one up, and now they are poised to take the lead away, or should have at this point, with the 6 KP that they have from CLG.
That is a great spot to be in, and it's off the back of G2 really just not being synced up on the push there. You mentioned the late rotate. It cost them a lot more than that. It cost them positional points as well. Although Space Station Gaming, they might be taken down at the same time. Denial already falling, and that's going to be a clean wipe from TSM, who also pick up a lot of KP, although they lose reps in the process.
Here's the third party coming out from Team Timmy, though, and we saw this happen to TSM in game number 1, winning out the fight, losing out on one, and the third party's coming in. Team Timmy, though, looks like they do have 2 KP to their name, and so Team Intel might still be in this, but TSM on the verge of getting knocked out again. Snipe Down does get finished off, but here comes the fourth party now, as Flashpoint Lonely Fans show up. Prize going down, so Team Timmy down to a duo here. They do have the Beast Hunt running. We'll have another scan in just a moment, but then they'll just thirst, and it's very unfortunate. It's hard to tell how much or what that knockdown shield is. You saw Kupski putting in a good, 200, 300 damage into that knock shield. They do clean that up, and we'll pick up all the loot here, but they do not finish off the teams. We'll see. Kupski does have another scan. Throw that down. Maybe they go and hunting for the rest of this squad.
I was worried about even the 5th party right there, because it seems like that is the hot spot right on the edge of zone in the south. Lonely Fans going to be the ultimate victors. They are able to loot up on all the boxes, while NRG are fighting for territory of their own just on the outskirts of Epicenter right now, where we saw 303 before. Already the kill leader makes himself another. Does Nathan with the laser down onto 303.
Oh, NRG are feeling themselves, and at this point, it's just who can stop them. TSM are still alive throughout all of this, getting a knock onto 00 negative. We'll throw down that jump pad, just in case they want to back away from this one. So TSM they're still in this, and they're still scrapping back and forth, and they will always be a threat. 00 negative will get rezzed up, and he will be able to heal. The scan comes out from Kubsky, and that stops the flank right now. We're down to 14 squads as we enter into round number 3.
Gives you the opportunity to try and play this a little cheekily now that you have that 3-man back up again. I'm looking at the kill feed. We only have TSM with the rat right now. Imperial Hal trying his best to survive. Could be getting pushed as we don't actually know where he's at on the map. But Lonely Fans, they're going to take this building, take a little bit of temporary safety for themselves to plan their next moves, as certainly the next ring, a little bit of a mystery to us all, will reveal itself in just a few short minutes.
Lonely Fans hold up inside this building. They've got neighbors, plenty of them as well, to their north and to their east right now. Cheeky Pete coming out from that Gibraltar, but 00 negative is going to hold it himself with that Spitfire. He's got the purple mag, so he could just lay down fire for days. The scan comes out, and they scan up too. That should be quite possibly it's Timmy. On the other side, with Nicewig, I believe, a prize was the one that went down on their squad. And there you go. You can see it. There's a team to their east. It's going to be Renegades over there, over at the No Name side. And so with how crowded it is here, it's going to be nearly impossible for Imperial Hal to try to get the res for his squad. You can see plenty of teams now starting to rotate into Frag East. Here's Lonely Fans backing away, spotting all the loot back here. They're going to want this into the late game.
Yeah, you get yourself a lot of utility here, a lot of heals and shields, ideally, to be able to sustain up. Lonely Fans, actually, I've really liked the way that they've been moving around recently, taking one building, another, clearing it out, and now that movement is really going to be tested. Jump pad should still be down for the escape from 1, and he manages to get it right into the safety of his squad. To be able to heal, prepare for that next push, and that's the power of being so mobile. Speaking of mobile, Asura definitely using his wisely to get out of dodge right before he goes down.
Now we do have, it looks like a full 3v3. A lot of teams have already made their move out, and so this might be an isolated fight out for the Knights. You can see Bronzy holding the angle with that scout, but he's taking so much damage. Does back off, and this fight is no longer favorable for them. Zone will start closing in, and they need to find a spot in this ring, as they're still getting tagged up from behind as they completely back away from that fight. But we'll see if they try to turn around for it. They do have the Beast of the Hunt if they want to. They'll have the additional information to see if it is an isolated fight, but Bronzy clears the back to the south, and now they're going to try and play Gatekeeper up against the squad as the zone starts closing in. Instead, they elect to just go ahead and avoid this fight and jump across the valley here. They will be holding the high ground just outside of Fragment East. Being tagged from every angle. I'm glad to see that the action has slowed down a little bit here as we enter into round number 4.
In this 4th round, positioning is so important. And I don't mean your positioning in terms of the squads, but just where you literally are on the map in relation to where the ring is closing. And though the Knights have a little bit of a tight angle here under a lot of fire, they get to lay it down from the high ground themselves. Taken a little bit of pressure, certainly paying off for them in the damage numbers. LeBronzi finds out that there's another squad even peeking them from below, and the Knights are going to be forced to back off one more time, giving up more ground, but moving themselves into what looks to be the next circle.
Yeah, so they'll have this spot just outside of No Name in the card just to the north of it. But I like having that high ground heading into round number 5. I'm going to go ahead and give that one up. This will be relatively safe, of course. Just a lot of teams don't like to grief this card. They don't like to push this one because you can easily get third-partied. Now, this might secure them a top 5, but I would have loved to have seen them hold a more aggressive position up on the northern side instead of just giving that one up away for free. We do have Cloud9 in a fight here on the northeast side, and this is a fight that the Knights could have been involved in. It does look like they were able to finish off Serial and Kodagami. I think I saw Greek God going down earlier, and so that should be the full squad wipe, I believe. We're now down to 10 squads here. Cloud9 with some great team fire onto whomever that was above. They do have to, of course, contend with the ring now to their back with 25 seconds left to go. And then make a move here. We'll see if they have a jump pad for this rotation. They can try and just bully the squad out, and just the mere threat of the G7 Scout is doing enough to force that squad back.
Yeah, this is really nice play from C9. They're doing exactly what we just saw done at the Pittsburgh Knights. Just the pressure alone from being on that high ground, from not having a safe angle any which direction, is going to make the job for C9 a lot easier, but they're still under fire from around the hill, and they've already gotten their Gibraltar knocked as well, quite literally. Naughty going to heal up at the bottom here, trying to hold behind cover. Might be able to get the res off for now, but that ring is closing in. It's a ticking time bomb for C9.
And it's Team SeriesE that are holding this high ground here. No one punishing Cloud9 though, and so you should be able to get that res, get him back up, and so Cloud9 are going to be happy with that at the very least, being able to recover for now. But here's Team Pop-Tarts trying to find more here. They try to go for the full send, but now they're getting punished. We'll see if they can finish off Cloud9, and they do! Clutch up coming out from Impulsive Dream. Cloud9 knocked out in the top 8, but now they have to recover themselves. Farmer Lucas was still bleeding out on the ground. A little bit of a pressure being applied from someone just to their south, but they do survive for the time being. NRG now are just getting full-on pressure and will get taken out, and somehow Team SeriesE just completely wiped them with almost no resistance coming out from NRG, who were just firing on all cylinders a moment before.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like NRG expected anybody to really be able to contest them there, but the laser was enough. Now, with this really nice high ground, with almost actually being in the zone right now, they're going to be able to hold this spot, be able to lay down so much hurt on the squads, pick up more kills, potentially move themselves up pretty high in the standings. Burning a little bit of utility now is Hakulo. Actually finds some damage as well, so they know very well the kills away.
They're worried, though, about that card, and rightly so. They're going to keep an eye on that. I believe that we saw the Pittsburgh Knights backing away into that one, and it looks like they are still in there for the time being. This high ground is in for the circle as well. Not much cover, but they are still in with a great vantage point. They have all of NRG's loot back here as well to work with, and so we'll see. That mobile respawn beacon has been thrown down. Don't know if it's actually to try to get someone back into the game, or just utilized as some cover. You can see now they're starting to set up for that late game, trying to get the closer scopes and everything, as Lonely Fans find themselves in a fight up against Team Timmy. Nice one to go down. Timmy, the only one up here, as he does get finished off. And so now we are down to 5 squads remaining. Renegades making it into the late game once again, as they are starting to apply some pressure on the western side, make this rotate in a little bit easier for themselves, walking in with the zone right now, keeping an eye on that head glitch as well, as is kind of separated here. So there's an opportunity now as Team SeriesE go for the EMP, pushing on in. EMP just a little early here as they do trade. Impulsive Dream taking out Zero Tricky for Rakinishu, down to a 2v2, but Tech has no armor. He'll fall. Farmer Lucas picking that one up now as Renegades come in for the third party. You know, in the fight of their own on the southern side, they will be able to pick up those kills onto Pittsburgh Knights, but Renegades are getting pressured now on the other side. Lonely Fans coming in for the third party. The armor swaps, where is it there for them? Kupski takes a lot of damage, and that alleviates a lot of pressure onto them. As Lonely Fans try to go for the reset now, we're down to our final 3 squads in the final circle.
The Knights are doing this as well, so we've got a lot to work with. Impulsive Dream there on the side, going to be spotted. As now with Team Pop-Tarts on the side, it's going to be Lonely Fans, maybe a little bit hesitant to push in, gonna have to back off behind the cover that they find, but they're being pinched down by the farmers. It is a risky position here, and all around the side comes Impulsive Dream and Rakinishu looking for the kills. Renegades need to be ready to take this fight.
Now Renegades do get the first knock, but Impulsive Dream will find the second, and Lonely Fans about to fall. It's all up to 00 negative. He's effectively out of this fight, and there's actually maybe found a moment for Lonely Fans to try and recover here. And so Renegades full focus onto Team Pop-Tarts just to their north right now. Both teams really trying to utilize their head glitches here. If they can just scan behind them, they'll note that there is someone inside the cart, as Kupski does get bursted here. You'll have to be careful, because now Renegades might be the team that gets full sandwiched. You can see Bowser trying to find the angle here, healing up now, getting tagged just for a moment. And it does seem like they do have eyes on them, but 00 negative has worked his way out of the cart now.
Looking for a little bit of that damage as well, not giving up just yet. Should have his squad mate back as well. 2 from Lonely Fans against the 6 from Pop-Tarts and Renegades. And Renegades, they're the ones in the most dangerous position of all. That Arcstar going to do a lot of damage to Bowser, but no push coming in just yet. And that G7 Scout still doing so much work. The patience from Renegades and from Pop-Tarts right now is they're even getting flanked from the side. We'll see who can hold out the most. It's a big game of chicken here in this last ring, and Lonely Fans just on double one negative right now. Playing with the ring for the moment. Not going to get spotted just yet, but Renegades is in an all-out gunfight.
They traded back and forth, though. Now, Pal still somehow up. Impulsive Dream. We'll see if he can answer back, and he does get the kill, but Lonely Fans!
Lonely Fans from the side!
Of what? 00 negative staying alive, keeping his team in it. As you see, the full 3v3 play taking place in between Renegades and Team Pop-Tarts. Lonely Fans are able to take advantage and come in for the third party and steal away the victory.
You never count out a squad that you can't see, that you don't have vision on in the last little bit of the game there. Great play from Lonely Fans, great holding it together, and it's that crucial thing that we always talk about there, the patience in the end game. We talked about it with CLG just 2 games ago, and in the last game, who was it? Help me, Jamerson.
The winners from last game, NRG.
NRG, there we go. We talked about it with NRG holding that building right there at the end. It was Lonely Fans that did have that. I'd be surprised if we don't see that come back in the highlight moment, but that's going to be game 3. So as we take a short break, we'll move on to game 4 very shortly. And if this game was any indication, it's going to be a hype one.
And we got 3 games left to go. We're heading into halftime. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for SeriesE?
Yes, absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso here in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena, Orange County studio. And we saw Lonely Fans, 00 negative, able to clutch up a great victory there. The rattiest of rats able to take the win. And it looked like it was going to be Renegades or Team Pop-Tarts, but they weren't able to bring it through. And Lonely Fans comes up with a very clutch dub. Back here in the studio, and momentarily going to be joined by a very special guest here. Once we have him up, we will get into that, but certainly has been a fun series of games so far. No repeat winners yet. We started the day with CLG taking a win, NRG in game 2, and now Lonely Fans. So it's been a very fun run. I'm very curious to see what we see on the Mobile One leaderboard here when we go back to our casters, but that will be just a little bit away. But I'm curious to see what you guys are thinking. I want to hear from you. Who are you picking to win the day here? Obviously, a very interesting story at the top of the leaderboard after 2 games. And it's only going to get an even more interesting look here after 3. But I have my guest here ready to go. Let's bring him in. He was one of the true early pioneers of the Battle Royale genre. He was the creative director on H1Z1 King of the Kill, and he now works with High Def Protagonist Games and Red Fox Labs, and also is the designer of COGS. I am joined by Arklayer. Arklayer, welcome. Pleasure to have you here today. How are we doing?
Hi, how's it going? Pleasure to be here.
It's going great. We'll get right down to business here. I want to look back. When you look really at the explosion we've seen in the Battle Royale genre over the last 5+ years, how does it feel for you, as I mentioned moments ago, to really be one of those true early pioneers of a genre that has just blown up over the last few years?
Yeah, I mean it's an honor. It's a very humbling experience. I feel like I'm just the guy who saw some kids on a skateboard and went, everybody should be riding a skateboard. So that's kind of how I first saw Battle Royale and its Arma mod, and kind of just saw it and said, this should be it for everyone. And so just seeing how it's grown and blown up to every single major IP pretty much. It's just a huge honor, and it just kind of confirms that Battle Royale is fun.
Yeah, so you mentioned those big IPs, and we've seen over the last few years some of the biggest names in shooters getting into the BR scene. Obviously, we had Call of Duty with their Blackout, and then Warzone. Counter-Strike had their Danger Zone mode, and then there's even been rumors over the last couple years about Battle Royale possibly coming to the Halo universe in the future. Do you find it exciting to see big names like that in the BR space, or do you maybe feel like it distracts from some more creative and unique takes on the genre from more independent titles?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's really cool seeing it. I'm actually shocked Grand Theft Auto didn't do one yet. I thought that they were going to have like a standalone or some type of Grand Theft Auto BR mod because the game just is so perfect for it. But I think there's a little both there. Like it can distract because the higher ups and the execs can go, hey, we have to make a BR mode. Like they force it down, and the developers might not want to make one. But if the developers are all about it and they want to make one, I think that's when you get games like Apex Legends, which is feels like a really cool. I don't really know a lot of the guys on there, but just from watching it grow, it feels like the guys really wanted to make a BR, and you got something more unique take on it, rather than when someone just tries to force a BR down your throat. You can kind of see that it's not as creative.
Now, what kinds of things do you want to see developers focusing on in the future to continue to advance the genre and keep things fresh?
I'm really big on esports, obviously, and I think that the only way to truly have a great esport is you need to kind of make the game and kind of give it to the players. Too often do I see developers trying to control everything, and that's the opposite of what you want to do. Nobody controls basketball. Nobody controls football. That's the game. There are leagues around the game of football and basketball, and you can control those. But nobody can come in and just change basketball, because that's the game. And Battle Royale needs that. Battle Royale needs a game that nobody can change, and not one new CEO or some new executive gets hired and they make some big marketing decision or they make some big dev decision that changes so many people's lives. So I think what would be great is to see kind of this move forward into a space where somebody kind of just makes a BR and releases it open source to the public, and it's just out there, and then you see what kind of leagues get created. Now, publishers don't want to do that, right, because they're giving up so much potential profits. But in order for the space to grow, you kind of need to do that. So I'm kind of waiting for the first to see who actually does that.
Definitely some exciting possibilities there in the future. Thank you so much for joining me, Arclegger. Just awesome to hear from one of those really, again, true early pioneers of the genre that has just exploded over the years. I know you got a busy and exciting weekend ahead of you, so I'm going to let you go to enjoy that, but thanks so much for joining me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Arclegger again, one of the original big pioneers of the genre, creative director of H1Z1's King of the Kill. Real quick, before we get back to our casters, let's take a peek at our player of the game from our third game here. We're going to pull that one up for you, and it was Double O Negative. He had the big clutch in the end, just 2 kills and 1 assist and 600 damage, 4 kills, but he got the key kills he needed, going for that third party all by himself, getting it done there, and we see Lonely Fans taking the win. 2,400 damage for them. We'll have to see where they shake out in the standings, but let's head back to our casters. We've got game number 4 on deck. Let's get it rolling.
All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for SeriesE?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
In another life, Farmer Lucas would have been competing in competitive farming simulator, but we're glad that, of course, he chose Apex Legends instead. Welcome back, guys, here to SeriesE. This is, of course, our 10K event. We're 3 games down with 3 games left to go. A lot on the line. Like we said, $10,000 on the line. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where all of our teams stand so far. 3 separate winners. NRG went down a little bit earlier there. They picked up a lot of kills, though. And so now they are the leaders in heading into game number 4. 44 points as well. So that's telling. That's some sort of sign. And CLG now behind them in second place by 7 points. And Renegades now in third place with 36. Team Pop-Tarts, they're there in fourth place with 32 points.
Man, Renegades, they just keep hovering there, consistently pulling off some top finishes, but the kills from NRG really are putting them that head above the rest. I'm sad to see that the win from Lonely Fans really only net them that 7th place. It's not what I'd expected coming out of such a clutch performance, but I guess they're just going to have to do it again. And they're not the only ones either, Jamerson, because the other squads that you talked about, Cloud9, TSM, they're still struggling to break into that top half, and it's something that I dare say we expect from squads of this caliber.
Cloud9 have at least hit double digits here in terms of points. They're now sitting at 12 points overall, but TSM still there in 15th place with 8th. But we have 3 games left to go, and that's plenty of games, really, for a lot of our squads to really try and catch up. But with Lonely Fans taking that win in game number 3, they really put themselves within striking distance of that first place prize. Of course, though, with how the points have been kind of like spread across the team so far, it's really anyone's game with 3 games left to go. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And you can see right here, it was the final moments. Renegades and Team Pop-Tarts full focus on each other, allowed 00 negative just get out of that car, by the way, make his way onto the side, and somehow still stay alive. You can see the full engage coming out from Pop-Tarts and Renegades. I don't even know if he gets the res off, but he turns his focus once he sees the trades onto this fight and cleans it up.
Yeah, it was... I think incredible knowing that they could actually do that from the side there. I think the res did manage to come through, but it was just completely off the radar of anybody at that point. You see there's 1 player remaining and you go, I don't even need this right now. There's no world in which this comes back to bite us, but let this be a lesson as we continue on into game 4 that you do not count out single man squads. That's why we have the rat cams to be able to keep tabs on these 1-2 members that can play spoiler, that can ruin your day in that final circle.
Yeah, 00 negative really coming up in clutch for Lonely Fans. But despite that win, they still find themselves around 7th place or 8th place, I forget, with 19 points overall. So they still have their work cut out for them. But we did have, of course, a lot of our squads that started off really strong, like CLG getting slowed down. NRG had a great start in that last game, but they ended up biting a little bit more off than they can chew with the northeast funnel of squads. We'll see, though, as we head into the second half of the day, if things can be turned around for these teams. I mean, we're seeing some great starts by these teams, by CLG, by NRG, but it's something about the mid-game where they're having a little bit more difficulty navigating that one. We'll see if they can shore up those weaknesses. We'll also see how much the ring plays into this one as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more chaos than they're used to, honestly, because teams like Lonely Fans, even in the mid-game last time, were going for these aggressive pushes that perhaps we just don't see as much practice in at the super high levels of play from before, but now definitely taking on a little bit more of an aggressive meta as the teams compete for the top 3 spots. And like you say, a slice of that money that is on the line here at the Invitational. As we're dropping down onto World's Edge again, though, I can only wait to see what sorts of good fortune this brings us.
Game number 4, dropping down right into World's Edge. As you can see, Cloud9 and TSM flying past your screens into Frag. We have X set that have been dropping into Harvester, I believe, as well. The question is, where has Lonely Fans been for their drop? I'm not entirely too familiar with where they're going for these games so far, and so I would like to check in with them.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get an idea of where they like to drop, because honestly, I don't blame you. Until now, they had really been flying under the radar. Now we get a peek of them. Seems like they're in this south edge of the map here, around, rather, right inside of Lava City. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I'm terrible at reading that minimap.
Yeah, Spitfire coming out for Dolo negative, white armor still as well, but it is Lava City. They should be able to find a lot more than this, and typically this is where we would see throughout the regular season, we would see Prodigy Aces in them, Team Cheez-It down here. But this has been left open for them. I believe just to their southwest over at Dome is going to be Team Intel. And we do have the ring. It looks like it is pulling up north. If we can take a moment to look at that, I would love that.
Yeah, we'll get an idea then of what teams are favored, and it looks like we're actually getting almost the same rings as last time, yet another epicenter, and we'll see who ends up benefiting off of this, because last time, of course, we got a lot of early action right just down south of Fragment East, rather, but this time, maybe teams a little bit more wary of the shenanigans that have gone down there before, take safer or later rotations.
Yeah, survey camp is going to be a high focus here for the teams that are rotating in early, playing the train platform outside the beacon, just to the southwest as well. Could be a position for teams to hold. Those are really great positions just because you have great sight lines for errant third-party shots. And right now on board with the Pittsburgh Knights, they are over here at Sorting Factory. They've got double blue armors on Bronzy and Mercy. Asura has himself that purple armor, so a great start for them. And whatever else they pick up, it looks like plenty of loot as well. So let's go ahead and keep swapping around. Ooh, never mind, gold armor for Mercy.
Jackpot, and you're going to be very happy about that. It provides them a lot of efficiency coming into the mid game. You'll always be able to pick up red shields later when you do manage to knock down a squad, but you can kind of farm them off of other players more than you can yourself. Cutting over to Charlotte Phoenix, though, who are in our next zone. Up here by Epicenter, looking to take that top spot. I don't think they suspect anybody is up there, although the pinks come down, and they certainly sniffed out something.
Yeah, NRG on their rotate, coming through stage and getting into train yard, are able to find 303 and get those kills here. CLG on their early rotate now, as they find themselves on the western side of Epicenter here, not too far away from where we had the squad just beforehand for Charlotte Phoenix. So we'll see how deep CLG try to rotate in on this one. I'd be surprised if this ring continues to pull into Epicenter. I highly think this one is going to go over to Survey Camp. Holding this ridge line can be good for them, especially for a squad that's sitting on a white armor. Vaxlon still on that white, and so they're going to want to be a bit more proactive here in the early game to get him set up for the late.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of safety holding the edge to be able to drop back, heal up without any real contest coming through. So CLG at the moment are going to stick around here, not wanting to push into that center and risk it all, although they are opening themselves up to flanks from desperate teams looking to escape the clutches of whoever holds that center zone around the explosion of ice. It looks like it's going to be CLT, Charlotte Phoenix, taking that high ground right now by storm.
We need to hold it, though. Here comes the EMP, and that has to be Team Razor coming in. That's the squad that's been running that crypto. I don't know if anyone else is. It's hard to tell. But right now, they do have, of course, the zip lines covered, and so no team really trying to push them quite yet. No knocks as well, and so that should be enough to dissuade them, as it looks like actually CLG coming for the third party. So they take out Era throughout all of that now, but they are getting third party themselves, and they have to back off. Backline goes down. Xset are here. Clean picking up 2, and Rambo will finish off Lou. Once again, CLG going down in their early game, and so they might even fall further behind on the leaderboard.
Finished off so quickly too, and it feels like that third party just caught them completely off guard. Push now does leave Xset with complete dominion over the bottom of Epicenter, and a nice rotation out. Do have to be worried about Charlotte Phoenix on top of them. TSM holding another edge over here, are going to be farming up the shields just fine, thank you, with a charge rifle on Imperial Hal, really laying down the hurt. And speaking of laying down the hurt, doesn't seem like it stops there. Timmy, what you doing with that laser gun?
Oh man, Blueberry Smalls getting finished off as well, but it looked like that squad was just in between a rock and well, Timmy here, as he's going to continue to try and chase him down, only hitting for the 12 on that one, but now they might turn their focus onto the squad that's still up top, as it looks like it was MSP that was actually forcing Lonely Fans into Team Timmy.
That's a tough spot to be in, very, very clearly. An MST, a squad to be respected. So Team Timmy looking like they're going to take the long way around back off here, but the ring is closing, and though it is just that first zone, you don't want to find yourself in a position where you have to push or suffer via that ring burn. So playing it slow right here could come back to bite them. NRG, though, not going to play it slow at all. Running in with shotguns ablaze here, right on top of G2, and they're going to wipe them out quick.
And I was wondering when NRG would start hovering and watch the rotates coming out from NRG to take them out. Well, now is the time for them. NRG got themselves into a lot of trouble in the fourth zone of last game. This time around, they're going to play a little bit more edge here. They are really benefiting from it. They have a number of kills. They should have, I believe, 4 kill points overall. Might be 5, even though we only see the 2 on screen. As we join on board with Team Intel. They might have Team Timmy in front of them. We did have Team Timmy actually turning around and making their way back in through Lava City. They do have the bubble going down, as you have Panders quick on their heels. Trying to hit them with all sorts of ordnance here. Will back away, though, as they weren't able to get the knocks. A little bit disconnected as Panders has continued to chase, but the rest of the squad is backed off. They've got to be careful here. Oh, it might just be Lonely Fans are actually good getting away. So you saw 00 negative bleeding out there. And so Team Intel were just trying to pick up the remnants of that squad. So, okay, this was actually a safe push for them.
As scary as it looked there, especially with Panders extending, but the bleed out is going to end up actually giving them a few points, and at the very least, they've got themselves a little bit of a better position. Heading over to Panders right now, R6 and Metrode, maybe hoping for the rotate that can come with that Valkyrie to avoid a little bit of the ring damage, but Metrode is a little far behind, so this is actually going to deal quite a bit. What it will do, however, is delay their encounters with any other squads, especially when it comes to actually being inside that ring, and maybe give them a little bit of an unexpected edge, because nobody thinks they're going to hang out in ring 1 forever.
Yeah, they've got plenty of tools for the rotate as well, and they have a balloon right there, and like you said, they've got the Valkyrie ultimate. Team Liquid, a team that shouldn't be moving anytime soon, as they've got this high ground. They changed up their comp once again, so no Caustic for them, no Valkyrie for them. They're going back to the Bloodhound, Gibraltar, and the oh my gosh, I want to say Crypto, I want to say Caustic. It's not. There we go, Octane. Thank you so much. But Team Liquid are going to be fine up here for a while. They can just hold on to this, coming out with a great loot over by Trials. They've got the double gold armor along with the purple on Muffins, so they're sitting pretty. They're not going to be one for anything for some time now.
Now it gives them a lot of safety, and definitely the ability to play a little bit of the poke fights and win them just by a war of attrition. Cutting over to the Timmy squad, though, seems like we found ourselves a kill, as that's going to be MSP going down. Still got a few members around, trying to run out of ring here. The health bars are low. That's Flesh found by Timmy, and they're pushing for the kills.
The lurk coming out from Team Timmy. It's all down to Panders now, as he might actually have been able to get away. 6 might have. Never mind. He's still stuck over here, and so Panders just used that redeploy in the middle of Geyser to take that. We'll see how long Team Timmy actually hover around here. There's an opportunity for Panders to try and get his team back into the game, as Team Timmy are playing on the edge right now, and so they're going to have to start moving, and it looks like they will leave the banners, and so there is going to be an opportunity now for Panders. Here's Team Xset, though, the squad that took out CLG, making their next push. They have a full squad underneath them already with the knock as well. Bubble has gone down. They do have to be careful of the drop down from above them, and so they're just going to go ahead and back away, play this one a little bit more cautiously now. We have an idea of where the ring is pulling as well. It is going to continue to go over towards the survey side, some of Fragment in as well.
And retreating back here to safety, though, buys Xset a lot of time, and we'll see if they can make that push that they wanted happen. There it is, taken down Kodagami of Charlotte Phoenix. Now, an easy cleanup there for Xset to be able to get themselves yet another kill. Currently holding the kill leader spot is Cloud9, and don't want that to be challenged by any inconspicuous squads that might sneak up on them, take their lives. So we'll head back to his team with the gold shield, has plenty of heals right now. Playing it safe, playing it slow, most importantly.
They should also note, of course, they've got that crypto. If they wanted to, they can hold that position below and just keep tapping that beacon, but it looks like they'll opt to play a little bit more proactive here instead of waiting that one out. The crypto does have a lot of range to pick up that beacon, and so they can honestly play this anywhere. There is a natty spawn just to the northeast as well, and it looks like Cloud9 does have his eyes set on it for now, but they're clearing out a lot of this northern side. A good number of teams have died down here, and so we'll see if any more teams try to rotate here to the northeast side, but with this ring pulling away from Epicenter, I don't really expect it. So things should slow down. We are down to 14 squads as round 2 finishes closing, and NRG are on the northern side of this zone right now.
Right on the edge. This is a nice position for them. Unspotted as of yet. Will Lazarus keep their eyes down in Epicenter onto the small dragon's lair that we've seen start to build up down there. Gonna spot out somebody on the southern end. Not Panders. I'm still looking for... There he is! Flying through the sky is Panders, and I'm dubious about his chances of survival, but let's find out how long he can do it once he touches down. I'm gonna say 3, 2... No, he's still alive. All right. Well, let's see.
Yeah, he's able to somehow stay alive throughout all of that. I'm surprised that no one really took a shot at him mid-air, especially spotting out that it was a solo. He is, I believe, only rat in the game, but there is... Oh boy, he's about to go down. No, it's actually going to be Muffins going down here as NRG was able to find someone on the northern side, just outside of Survey Camp. Rocker narrowly escaping death as he throws down that bubble, but he's got the rest of his squad covering for him, applying pressure onto the rest of Team Liquid now as the scout shots do connect onto Nocturnal from Rocker. There's a beautiful spray out as Lazarus try to come in for the third party, but this might be a bad third party as we didn't see any trades on the other side. Good shots. It's connecting with 2 at the very least, but Oi Senpai does back away now. Lazarus forcing NRG back onto the train tracks.
This is going to be actually a pretty holdable spot for now. Lazarus still very much in control of the high ground. Do need to be wary of any flanks themselves, but have at least claimed a few death boxes. This is a nice place for the rotation. Can spot out anybody trying to make their way into Epicenter from that north side, namely somebody like NRG, who could be coming in any second. Lazarus do have that additional little bit of safety. What they don't have in spades is kills. They didn't quite get that third-party dream there, and don't have the extra points that should be coming with their aggressive positioning, and that is something they need to look to amend very quickly, because we're closing in on that final ring where Lazarus have struggled quite a bit.
Hey, TSM have made it to top 13 in this game. We'll see if they can break double digits here. They'll need a few more kills, but they are looking to get aggressive now as the Beast of the Hunt has been popped from Imperial Hal. He does get some decent shots off and got that 30-30 repeater watching his back as well as Imperial Hal gets that first knock onto Cloud9. Need a little bit more though, and Snipedown is still trying to hold it down on the back side. They're not going to try and thirst this one as they back away. Hal might go for a repeat though, we'll see. Goes for the scan now as he will try to secure that thirst for himself, but looks like Xset might have been able to get out of danger. Defensive bombardment has been used as well, so they should be able to recover. Imperial Hal is keeping an eye on it for now though, as his Beast of the Hunt does run out. Here on the northwest side, it's Team Razor that have found themselves in a small engagement. Mr. Hakulo has taken a lot of damage, but was able to get that bat off now. Defensive bombardment coming down from SeriesE. I don't know if this one actually lands on top of that squad. Might force them down into this bridge here, but SeriesE has to be careful. That Arcstar almost hitting him. Here comes the EMP out from Tech, and SeriesE goes for the peek, but it looks like the drone got cleared, and SeriesE gets baited out. It's going to be NRG on the other side of this by getting that first knock, but Hakulo in their face with the EVA 8 gets the trade back onto Rocker. They get the knock onto Nathan as well, but Sweet is still alive, and Tech will fall. Here comes Cloud9 for the third party to pick it up, and SSG
SSG show up for the action as well. Cloud9 backed into a corner, but you have to be careful with Cloud9. They can still scrap with the best of them, especially when they have the armor swaps. Defensive bombardment has gone down. And it looks like Cloud9 have some cover to work off of now, but here's SSG finding the flank as the Niles doesn't get the knock quite yet, and somehow Cloud9 weather the storm. It's not over yet as SSG finds that flank on the right-hand side, but he's getting shot from behind as well. They get the first knock, and it's all up to Zach Mazer here, left in the 1v3, as SSG will clean that one up. Cloud9 knocked out once again.
Great capitalization, though, from Space Station Gaming to knock out one of our top contenders, and look at the spoils that they get as well. All these death boxes awaiting them right here is wonderful for this squad to be able to get themselves that ammo back up, get any of the utility that they burned, and be able to continue what they're hoping will be a reign of dominance. We cut over to Timmy, though, and that has certainly been a dominant squad so far. So much individual talent here, lasering down opponents left and right. We're seeing it once again here as Timmy goes aggressive underneath his own building, playing defensive, playing the kills at the same time, and gets a great jump pad right back up to take himself to safety.
Yeah, beautiful tap strafes coming out from Timmy here. Honestly, as a content creator, he is just so damn good. But here's TSM now. It's Imperial Howl left to his zone as Xset get the revenge, and TSM are just hating themselves for not actually finishing them off. But here comes Lazarus now making the push. The bubble has been used from either side as the defensive bombardment goes down. Hundreds wants to keep them outside as they utilize their PKs and all their shotguns. They'll be able to take out RNG. As Pittsburgh Knights now here in the epicenter, still holding it down. Mercy was considering throwing down that defensive bombardment as we get the kill onto Timmy. We're down to 6 squads remaining now.
Lazarus might make it 5 here as they've already lost 1 member. 100's going to go down. That's the signal for a push if there ever was any, but it's so hard to hold down this position here. Crypto Drone going to be able to land that EMP. They're getting flanked from behind. Dank knows that it's happening, but he can't stop it, and they are just getting hemmed in here and mowed through by Xset once again.
We're now down to 4 squads remaining. Pittsburgh Knights do have to move out of here, but Charlotte Dinks, I believe, on the other side of Kasura going down as Nice Swig will fall. So Team Timmy knocked out. Final 3 squads remaining. Remind, it's going to be PK. It's going to be Xset along with Space Station Gaming for this final circle. Even if it even gets there, it's round 5, and that's going to have to close up first. We'll see, though. Knights have quite the rotation ahead of them. They're going to really need that jump pad to try and contest this here. As Space Station Gaming, they have their eyes set on PK just to their south.
Everybody's watching that northern end of Fragment, knowing that there was just fighting there. You can hear the gunshots, and PK, they've got a mountain to climb, quite literally, in front of them towards that last zone. You can see, though, Xset on the flank could try and pull Space Station Gaming's attention away. Gonna play this patiently while Klein waits for the push, for the third-party trigger to be pulled.
Niles is keeping track of Xset, though, on the eastern side as Klein is trying to find that flank as he heals up, and so now SSG are being pulled 2 ways. Finding a 2-front war here as we do have the Pittsburgh Knights pushing up out of their buildings now up the hill, and it's going to be the full commit out from Xset and from SSG. This might be the opportunity that PK were looking for. Defensive bombardment as the smoke clears. Now the bubble's going to go down very shortly here, and it's going to be the full send coming out from SSG on top of Xset. No, they drop down to the low, trying to survive for a little bit longer here. Now they set Xset has the sandwich in between the 2 squads, trying their best to survive. Zanile is bleeding out, but Drop is going for that res. In this moment of respite might be enough, but here comes the Knights. They've turned the tables on both of these teams now as they have the high ground. They've taken out Xset, and now it's all up to SSG here on the low ground here as the Knights are trying to work with their utility, try to force them out from behind that cover. But it could be a moment now before anything happens. Cheeky little jump pad to try and force someone out, but Asura does not actually bounce anyone out of this position here. It's going to be a very tense situation as SSG are the ones that are going to have to push out of cover first.
Yeah, this is a nearly impossible situation for SSG. There's a chance that they clutch it, but they need to find a pick. They need to make the Knights just that one member weaker, because right now this high ground is everything. With only these 6 players left, it's gonna come right down to the nails here. 19 seconds on that ring close. Jump Pad comes out to try and get SSG a little bit of a better position right here. They find the high ground, they drop the bubble. The heals need to come out now. This is the chance to reset here. The push comes in from the Knights though, but already having fell 1, they make it 2, and this could be the clutch from SSG as they win game 4.
SSG taking game number 4 here, and so now it's basically becomes anyone's game with 2 games remaining to try and take the win here for the Series E events. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 right after this.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Yeso back here, joined by the man, the myth, the big boss man himself, Tyler Edris, CEO and founder of Esports Arena, as we take a live look in here at our Spokane
They were just
location.
playing rock, paper, scissors. I don't want to see who won, actually. I missed it. But that was pretty funny. They must be playing a fighting game or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Smash, it looks like.
Yeah, there we go. But again, a look into another one of our stores. We checked out Tulsa and our man Pearson earlier on in the day, and now we're looking in at Spokane Valley up in Washington here. We got to talk a little bit earlier about how the last 15 months have obviously been crazy for us as a company, as well as everybody. But it's awesome to finally see a bit of a return here to normalcy as we reopen
As you can
our
see,
stores.
as you can see, we got a few folks there playing some video games. We may be running a tournament today. I think we're running a little bit of Call of Duty tournament today. That was just for your local areas and whatnot. There we go. What's up, Ryan?
Hey.
Looking good on camera. Right on. We are live. There you go. As you can see, that is live, actually. We are live looking to the folks over there in Spokane Valley, Washington. One of our first original 5 locations. We have 18 locations and growing all throughout the country. This is our inside Walmart stores, and that's what we do. We do $5 an hour for video game play, plus tournaments at night for any game that you pretty much want to play. We can host a tournament, and we host our own tournaments, and we do our league nights and whatnot through all of this. It's pretty funny. There you go. All communities love to come out and play. So, yeah there you go.
It's awesome to get back to it. Love seeing everybody obviously enjoying some fun here today on a wonderful Saturday up there in Washington. And yeah, when you talk about all kinds of tournaments, I mean, we've run the gamut, really. All different kinds of fighting games, Smash, we've done Call of Duty, League, Valorant, obviously Apex, Fortnite.
Yeah. I mean, a
little bit of HOTS back in the day.
We did Heroes of the Storm back in the day, CSGO. Holy smoke, CSGO was Those are the hardest tournaments to ever run. They are really tough. Apex Legends is a fun tournament to run for sure too, but getting the server started, getting all our stats ready, getting everything ready to go so we make it a good viewing experience for the users. Takes a little time in between the segments, but thanks Twitch chat for letting us know that we need to start the game. Trust me, we're listening.
Yeah, you know, we're all just back here just sitting on our hands waiting. Like, we just want to make you guys wait. But obviously, again, awesome to get a live look in here. Fun that we get to do this and check out just what's going on in our local locations. Hope they are enjoying the show along with all the games that they're playing over there. 4 games done, though, and I want to pull up our player of the game graphic here for game number 4. Later, guys.
Miss you guys.
Thanks for joining us. Obviously, we've seen 4 different winners today, and it was Space Station. It looked like they didn't have the great positioning. Pittsburgh Knights had the high ground, but they clutched it out largely thanks to Freaks up here. 5 kills, 2 assists, just under 800 damage, and we heard the casters talking about it at the end of their segment after that game. It really seems like with 2 games left to go, it's, you know, anybody's guess.
It really is. It really is anyone's guess. Why do you think TSM is so much farther under the lower leaderboard? Are they not taking this game? Are they not taking the event as seriously, or are they just maybe not feeling it today?
You know, it's something that, you know, you and I as traditional sports fans talk about a lot. You kind of see those championship hangovers. And obviously it's a little different in a battle royale where only one of 20 teams takes the title. But we saw C9 and TSM with top placements at ALGS, and that was not even a full 7 days ago. Right? So you could certainly attribute that to a bit of a hangover from you know, what was a huge tournament, and you talked about it at the top of the day. That was a $600,000 prize pool. First place took $265 grand.
It makes $10,000 seem real small to a $625,000 prize pool, but $10K for Apex Legends and little tournaments like this. Support the scene, supports the players and all that sort of stuff. We love to see this stuff, and it brings out good competition for everybody. That's the best part about Apex, is that you really don't have. You do have the best players that are for sure out there, but anything can happen in any game, depending on where the circle goes, depending on all that sort of stuff. So it's always fun to see the different types of leaders and different types of winners that we have, and you can have 5 kills with less than 800 damage. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and with 2 games left, we talked about, you know, it really is anybody's game, but I do want to take a look at 2 teams that I think are certainly contenders to try and take the top spot here, and that is Energy and CLG. We have a graphic we're going to put up here momentarily, but obviously they are the winners of our first 2 games. Ooh, it's actually, we're going to talk a little bit about Renegades. Okay, that means a bit of a shakeup in the standings. We obviously will check out our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to our casters, but through 4 games, 34 kills to 20 here. That almost 4,400 damage. Average damage per game for Energy is crazy.
Look at the placement.
Yeah.
The average placement?
4.75 for Renegades. That is impressive.
That's impressive, but they're lacking on completely all 3 other stats. But the one that matters the most, probably, right, is placement here.
Yeah, I mean, you're still averaging 5 kills a game.
I guess you're getting a lot more points for kills too, so that's true. Yeah, you're right. And you get the win too. So Energy sure is beating it, but it's weird the average placement is theirs 8th. They got to win, but no win for Renegades, but they're consistently top 5. Consistently top 5.
I mean, that's crazy, and these are certainly 2 of those contenders as we go down the wire here. Remember, 6 games total on the day, only 2 more to go, so not a whole lot of action left. It's certainly going to be a fun run here to the finish. Again, $10,000 on the line, and we've got more action coming. We're not going to delay any further. Let's throw it back to our casters. We got game number 5 just about ready to go. Let's head over there.
Let's do it.
we're back.
Yeah, NRG versus Renegades. Definitely a story that we have to keep an eye on, of course. Not just because, what is it when the letters can be used the same way, whatever, in different, like, formations? I can't speak right now.
Oh my God.
But you know what I'm
Oh my
talking
God.
about.
No,
And it's been throwing us for a loop all day long. RNG, NRG, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember. But anyhow, it's a tale of two different kinds of squads, right? Like one that's being very aggressive and has had a win so far. But RNG, Renegades on the other side, very consistent in their placements, and they're picking up the kills when they need to as well. And so if we take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, let's see exactly where all of our teams stand throughout all of that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Renegades have been consistently performing and are slowly but surely closing that gap. NRG, though, still finding themselves in the top spot as one would only expect. But the team that now has my eye is Team Timmy, who's really creeping up there.
Yep. I mean, Team Timmy, they had a pretty strong start at the beginning, and they've been very consistent throughout as well. So 39 points overall. CLG finally dipping down to third place there. They haven't, I mean, they started off the day, game number 1 with 31 points, and the last 3 games, they've only been able to put together 9. And so they need to turn things around very shortly. But of course, with that big game in game number 1, they keep themselves in the running at the very least. If they can repeat that, this might just be game over for everyone else. But let's take a look at the rest of the lobby right now. As you can see, the middle of the pack, it's still hotly contested with Team Pop-Tarts in 5th place with 35 points, Xset with 34, SSG down there in 7th place with 33, and Knights with 30. There's still a lot of teams within reach of still trying to get the win here. They would, of course, need a team like NRG to just kind of brick on the next 2 games, but there's still a world where even down to maybe Team Intel in 9th place, they can eke out the victory.
Absolutely, and let's not forget how many points are on the line, because of course you get 12 for that first place, but there are kills scattered all around the World's Edge that you've just gotta go out and find for yourself. So if you see teams like Knights, teams like Space Station Gaming taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach, that's why, because you can clean up so many. I mean, for God's sake, NRG cleaned up 19 kills in our first game of the day, and I'm sure we can top that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from that last game, and really just all about positioning, as it was a 3-team affair. And at this point, Knights, they note that they get pushed on. Bubbles have been used from either side, a lot of utility, as it is the last fight here, but they do just swat this one down. And there we go, pushing right into the bubble. SSG clean this one up, really get themselves out of a really bad spot, being stuck there on the low ground. But initially, that move to the low ground was to avoid getting sandwiched by our last 3 squads.
That's the positioning that you talk about, right? Is the knowledge that they can't put themselves in a bad one, but at the same time, when they are in the bad one, when they are in low ground, being able to make the best of that situation, that's what makes it a high performance moment, to keep your head about you, even when everything is on the line in terms of those points. And Space Station Gaming really doing me. I'm still riding high off of that game, Jamerson. I'll tell you right now, my heart is still beating fast.
Yep, as we head into game number 5 now, with 2 games left to go, $10,000 on the line. You have to show up here, and honestly, like a team like CLG, I want to see if they can turn it around. The last 3 games have not been going well for them whatsoever, and we'll see if they can really carry back that momentum from game number 1 back into the final 2 games of the night. But here we go, beautiful view over World's Edge, as we're seeing all our squads dropping in.
This is what we're looking for right now, is sort of the who's dropping hot and who, most importantly, is getting zone right now. Pop-Tarts, they seem like they're in a pretty comfortable spot, and they've been performing rather well recently, so this could actually be their game. Just looting up slowly right now, but they do have that rotation into Fragment should they choose to take it. And it seems like that's the direction that they're heading in. Not looking for early blood, of course, but to get a sense of where they are and where they, most importantly, will need to be as that next ring does close.
Does look like we might have a thermal ending here. This could go over towards tree. We'll find out in just a moment. We can see just the edges of the second zone there, as Impulsive Dream was able to pick up that beacon for us. Actually, this one should be tree. Yeah, so it does pull down to the southwest. Nice. could be going on over towards Sorting Factory. And so a team like RNG, I mean, they've been pretty much slow on the uptake, and they've been really slow in basically the early game, mid games, and they waited out to really get the placements and are very opportunistic in their play. So this is going to work out well for them as they do drop down over there by Tree. We'll see, though, if they get challenged like they did in game number 1 by G2. Maybe even It's Timmy shows up. But now we're on board with PK, the Pittsburgh Knights, as their loot not looking too great, especially dropping over here at Sorting Factory. Triple white armors is definitely not what you want to see coming out from Sorting Factory.
And remember that the Knights, they haven't been one of the teams that likes to hole up there. They haven't been like Renegades that sort of want to play more passive until the later stages of the game. The Knights are definitely somebody who wants to take the fight to you. And now, being in the center of the ring is going to challenge them and force them to switch up their play style completely, just to try and stay competitive in terms of the points. Already pushing out of Sorting Factory, trying to find a fight, or at least some sort of a different angle right now. Seems like they've at least spotted one squad, but push is going to be difficult out of here. The only way to gap close is on that zip line.
Yeah, they've got that southwest side of Sorting Factory. This office building is incredibly powerful, especially for a squad that's sitting on white armors. You have great vantage point all around you. You should be able to keep tracks and keep tabs of a lot of teams. With Bronzy holding on to this G7 scout, he's going to be the main person to try and get these Evo shields up to blues and purples for his team. Eventually might swap off with Mercy to play it a little bit more safe. If their overall resources are running a little bit low, Mercy is keeping an eye on the teams on the south there. That should be Team Timmy coming out from launch site.
And with Team Timmy pushing in on you, you really do want to get set up here. It doesn't seem like Pittsburgh Knights are too worried about it just yet, but I'd keep my eye on them because Team Timmy is a team that is built on micro on outplay and on very quickly deleting somebody, and there's not a whole lot of attention being paid to the threat right now. It's like you say, they're making their way through that Sorting Factory now, finally feeling some shots. The Pittsburgh Knights still going to hold this area. A good spot for the moment, but definitely one that can be pinched. I want to take a look at some of the teams that are outside of the circle, however, that do need to work their way in. We're kind of the era at Harvester, and they're pretty comfortable right now. With Stooney having just the blue shield, but definitely lots of loot at their disposal and relatively uncontested for now. NRG, though, they do not know the word uncontested.
Yeah, a lot of teams in the area, though, they have to be careful at any point. Pittsburgh Knights can come in for the third party, especially with how close they are. Whew, Rocker somehow does survive throughout all of that. And you even see on the kill feed, Lazarus getting to a fight with TSM, not the defensive department. That's going to be the Valkyrie tactical coming out here, as I believe Reps was finished off, and we'll see if TSM can recover. They were a little bit late on this rotate here. TSM typically move a lot sooner than this on a ring like this, and so I'm surprised that they actually got caught out here by Lazarus with his zone just now closing. Typically, it was maybe a minute before this where they would have already been through here and into Sorting Factory. So TSM not playing like their usual selves. I mean, that I think really is an understatement, especially starting off in game number 1.
Yeah, and part of that, or at least now, I can sort of attribute to the fact that the day hasn't been going too well for this squad, and trying to shift up that play style may just be an attempt at trying to solve the problem, right? What is going on with us? Why aren't we able to close out on a lot of these games or even mid-game fights right now? And definitely changing things up has bitten them a little bit here, although they can still get that number back up. Well, CLG, they've at least got a spot for themselves, got some nice loot, and are feeling a lot more comfortable, even with their early placement, sort of holding them down in terms of points.
Yeah, they're going to be playing on the north side of the zone right now up in Harvester, and this can be a bit tricky. Oh, no. Imperial Hal, OTM. Don't know how that happened. Because they were smack dab in the middle of the zone. What?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you that one is a change in play style. That one is just questionable straight up. Team Pringles, though, very happy to pick up Snipe Down, wipe out TSM early, and that's the end of that story, really, because the placements have not been high, and at the moment struggling for points. Doesn't get any better this game.
Yeah, Team Pringles now sitting on triple blues there, as the round one is still closing. TSM, the first squad out, 19 teams remaining. So really, their chances for a top 3 finish basically gone unless they somehow hit a 40-point game in the final game of the evening. But now, as we have our teams moving through, I'm wondering where Cloud9 are throughout all of this as well, who would have had a similar rotation path. Team Pringles are safely here. It doesn't look like there are too many teams around them as well. And so let's go ahead and swap around and see where all of our other teams are holding up for this zone.
There's Cloud9. Hey, look at that. You ask and you shall receive. We got to look at Cloud9, who are very well stocked up here in Shrainyard, have a good position on the ring, and get to play Edge as they've been more comfortable doing recently. Still looking to group up, but there aren't a whole lot of squads in their area last we checked the map, so maybe not really finding that much fruit for their labor, despite the fact that they do have a good position. Everybody else seems in a real hurry to get to zone.
Yeah, we already saw CLG moving in. I can't imagine Team Liquid are anywhere around here, so Cloud9 hovering around in Shrainyard. It seems a little strange, but, you know, just slowing things down. Team Pringles, though, as they're making their way through Sorting Factory, they've got a team split up right now. 2 drop down to the low. The third finally joining behind them. Defensive bombardment has gone down. And right now, you do have Joey Cherish trying to go for that flank. And he does have an angle here on the right-hand side, getting some decent damage off, but they turn around onto him real quick and force him back. So Team Pringles miss out on an opportunity for some kill points here as CLG now are making their way into Sorting Factory. Oh my goodness. Lazarus getting lasered there as Hundreds goes down, and it looks like CLG should be able to pick this one up. Man is getting challenged outside by himself, but the EVA 8 shots are good enough. But oh no, the third party is here coming out from Lonely Fans with 2 knocks. It should be the full send as they are making their way on over. The fast res on to Vax. They don't have a gold bag behind it. Thermite down onto that door. They're trying to secure that thirst. Madness should get finished off, but they'll buy enough time for the third party to come out from Team Razor. And now they're going to try and force back Team Lonely Fans, but oh boy, what is going on here? Another team might be showing up behind them, and so Team Razor themselves have to back off, and they go back into the train tunnel here as things will slow down. We'll see if CLG can recover, though.
Yeah, waiting on that wisely enough. Team Razor backing off, but they may have forced some other folks to back off as well. Calphon showing up in the kill feed on 303 as we pan over to them. CLG look like they've cleaned up the kills that Team Razor left behind and got Madness back up as well, only losing Lou there.
Yeah, they'll have an opportunity to try and get him back in. Team Liquid, though, here on the eastern side of Sorting Factory, able to spot out Joey Cherish, take him down, and so they're down to, I believe it's just a solo here. They will thirst that as well, so we're now down to 17 squads, 49 players remaining. Never mind, it's not a solo, it's going to be a duo then. Still alive for that team, as Liquid will be able to retake that high ground with the jump pad and still be able to hold here on the eastern side of the zone. The ring pulling down further towards launch site. So interesting pull to say the least, but it can of course continue to pull into Sorting Factory.
I'm curious because where the ring ends up and where you're predicting that it will is going to matter a lot more for teams that are trying to play the zone as opposed to Liquid, who are the ones that get to sort of play this leisurely. They know where they stand in terms of at least the next ring and have plenty of time to plan out their moves until that final circle. Seems like they've spotted some prey.
Okay, figured out what happened to Hal. It was the Valkyrie bug coming out for them. Very unfortunate. Hate to see it here. Team Liquid, though, still playing here on the eastern edge. As you can see, they're starting to ping down Banana. Might make a move for that in just a moment. They will, of course, bide their time. They have plenty of time with another minute before the zone finishes closing. But it looks like instead they're just going to go ahead and wrap around. Go towards the south side. On board with Nocturnal now, as he's just handing over some loot to his squad, and they are getting shot up from behind, so they have to keep moving here. We do have that jump pad being used as well. It was Cloud9 on their heels.
Ooh, Cloud9 is a scary team to have chasing you down, and Noct jumping forward, looking for any blood in the water. Not finding anybody just yet, but instead they're going to make their way relatively uncontested down towards launch site. See if they can secure a position there, as there's lots of high ground to be had still available, it seems. Cloud9 playing a little bit wary, seeing shots or potentially folks up top.
Yeah, they've got their eyes set on the buildings to the south there, just on the eastern side of, northeast side of launch site. If they can get it, that could be an incredibly strong position to get some safe kill points throughout the mid game. But we are seeing here in game number 4, where with a lot on the line, with $10,000 on the line, a lot of the action has slowed down just a bit here in zone number 3. We do have Liquid though. They have finally made their push into the banana building, forcing them back wherever that squad was holding just beforehand. You can see Nocturnal controlling one side with that jump pad. Muffins will keep the back for his squad as well. And so things should slow down just a bit once again. This is one of those rings, you know, when you have so many buildings, the teams could just survive. And so heading into ring number 4, ring number 5, we'll still have a lot of teams alive. We'll find out, though, the next pull of this ring. SSG, though, in a spot of trouble as their bubble has gone down. Another team just to the north of them now. As it goes down, they're going to go for full send onto this Gibraltar. They've already lost out on 2 Team Pop-Tarts. Just wipe them up, but they lose out on it, too. Farmer Lucas. It's going to be PK that dropped down onto them from that high ground position. And we saw them take very early on. It doesn't look like it was a full committal, so they do back away, giving them some time to try and go for that res. CLG, speaking of res, we're able to get the respawn onto, I believe it was Lou, who was taken out, and so they get him back into the game, so CLG are back up as a full 3.
CLG working miracles, honestly, to get Lou back in the fight. Have only an uphill battle right now as they're getting sandwiched in sorting factor. Remember, they've got Liquid on the flank as well, ready for the third party, so need to play this patient, can't go for the aggressive pushes. While Madness watches the flank, and Lou gets chunked out, keeping an entire squad at bay.
Now with CLG up as a full 3, this is really, I want to say the longest they've survived in the last 3 games, so things are looking good for them. They got some PK, they're about to get some placement points as well. Now on board with Team Razor, not too far away from Team CLG right now, as Heck is just charging up that Evo shield with the charge rifle, even got a knock there. G2 finally getting in on some action, taking out RNG, getting some revenge from game number 1. Quite possibly here, if Pow has anything to say about it though, he will fall. And so G2 now are trying to survive as the third party comes in from NRG. And it looks like Gentrifying might be able to just force them back. Here's NRG, though, going for a second pass onto them. They got the knock onto Resulta, and it's just one left, I believe, for G2. Resulta getting thirsted off, and NRG looking for a strong game number 5 here to maintain their lead. Here's Team Liquid, though, going for a push at the bottom of Banana now, but Muffins is the first one to fall.
Watch Nocturnal now as he and Flanker are backing off, knowing that without that Gibraltar, they can't really contest the 3-man push. They don't have the utility, and instead are going to have to give up a lot of ground, potentially being pushed out of this building entirely. It seems like Razor are settling right now, holding their own position that they just claimed, and now have a lot of safety inside of the next ring. There's limited access to this room and a lot of ways for them to defend the choke points, especially with Crypto being able to scout out any potential threats and lay down that EMP.
Yeah, there was a third-party attempt there that was just shut down by an Arcstar. Beautiful one coming out from Tech, getting that stick, forcing that player back. And so Team Razor definitely happy to see this ring right now, along with the Pittsburgh Knights, who really just hold up early on, just to the southwest. We're able to hold that position. Here's Team Intel about to get pushed by Cloud9. You can see Team Intel now stuck in the corner and back away, but they have to worry about Cloud9 just full sending it onto them. Here's 6, just making sure that the north is cleared. Thermite's out to try and creep the doors. 2 people have already pushed up now. It's Panders holding that ADS onto the door for now. Metro along with them. It's the full attention out from Team Intel onto Cloud9.
Now, remember that all of the squads that we sort of were happy about the positioning of at the beginning have already been knocked out, with Renegades most notably. It might continue with Intel, but 6 is landing the Mastiff shots there. Barely manages to survive, and instead, they're going to be able to heal up, be able to reset, holding these doors. Nobody going to be able to come through. Instead, making an aggressive push of their own there to take down C9.
Yeah, one member of C9 does escape throughout all of that, but that was just beautiful, predictive play coming out from 6. He sees the bubble go down, and he knows that he's going to be the focus. He throws a bubble of his own down, plays around it beautifully as the full 3-man push comes out on top of him. You can see the focus fire coming out from Cloud9 being dodged by 6 throughout all of that, and Team Intel really take advantage of it. But now they've got to start moving. The zone pulling to their west here. We'll see. I don't know if Metro has that jump pad set for him, or instead they're going to go for that Valkyrie rotate. Do they have an idea of where they want to go? And it looks like no one has spotted them going for this rotate, or no one's at least trying to focus them down. So it's going to be a free rotate out for Team Intel as they're really utilizing that passive coming out from Valkyrie to see they've got a good LZ. And it looks like they will just be able to play on the other side of this building here. There's a team underneath them, though. They're going to have to drop down very shortly. Nades coming out from that squad, but as they regroup, it looks like Team Intel might be safe. A little cheeky thermite does connect, but no LOS, and Team Intel are safe on this rotate. What a beautiful play coming out from them.
If the utility doesn't take you down, this is the best spot that you could possibly be. And the only thing you really have to worry about is those grenades, because there's no angles on this squad. Intel cannot be pushed by a squad without fully committing to it. And nobody's willing to do that with 10 squads left. There's a lot of potential for somebody else to come in, capitalize on that. So this is securing you almost placement points as long as those grenades aren't landing. NRG, though, not only securing themselves placement points, but the kills as always. With Nathan down here on the ground, finding shots with the wingman, making it more as they go for the aggressive push there, but the bubble will stop them and buy a little bit of safety for this aggressive squad.
NRG with the scans out, knows there's their full 3-man on the other side. Will back away from this one and play around the corner here. A lot of nades being expended from the other side on this one. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix. We're trying to make the push up now. As you can see, Greek taking his time to pull a heal. As I believe Flanker is that rat we saw on the left-hand side. We'll see how much longer he can survive for Team Liquid, as the bulk of the fighting right now in this ring is taking place on the low grounds. A lot of poking between Charlotte Phoenix along with NRG, but now up top, PK is getting pushed by Exit. You see the defensive bombardment going down as the full push is coming out from Exit. We'll see if anyone else takes advantage. CLG might be coming in for the third party as the trades do go out. Asura picks up 2 with the Prowler now. And it's going to come down to a 1v1 PK versus Exit. We'll see who wins out on that one.
Anders looks for a flanker there, doesn't find him. Instead, finds the kill of his own there. Knocking down what I believe to be Rambo. Actually, it was Panders who ended up getting that knock. And now playing a little bit more cautiously here. Actually looking for some kill placements himself. CLG, the ones on the defensive right now, pull out the Eve 8 for the play inside the bubble to get the knocks. Lou doing work here, clutches this out for CLG, keeps them in the game, but as they drop down to the low ground, they have no idea what awaits them. There are plenty of squads who are just waiting for these kills, but Madness and Lou, they fly under the radar for now.
Yeah, CLG will have to fight this one out as a duo. They were not able to recover the banner of Vaxlon there, even if they had a mobile respawn beacon. I'm wondering if Nocturnal is still alive for Team Liquid. That would make the math correct. Didn't really see him on the kill feed as, oh boy, CLG trying to weather the storm, hoping that the nade spins and goes even further, but it looks like Lou should be falling soon, but no, he survives. Bubble out now as the full push comes out. It's going to be 303 trying to punish CLG, and they will be able to clean them up. So 303 take them out, but CLG do make it to the top 5 at the very least with some kill points now. 303 still trying to challenge PK. You can see how this is such a strong winning position for the Pittsburgh Knights, but they have to deal with 303 and Team Intel, who could sneak in behind them at any moment.
That's the scary part, is that you can't actually leave your spot, so it starts to feel more like a cage than the high ground. Pittsburgh, in a very, very tight one, do still have some ammo to work with, do still have great positioning, but how long can that keep you in the game? Because we've seen it be denied before, considering dropping down now. But still, looking out for Charlotte Phoenix on the bottom side there. Looking for a little bit of a flank as 303, they push in right up next to Pittsburgh Knights. Cheek to cheek are these two squads, just waiting for that ring to tick down, for the action to well and truly begin. Well, the Pittsburgh Knights, they've got to be contemplating a retreat right now.
Yeah, you can see Team Intel getting a little bit antsy there on the ledge, and you can have, of course, I believe they still have the jump pad. They might have, they should have the Valkyrie ultimate as well, but that will leave them kind of vulnerable in the skies. Defensive bombardment does go down, forcing PK back at the very least. Charlotte Phoenix still playing there on the low ground right now, as Team Intel are slowly creeping their way up. This might come down to a heal-off situation, but ultimately, it's going to be Pittsburgh Knights that are sitting pretty. They have the ultimate high ground. It'll be hard for teams to challenge them. And so it's just a matter of time as the slow ring closes in on all of our squads.
He is really willing to push this, but it's MST that are taking the brunt of the damage there. Charlotte Phoenix are going to fall, it looks like. Not just down quite yet, but as we pan over to the Pittsburgh Knights, they're getting flanked finally by 303, taking the kills, taking everything, but finally managing to clutch it out are Asura and Mercy popping back into the ring now. With the shield swap here, it will be the Pittsburgh Knights who, with that high ground, secure themselves the Game 5 win.
Big win for the Pittsburgh Knights, getting that ring early on, and of course, just picking out the God spot early, and the ring kept pulling towards them, and they will be able to take that win, along with a lot of kill points. Typically, when we see, of course, a team playing early center zone, they don't get as many kills, but with that position, with that ring pull, it's so easy to be able to just spot out teams with the G7 scout, get some kills here or there. And so that might be a big enough win to really put them into contention for first place as we head into the final game of the evening. So we're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 6, the final game, right after this.
Here it is. Guess who is one of the rats? It's our boy, Rat Boy Ronnie.
TC Scissors is the first rat to go down.
He could potentially win this game, Jamerson. They're not really showing the rat much respect. Another rat, another Tomcat rat cam. It's just him again.
Q in. Does he actually make it to the building safe? He doesn't. Oh no. That was
wow,
the quickest
Ronnie.
nope out of there, but he's gone.
Spliced.
4 squad left.
Spliced. The rat.
The hell are they doing all the way down here? Clinical. Team Applejacks, though, left to still rat this one out as a team of Tomcat double rat cam, Bronzies and Aves.
Looks like their third player has been lagging out, which is super unfortunate.
Rockstar are still in this. Matt Pickett ratting this one out as the first Tomcat rat cam. Team Lonely Fans is Blueberry Small, is the only one alive. He doesn't have any armor as well. He's going to try and sneak his way underneath, avoid a lot of that damage, and tucks himself into a corner.
Yeah, let's see if Ronnie can win this one out. We were just actually talking about this for Team Pop-Tarts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Love getting to take a look at those Tomcat rat cams, and Rat Boy Ronnie, as production was making sure I was well aware of during the break there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso here, back in the Esports Arena, Orange County studio. 5 games done and just one more to go, and we got to see the Pittsburgh Knights. This is the roster formerly playing under Charlotte Phoenix, and now their debut under that Pittsburgh Knights banner, and grabbing a win in game number 5 is certainly what you love to see when you're playing for a new team. So congratulations to them, big win, and it just continues to shake up the conversation on our Mobile One leaderboard. We'll check that one more time when we go back to our casters here in a little bit. But we have yet to see a repeat winner today, which makes things very interesting. We'll have to see how those standings shake up momentarily. I'm going to have an interview here momentarily with PvPX, but let's check out our player of the game first. No, it's PvPX. He's ready to go. So he is a former Apex Legends Pro.
I'm playing the game.
Long-time content creator and streamer for Cloud9. He is now the coach and analyst for the C9 Apex Legends roster. I'm joined by PvPX. My man, welcome. Pleasure to have you.
Good to have you. Or thanks for having me. You can hear me, right?
Yep. I got you here loud and clear. Cool. Everybody at home can hear you. So you're just over a month now into your coaching career, and you've already had the amazing opportunity to be a part of your squad's second place finish at the biggest Apex tournament to date. What has this transition been like for you over the last about 6 weeks?
Yeah, so people probably don't know, but I played Valorant for a bit, and I actually dabbled into coaching in Valorant before I came back to Apex. And then I was coaching a team in Apex a little bit ago called 2B1C, which Noct was on. And I had never coached Zach or Naughty. And when Noct joined them before they got signed to Cloud9, I asked them if they were interested in having me coach them, and they were down. So knowing Noct, I just had to get the feel about how Naughty and Zach were as players and how they played together, and just get the whole vibe together and just see where we can progress from there.
It's looked really good. Obviously, they had a huge performance at the ALGS finals last weekend, and a bit of a rough start to groups, but they certainly picked it up. They seem to be a little bit of slow starters, but they come on strong really once they hit their stride. You've mentioned a couple times on Twitter recently how you feel that coaches and analysts are, quote, extremely underrated in competitive Apex. What do you feel like you've brought to this C9 roster over the last month that other teams that lack a coach or analyst are missing out on?
Yep, coaches and analysts could be a really, really strong fourth perspective. Like as they're playing, I can watch them and watch the tournament, see how it's playing out. I can make strats on the fly, so in between games, I can help them change their plan. I used to be an IGL for the team that I played on Cloud9, so I have another whole different perspective that I can bring to the team. And it's like the glue to the team, because all three of them, of course, they can bounce ideas around each other. But when you have someone from an outside perspective giving them suggestions that they might be able to respect more, because it's not someone that's arguing with them, it's someone that's just helping them become together as a team more. It's just really, really advantageous to have someone like that.
I also imagine it's got to help because, you know, pro players can be very opinionated and very set in their ways. So it's got to be pretty helpful to have somebody with that outside perspective to give them, point out the things that maybe they don't notice. So that's certainly a big help. I talked about it earlier on in the day. I did a little highlight on the C9 squad and their performance at ALGS, and it felt like really going into the ALGS championships that C9 was a strong team for sure, but wasn't necessarily considered in the conversation for a tournament favorite. But in the end, they performed really the best overall in points in finals. They finished in second place and had a really strong showing despite, again, a slow start to the tournament. Do you feel like after that performance that this roster deserves to be in the conversation for one of the best in the world?
I do, and I personally had them on that list for myself. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but
certainly,
I think C9 is a very steamroll team. Once they get the gears going, they just full throttle and they really do well. Like they said, they started out slow in the tournament and then they progressed and did way better towards the finish. I think the way that we thought the tournament was going to play at the beginning was much, much different than how it did, and we adjusted really quickly and they played perfect. All the practice that we put in the past month, everything just clicked perfectly. And one of my favorite things about this roster is I do see them as a top team in the world right now. And I also see them as a team that has an insane amount of growth that they haven't even reached yet. So I think they're just going to keep getting better and better as time goes on.
I think that certainly shows with the kind of expectations that they had going into the tournament and the way they were able to very strongly overachieve there. So very well done by those boys. And looking forward to seeing you continue to work with the squad. We have high expectations for them. So best of luck to you and the C9 squad. And thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It's always fun being on here. And thanks for the merch. I like it.
Hey, looking great on you, my man. Pleasure. Yeah. Have a great rest of your weekend, ladies. That was PvPX, the coach and analyst for C9 Apex Legends. A great performance from them in ALGS. Bit of a rough day here today, but we'll see if they can keep things rolling. Do now have our player of the game here. Apologies for my little misstep there earlier. I jumped the gun a little too bit. PvPX was ready to go, but it is Ashura there from Pittsburgh Knights. 6 kills, 2 assists, and over 1,800 damage. He had half of the total kills there for the Pittsburgh Knights. We checked out our Mobile One leaderboard before game number 5. It was still NRG leading the way. And the question now is, does Pittsburgh Knights jump into that conversation? 12 total kills in that first place means a 24-point game for them. I'm not entirely sure where they were sitting in the standings going into that game, but 24 points certainly shakes up the conversation there. We'll have to see where they sit. I believe casters in the game are ready to go. Production will give me the thumbs up if that is in fact the case, but I'm excited here, folks. We've got one game left, $10,000 on the line, and obviously first place, that $6,000 prize is very key, but our gentlemen are ready to go. So let's not waste any more time. It's time for our final game of the day, folks. I hope you are hyped. We'll see who gets the big pot of that $10,000.
His name is Jameson. I like it because it's close to my name. That was PvPX, the coach of Cloud9, and he's been a content creator now, a coach for the Apex Legends squad, so I'm happy we were able to talk with him. We'll see. Heading into the final game of the day here for SeriesE, and right now it's just a big question of who's really in the running for the top 3. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is currently leading and how many teams are in contention. And it looks like a lot of teams can still fight for the top 3, but currently in the top 3, it's NRG, the Pittsburgh Knights, and CLG. CLG still in 3rd place, and so they keep themselves within the running here going into the final game of the day.
Knights kind of came out of nowhere there, slotting themselves up into right next to the top spot, cozying up to NRG even, who started off strong, but have definitely been caught up to as everybody else gets their warm-up games in and now is very, very ready to compete. I'm curious if it's going to be another Knights victory, if CLG can continue to perform, or if it's going to be the Renegades' consistency that wins it out. Team Intel as well, providing us an incredible amount of map knowledge, and I really feel like it is anyone's game, Jamerson.
Yeah, it really does go down to basically almost 8th place there, with Xset in 8th place with 37 points, 20 points off from NRG, so there's still a chance. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of that last game. And PK, they had the ring, and they had to pull over towards them. And this is just them really utilizing this position. And they picked up a lot of kill points along the way. Before we got to the final fights here, you can see at least 5 kill points before all of this. But the instant pivot as 303 tried to push them. Bronzy, keeping his head on a swivel, did some massive work with that EVA 8 before all was said and done. And they just hold this one out. Team Intel tried to come in for the 3rd party, but they really just could not get out from underneath that low ground here. It was only Panders that made it up ultimately, and it looks like Asura clutches it up for the squad and gets the win, and now PK are vying for the top 3.
Yeah, and really good awareness and communication between this squad that has been together for a very long time to be able to pull that out. Just the rotation from Bronzy here, moving over, and the instant pull back as soon as he realizes that 303 is pushing up into the high ground, gets him a good flank, and it's just off capitalization from moment to moment, playing with every second up there, and obviously Asura and Mercy very much able to pick up the slack once 303 is taken care of there with the Prowler swap as well. Huge amounts of damage from this squad and huge amounts of points resulting out of that puts them in contention for our potential winners today for the potential 1st place spot, but definitely gets them into that top 3 conversation.
Yeah, it seems like Team Intel having to deal with Charlotte Phoenix. They're on the low ground. They were a little bit late on that Valkyrie ultimate. You can see them right now just kind of showing up like Overlord and floating midair and like, hey, we're coming to challenge you for the 3rd party. But PK really only had to fight a 2v1 instead of a 2v3 there, and they get that win. But with Team Intel with another strong finish, do put themselves in the running. They're only 16 points off from NRG. And so if you're NRG here, it's all about trying to make it out of the early game. Make sure that you continue to put points on any points for this final game. But with Knights hot on their heel with CLG as well, 7 points behind them, they have to stay active as well. They need to find kills in the mid game. But yeah, this last game should be a lot of fun, especially with so many teams in the running for the top 3.
And I raised that challenge to all the other squads that we've got as well. I think one of the best examples of staying active that we've gotten was Lonely Fans all the way back in what I believe was game 3 or 4 when they picked up their win, constantly moving around Fragment West. Fragment East, and that sort of activity, just literal motion through the map, makes it so hard to pin you down, and when you get pinned down is when you end up falling, when you end up missing on so many of the kills that sort of just fall into your arms in the later stages of the game as the chaos starts to evolve. So to all the squads that are competing for just getting into that top 3, that's what I'm throwing out there, is keep moving, because the kills will come to you as long as you don't as long as you aren't the squad to get stuck in one place.
Yep, and so we are getting the last game of the day set up. We have 10,000 on the line here for SeriesE. And just to get some admin stuff out of the way, remember, if you sub to the channel, you will have an opportunity to play in our pre-game show, Deal or Steal. Lots of prizes on the line, so make sure you are subbed to this channel here on Twitch at Esports Arena for your opportunity to compete in that. We have a lot of great things that are given away. I don't know if anyone's won the Xbox yet, but there's that prize on the board. Lots of cool swag as well provided by all of our partners as well. So make sure you guys are subbed to that. And of course, make sure you're at least following the channel because we have a lot more Apex Legends coming up. SeriesE Season 3 will be starting at the at the end of this month, when we will have the draft day for the 4 teams that made it through qualifiers to get drafted into our partnered squads. But it looks like we finally have it. Game number 6, the final game of the day with $10,000 on the line. Can NRG maintain their first place position? Or will a team like CLG finally come back and have a huge game to finish it all off to upset them? Let's go ahead and head into World's Edge.
Yeah, for the last time today, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss all the action that we've had, all the memories we've created across this map. But one last time, we will get the chance to see where that final ring does pull, because we've been talking about them so much, and a lot of our gameplay so far has really resulted from who gets that rotation first, who's able to play the ring and predict where it's going. A large and underrated part of the game, as it seems like we are definitely going for a little bit of a northern one, starting just north of Sorting Factory, right around West Fragment East.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights, the winners of our last game, getting gifted also the hotspot here. So maybe they can continue to build off that momentum, but we're going to have another northeast circle, this time favoring a bit more over towards the Overlook side. I mean, this is how I believe we started game number 1. We might have a similar ending here, but I feel like this might pull harder over towards the rocks just to the north of Overlook. So if you're a team like Lazarus, Hundreds, G7 Dank, along with Oi Senpai, you might be happy to see this one. We'll find out in just a moment. Teams are starting the rotations through, as it looks like. We are 2 minutes before the zone starts closing, and so now teams have to start considering where they want to play for the mid game.
I see that, and I see it as the Lonely Fans ring, because I will never, ever forget that ending. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that squad, see if they can pull out the same clutch performances they did before, keep that activity going. And RG, though, pretty well looted up at the moment, are another squad that we cannot have out of the conversation at any point today. We're cutting over to CLT because they are keeping themselves in the conversation and in the kill feed most of all. Kodagami on a little bit of a late rotate. Can he play savior for his squad? Already one is down. It doesn't look like he's going to do it, although he does take down Fury. It's a 1v1 for right now, and Team Pringle's going to be able to finish that last member off, take Charlotte Phoenix out of the running, and keep themselves in.
Third party's already here, though, as Era show up from Epicenter now, and they're going to interrupt that res and continue the chase after. One person was able to get away, but they do get finished off, it looks like, very shortly. One player remaining for Team Pringles as Era successfully come in for that third party. So a lot of action here in the early game. It should start slowing down, though, in just a moment. We'll see if Era decide to chase after the final remaining member here, but they have to be pretty happy of picking that up at the very least, along with this loot. It didn't look like their loot was too strong coming up from Epicenter. Typically isn't, but here comes TSM. They're actually in the spot that I think where this ring is going to end, and they're just going to hold it down early on. No Valkyries this time around, as they're not going to risk any of that shenanigans. Apparently in the last game, Hal died to the Valkyrie bug twice. I didn't even see it on the kill feed twice. I only saw the one time.
So enlighten me. I have not been privy to the Valkyrie bug. What happens?
Oh, well, let's talk about it after this fight right now as TSM
sure.
are fighting up against Lazarus. Armor's cracked on either side, and it's going to be Hundreds that is actually the healthiest here as he drops down with that EVA 8, goes for the reload now as he rejoins his squad. They get first knock, Imperial Hal to go down. They do trade back, Rev's picking that one up, but the EVA 8 is just way too strong. Does come down to Snipe Down versus Dank, and Dank will finish him off, and TSM are out. So Lazarus will be the team that knocks him out, but here comes the third party.
We're coming in. Yeah, this is really dangerous spots, and already Senpai going to be taken down. He's gonna have to ditch there is Lazarus, while Pop-Tarts, interestingly, are in on the collapse, looking for that last pick. Not gonna find him just yet. Instead, just gonna be able to finish off, looks like the last member, or sorry, the last member that they can. They want to push for at least, because you don't want to overextend. They've got actually a really nice spot in the circle, and in the expected final circle do Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, so the Valkyrie bug. You get into Valkyrie's ultimate. If you're on uneven ground, there's a pretty large chance that you actually clip through the map. And yeah, you just basically fall to your death from there. And somehow it happened twice to Hal, unfortunately, in that last game. But here it is, Team Pop-Tarts now looking to force out Team Era, I believe. That was the squad that came in for the third party on northeast side, but now they're in the position that we saw TSM in just beforehand. But Pop-Tarts are going to be happy here. They don't really have to force the issue. Cloud9, though, definitely looking to push the aggression here. They've got a squad ahead of them at the respawn beacon now. Nog doesn't hit with his shots, but he will continue to push. That bubble's down. They don't have defensive utility. There's a player looking on the right, so he does have to be careful here, but he will continue to charge up forward. Never mind, all three players are ahead of him, and so they're going to continue to barrel in, trying to get him. But here comes the EMP, and that will slow things down a little bit, but Nog is not bothered by that at all. He will continue to chase after him, even stimming, bring him down to about 75 HP, but they have made their way into survey camp. And so now Cloud9 will finally slow down as they need to regroup here, as they need to heal up.
You find yourself with a difficult push here, but not a terrible position. Cloud9 still very much able to play edge and are not really under threat by the squad that they forced into the building here. Still going for that push, though. Zach Macer gets taken down.
Yeah, SSG coming in for the third party here. Now they can recover him. There is plenty of respawn beacons around if they want to play this completely safe. They can pick up the banner, go over to Skyhook. They have plenty of time to do it. It's still ring number 1. So that might be what they do. I mean, they could even risk it and just go for the res right there inside survey camp. But SSG, they're not going to try and force the issue there. They got the kill. They got the KP. They're going to continue to maintain this position here, as they can see the ring continues to pull away on up towards epicenter refinery, and so now they want to have a strong position for this next zone.
Yeah, you get yourself your own sort of slice of heaven here as they try and move into the Skyhook overlook area. Still hanging around epicenter, though, gives them the opportunity to level their shields a bit, especially with that triple take. Shot's not going to connect from Frex, but he isn't too bothered. No threats around here, and can play pretty safe with the Bloodhound here, searching for a little bit more, and maybe a little bit more damage to be found as well later on.
Yeah, they might actually just play this really safe and hole up inside that building. You can see a lot of teams still playing on the edges here. We have a team still down south at Sorting Factory. That's going to be RNG, a team that's still over at Geyser, and Team Liquid have moved their way towards that choke. And so they could play to try and gatekeep these squads. We do have the ring finishing closing here, and so we'll have information about that ring very shortly, as it looks like they will be picking that up for us. RNG, and so that's why they were hovering here on the south side of the map, just to pick up that beacon information for us. Great dudes, great guys. Thanks for doing us a solid.
Yeah. Now we know what's going on here. So RNG also continuing to get that average placement still higher here, or ideally, as though they are outside of ring, it also means that they're not really contested by anyone else, and seem to be getting themselves into a position where they're even more comfortable. Space Station Gaming looking for a little bit of comfort themselves, at least in the points, trying to find some kills, not going to crack anybody, let alone take them down, and retreat back up the high ground from Zenile. That's a nice safe building to hole out in as well for a few of the heals, a few of the shields if they need to come through. Very safe spot for Space Station right now.
Yeah, the third party's showing up, and so good awareness coming up from Zeniles to back off. Rex got cracked throughout all of that, and so they'll just weather the storm for now. They'll play this one slow, and it looks like action has slowed down. 18 squads left with 52 players left in zone number 2. So still, it was a very fast start to the game, as it looks like Liquid, with that gatekeeping on the southern side, did run into Team Timmy and got the first knock, and that's a very crucial one to take out Timmy first. but they did get the res. He gets re-knocked now as Team Liquid get turned around on. Nice swig is able to get the knock onto Muffins with that defensive bombardment. We'll see if they turn around and try to get Timmy back on up, as he is holding that door. Is a prize for now. They hear it, but they're not going for it. Are they out of utility? And it looks like they are. So Team Liquid themselves recover, get Muffins back on up, but this might have bought enough time for a third party to come in. Liquid need to get out of here.
They are ditching so fast, and there's another squad in between them and the third party to hold it off, namely Team Timmy right now, who throw down the bubble, try and get that res. Need to get the reset with the prize still holding the door. It is everything that they can do to stay in the game. Do not falter. I'm not faltering yet. I'm waiting for this micro to come out because the shots, the lasers have been coming from this squad all day, and you better not push them without being prepared to take one to the face.
And I believe that's NRG that are holding the roof above Team Timmy right now, and it's one of the things that saved them and allowed them to recover Timmy and get the res, but he has been knocked down a couple of times, and so it becomes a little bit scary here in these engagements. If you get knocked again, you're not going to have as much time to try to go for the reset, to try to go for the res. You're going to be under a lot of pressure here, but now round 2 closing as Team Timmy, not too much should be taking place here. I see NRG just actually running off of this one, especially with Liquid in the area. Looks like G2, though, have gone into a fight up against Cloud9. Noct is the first one to fall. Zach is trying to hold the line here, but he gets kicked out as now they get the knock onto Designful. Naughty will fall, and Cloud9 are out. G2 finally waking up here. It's been pretty rough go for the last 5 games. Maybe this is the game where they finally turn it around.
They rotated for such a long way to get this unexpected flank, and I'm glad to see that it actually pays off all the way up here towards the northern end of Epicenter. Going to be caught by the ring, though, as Gentrifying goes back from perhaps a little bit of loot, not feeling like that was quite done just yet. Has a nice golden helmet for himself as well, for a little bit of extra speed to get back into the ring. But the rotations need to be swift and fast from G2, and they need to be silent and deadly, because the third party is really where they have been excelling, and the aggressive push that we haven't really seen for the remainder of the day. I don't want to say that it's just a fluke that they're doing it here, because I want it to be true. I need it, I dare say, to be true for Designful, Result, and Gentrifying to show us what they're made of.
Now the ring will be pulling continually over to the east, and so that position we saw TSM in earlier, in the rocks just above Overlook, will prove to be extremely valuable as we now join on board with Team Pringles, not too far off from where G2 are. So that could be the next fight we see. Shots ringing across the bow there as Joey Cherish didn't get hit, but he's still going to act like he was. Does get behind some cover, and now they are getting flanked. That is going to be G2 coming up behind them here. What is the play? And it looks like just avoid the fight. So they're going to try and back away, but the laser, oh my goodness. Joey Cherish midair almost goes down. He does survive, but for how long? G2, seeing that damage, might just full send it onto them.
Yeah, is this a push is really the question we're all asking ourselves, and what Pringles have to be prepared for. G2 are coming in hot here on the push. It's exactly as you called it, and it's going to be exactly the end of Team Pringles. Gentrifying finds those shots, almost eats a few back there, doesn't go down. G2 more than surely have this cleaned up, get themselves some nice heals and some nice kills as well to put them further on in our standings.
They do miss out on one kill point throughout all of that, as it looks like Era, the squad that's, I believe, playing on the rocks just to the southeast of them, were able to pick up one of those kills. But now G2, this is one of those games where they need to pop off big. They need to have like a 30-point game because they did not perform that well throughout the first 5 games. It was a very slow start of it. This is a team that's really characterized by some high highs, but also some really low lows. So we'll see if they can turn around here, and this is already a great start for them as round number 3 will begin closing in about 15 seconds. We'll see if they challenge for those rocks that Team Era are currently playing off of.
I dare say that they have to. It has to be a creative push right now because being out of zone is not the recipe for success that we were hoping for. Instead, choosing to take the long rotate, the scenic route here. G2 gonna play this a little bit safe to try and keep themselves in the game, not wanting to push up into Arrow with no data, where the Knights, they're holding high ground themselves and don't have to push anywhere because they're actually holding the zone.
Yeah, they have this platform to work off of just outside of Overlook. And at this point, honestly, things are looking great for them. Lazarus, though, not so much for them as we're on board with Dank. It is the Tomcat Ratcam, but he's been spotted out. That should be Era right above him, but he is about to get exterminated. I
am dubious about the success of this Bloodhound. As you know, it's a solo as well, so as the ring closes in on Dank, gonna have to move a little bit further, gets himself around the other side of the rock, and it seems like our Rat will be surviving for now as no push comes in from Era on the high ground, but NRG, they're the ones pushing for the kills. They're the ones that want to secure themselves this victory.
They need to survive a little bit longer, though. We've only hit top 15, so everyone in the lobby has secured 1 placement point, but the 3 kill points as well is going to be much needed for NRG to maintain their position. Remember, they were only about, what, 7 points off the lead? SSG here on the on the eastern side of this next zone will have to push up. They do have the jump pad at the ready. They're looking fairly healthy with the triple purples as well, and so they can contest for this high ground. I'd much rather see them spend this next minute, try to poke and prod, maybe go up, but Team RAZR are getting full pushed on. They get the kill onto Farmer Lucas.
And that's going to be the end of him. Unfortunately, Farmer Lucas's journey in the tournament likely to end here as RAZR don't have to move. They don't have to give up this death box, and the res unlikely to come in. So Farmer will have to sit by and hope that the rest of his team can carry them to those high points values as Team RAZR, they're the ones hiding out, still very comfortable in the building they've recently secured from the Farmers.
Also, throughout that, our RNG were able to win out a fight up against 303, and so RNG, another squad that we have to keep an eye on. It's a very, very tense top 5, really, in the leaderboards currently, so a lot of our top scoring teams still alive throughout all of this with their chances still alive. Team Timmy, I believe, had about 40 some odd points. So they are also another team that's in the running to try and hit top 3 here. They have secured themselves a building that is not in the zone. They have another squad above them. So this is a little scary as it looks like Dank was finally finished off. Lazarus are now knocked out by G2.
Get slashed there by the Tomcat. And now Team Timmy, they might get slashed themselves, rats or no, as NRG, they find themselves in a fight right off screen. NRG now trying to survive is Sweet, gonna get knocked, but it's all up to Rocker right now as he's gonna go down at 12th place. NRG are gone, and it's anyone's game.
Oh my goodness, so much action breaking out here as Xset narrowly surviving. They do have one knocked as RNG now making the push. SSG versus RNG. Bowser is down, but they will be able to take out Space Station Gaming, and now it might be Renegade's game. We've hit top 10. They've got at least 6 kill points as well. This might be enough for the victory. They do have to be careful. The squad above them now getting pushed here, and the flank is strong for CLG, who finally pipe up, taking them out. Now you even have Team Liquid getting involved. It looks like fighting G2 on the northern side. Saucer, the only one alive for Renegades here, as Team Intel are making their push as well, getting the knock onto Team Timmy. Gonna be Timmy actually falling here and getting thirsted by Panders.
That is unfortunate for Timmy to have fallen there, but fortunately enough for us, the Renegade's dream is still alive, sitting up top, all alone. See if they can rat out enough for those placement points, because this could be their game if you just secure those few. Already having more kills than any other squad right now. Intel trying to rack up a few of their own, but they are getting sandwiched in on the top of this roof. They actually force a bubble though and might choose to go aggressive. Panders really finding the shots right there, while everybody else is keeping these teams pinned down by the rocks off to the west.
Importantly, they are not in the zone, and so they need to apply this pressure on this squad, have them a little bit slower, on the rotate here. We do have the jump pad at the ready. Another big nade landing on top of Team Intel. It's looking like that thermal station ending again, but they should be able to heal up in time. They've got 30 seconds to move in with the zone, but Team Era, they're able to lock this position down early on, play off of it. CLG losing out on backslot throughout all of this, and it looks like they might be safe inside of this truck, and so they can hold out here for a moment. They do have Liquid hot on their heels though, but Liquid themselves need to heal up, but looks like they're getting full sent on right now. They might have lost out on one, as we do have Team Intel making their way on into the zone. There's 2 squads there. It looks like we've got Team Rakanishu squad along with Team Razor up top, and so 3 teams just stacked on top of each other right here.
This is an impossible to push spot right now, but it looks like they're going for it anyway. Tech popping over the wall, might be taken down, gets his shields absolutely eliminated, but from the side, Team Intel get murked by the flat line, and it's going to be up to Metro Goat and Panders to make this work. Shooting through the stairs right now, throw out the utility, have the dome dropped on them, but can you even get the res? Panders is going to go for it, while Metro Goat plays for a little bit of cover, but the fight is broken out elsewhere with Razor fighting inside the building, now being pushed by Panders, and the rest here are going to find the knock onto Impulsive Dream. Hakuo healing up here. Razor have the perfect spot right now, and they're playing it so well. CLG looking for the kills though. They're going to get knocked. It's up to I'm Madness, and he's the last one left up right now. Can he push into the indomitable Razor squad?
It is top 4, so just surviving is important, but they do go down. Era finish them off. So it looks like it's going to be Team Razor, Era, and quite possibly Team Intel still in this, I believe, as that final squad, but might be riding this one out. And so, no, it's actually Team Timmy. They're still in this. A prize is ratting this one out for his squad, but it's a 3v3v1. We got Razor versus Era, and we'll see. We did have some clutch ratting in one of our games earlier on today. Can a prize come up huge for his squad?
A prize right now in probably the best spot to be. Not in the line of fire, right off the side of the zone, but he's gonna have to push in first as it's very, very close to the edge, and will have to reveal himself potentially to Era, but certainly to Razor, as they want to push out of the building themselves. Playing it slow right now. Era have the high ground. They have the god spot.
And they've had it since basically the beginning of this fight, since that third party coming out from Epicenter up to Refinery. The prize does have some ground to work with, and you can see now Team Razor are pushing out. They're trying to secure this kill onto the Rat. Do they know that he's actually in there? The bubble.
They have no idea.
The prize is able to play around it, but Zeratricky will go in, and he goes down, and their focus onto them means that Team Era can come in for the third party, pick up the win. God spot all along. It was just like in Game 5 for the Pittsburgh Knights, but it was Team Era to take it this time around in game number 6. But now, everything's thrown up in the air. It's so hard to tell, so hard to calculate with the amount of kills that a lot of our squads got, who's going to actually end up on top. And so, we're going to have to take a break here while our admins do all that math, because I'm not doing it. So, when we get back, we'll be able to announce the winner of our 10K. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
When is a good time to eat jumbo snacks?
Where do I think is a good place to be eating Apple Jacks jumbo snacks?
Where are good places to eat Apple Jacks?
On a walk?
In the Uber.
When you're skateboarding.
In the library.
On a scooter.
Kings Canyon and World's Edge when you get sent back to the lobby by Team Applejacks.
On the bus.
At the mall. At your parents' house. At the park. Getting your oil changed.
When you pass Jump Master to your teammates and let them fly in for you, because that's what I always do.
At the bank. On the streets. At the dog park.
A magic carpet. An Uber. A bus ride.
At the farm. In your barn.
When I'm landing on Team Rockstar, because I only need one hand to take them out.
Tree's a good spot, because you get sent back to the lobby from us.
Little Timmy wants to land at Tree and just gets sent back to the lobby immediately. Probably going to go rush to his mommy to get some Apple Jacks, so.
In a parking lot, at your brother's birthday party, at your own birthday party, breakfast, lunch, dinner, eat them anywhere.
Hey, what's up? My name's Daves.
My name's Duke.
My name is Rolders.
I play Apex Legends
for Team Applejacks.
Team Applejacks.
Team Applejacks, and you're watching
SeriesE.
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 What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. Yeso here in the GBO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio. And a very interesting finish there to our final game of the day. A prize causing chaos there as Team Razor goes down and Era Eternity able to take the win. That is obviously the former Team Rice Krispies Treats roster there. Congratulations to them. They obviously got signed at the end of Season 2. And a big win to close out the day. And the real question is, how are our standings going to shake out, honestly? We were looking at a very small gap between NRG and the rest of the squads behind them. It was Renegades. We had Pittsburgh Knights in there. I think Pittsburgh Knights was in second place. I believe it was just a 3-point gap there. And both of those squads went out much earlier than we would have expected here to close out the day. So at this point, it is really anybody's guess who's going to sit atop our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We will check back, though, with the boys on that leaderboard in just a little bit. But I do want to talk about our player of the game for our final game of the day here, and it was Tech Candy. 5 kills of the 11 there total for Era. No assists this time around, but he had the frags to lead the way. Over 2,000 damage for Tech Candy as well. And while I doubt that Era was able to jump into the conversation for top 3, you know, that's still 23 points in their last game. Nothing to sneeze at there, but definitely a game to hang your hat on finishing out the day here. So well done by Era Eternity, Tech Candy, and the boys closing out the day strong. And now the question is, who is going to take that big $6,000? Remember, it is $10,000 on the line, a whopping $6,000 to the first place squad. And we didn't know who was going to take it. It was such a tight race all the way down to the wire. NRG, Pittsburgh Knights, and Renegades all in the running there. But I believe we're ready to find out who takes it all. So let's head back to our casters to find out who wins on the day.
6 fantastic games under our belt, and that is it. We have $10,000 on the line. We're about to find out who actually walks away with the lion's share. $6,000 there from first place. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who our ultimate victors are here for the Season 2 Series E events. And I love this. I love having this big event before, but it looks like NRG do secure the win today. Narrowly.
Oh my God.
CLG missing out in that first place spot by 3 points, but they do end up in second place, netting them $3,000. And Pittsburgh Knights, off of a very strong, I believe, game number 5, secure third place, 55 points overall. And Renegades miss out by 2 points.
Man, it is so close up there at the top, and NRG have got to be thanking their lucky stars that they got that first game that was so convincing. The 19-kill game that took us all by storm, took the lobby by storm even, but it really did come down to the wire with CLG. Just 3 small kills behind them. Just one squad would have made the difference here. That's how close the competition was for 6 games straight.
Yeah, for CLG, really, with how they finished off that last game. I mean, one extra team fight, killing one extra person and securing themselves, what, top 3 or top 4 might have been enough. It was so close. It was really unfortunate to see that after their incredibly strong game number 1, they only put up 29 points, I believe, across the last 5 games. But CLG still end up in second place. That's going to be $3,000 for them. But yeah, congratulations, NRG, having the performance that we wanted to see out of them, the kind of performance we expected out of the ALGS championships here today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moments of that last game where Team Era were able to take the win here. And it was just, they had the God spot, man.
Yeah, this was almost unfair, it felt like, although I was holding out hope for a prize right there. Once it was the turn for Team Razor in to clean him up, though, that's when things really fell apart, because the ring is closing on you, the grenades are there, and all of Era are waiting for you right outside. The shots just sort of accidentally find their way onto members, and it's shooting fish in a barrel. It's an unwinnable spot for them. And Era, great job holding this the entire time, because the other thing that we have to appreciate is that though it looks really good for them right now, holding that spot is really difficult.
Yeah, and Bryce really just holding it down, though. He did get a knock on to one of Team SeriesE throughout all of that, but ultimately, you know, Team Era do get the win. Finished off the day with 25 points overall, though, so we'd love to see more out of them in the future. So we'll see if they end up competing on our pro nights or even our open nights throughout SeriesE. But hey, we had a great 6 games. Once again, congratulations to NRG walking away with first place, CLG taking second place, and I've already blanked on who ended up in third, but hey, we had $10,000 being given out today, and we have a lot more as well. There we go. It's Pittsburgh Knights ending up in third place. We're going to go ahead and send it off to Yeso to close out the show, though. But Dia, before we go, any final words?
No, I wanted to thank you for having me on, for working with me. I had a great time casting some incredible talent today, and I look forward to seeing even more of the E-Series in the future.
Yep. So, guys, make sure you stay tuned to the channel because SeriesE Season 3 will be kicking off at the end of this month on, I believe, June 30th, where we will have our draft day, and then we will get into the regular season. That's going to do it for us, though, as the casters. We're going to go ahead and send it back to Yeso to close out the show. So have a good night, and we will see you guys for Season 3 in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work on the day. Jamerson and Dia crushed it on the cast. Yeso back here once again with Tyler Endress, CEO and founder of Esports Arena, to close out what was a very exciting and very tightly contested 10K this time around.
It really was. I got to be honest, because it was almost like, okay, well, like, what's the storyline here, right? The storyline really didn't develop much the entire day because it was people, I mean, like, literally, like,
we had 6 different winners
every
in
single
6
game.
games. Yes.
And so, like, typically TSM runs away with it, you know, in the first couple of games, and it's like, okay, someone catches up to TSM. I knew the storyline today was going to be NRG, right?
Yeah.
That was a storyline going into it. They answered the call. They got first place. So congrats to NRG. That was awesome. But yeah, it was not until the very end there, we didn't really have much of a storyline, except for the fact that TSM in last place.
Yeah, well, and the interesting thing is you look at some of the best performers from the ALGS finals a week ago had some of the worst performances today.
Yeah.
Cloud9 struggled as well. They obviously finished in second place. Meanwhile, you get NRG, who had a rough go last weekend.
Cloud9 finished, you mean CLG finished in second place.
Did I say?
You said Cloud9. Yeah.
Okay, not Cloud9. Oh, Cloud9 finished in second place a week ago is what I was saying.
Yeah,
yes. And then had a rough day today.
Yep.
And then NRG, who had a rough performance in the finals last weekend, come in today and looked strong. And the interesting thing is you talk about, we typically see those teams pull away, but they won with 63 points, which is not a lot.
There was a lot of points spread out. There was like 2 points separating fourth and third.
Yeah.
And I think there was even like another, after that it was like 4 points separating, you know, fifth and fourth. So congrats to NRG, though. I mean, they really were the talk of the town. They were even kind of favored in ALGS finals.
Yeah.
So maybe this is like a little bit of a revenge story here for these guys, because they know that, you know, they were hyped up for ALGS, and now they just came out and I mean, they didn't necessarily blow away the competition, but they did do enough, obviously, to seal the deal here in SeriesE event.
Yeah, great performance. Obviously, you see the stats there up on the screen. 43 total kills. Nafin leading the way in the tournament with 16. Rocker right behind him with 15. So 31 kills between those two. Then another 12 for Sweet Dream. So great fragging across the board from the squad. Their average placement, 8.67. And that just really goes to show you when you talk about having 6 different winners throughout the day and it being very difficult to develop that storyline because you don't really have those front runners until very late in the day. That average placement shows you this is a squad that comes out with the win, but they average just a little bit better than 9th place overall and only won a single game. So that just goes to show how tight the competition was here. And it makes it really exciting for me because now we're looking down the barrel of Season 3 of SeriesE. We have draft day on the 30th and then just about a week until we start competition. And when you see a tournament like this, as tight as it was, and then another season of competition right on the horizon, I think it makes it really exciting and just makes me ask a ton of different questions on what can we expect.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this right here, the average placement around 9th place every single game. So is it better to just go for kills as much kills as possible and not necessarily care too much about placement. Clearly right here, that's what Energy showed, right? They cared more about getting as many kills as possible. They did win a game, so they got that bonus points for winning a game, so that's great. Placement is very important, but if you're just going to sit there and place at the last end of the game, the final couple circles, and you're just sitting there waiting for placements, that's good. But clearly right here, it shows that you're not going to win that way, right? Energy did the most amount of kills they could possibly get. They clearly had, I'd like to know what like second place kills were. We should have more stats on that. That'd be interesting to know.
Yeah.
We'll have all these stuff. I'm pretty sure they get posted to Wikipedia and all that sort of stuff too, so look it up afterwards. But it poses questions. SeriesE Season 3, look out for that, right? Everyone's kind of understanding each other's play styles now. Like SeriesE, you kind of have a lot of the same people competing every single week, and they've been competing now for about 8 months against each other. So they kind of know each other's play style more and more. Pringles had nowhere to show up today, right? Like where'd they go? And I know they don't have Phonyhead today, right? Who is Season 2's MVP?
Yeah, the top fragger from Season 2.
Top fragger from Season 2.
He popped off,
so he's gone. So that's obviously huge, right? It's like you lost your star player, but at the same time, like they were nowhere to be found today. So it is kind of a bummer because I did pick them to win. But we'll see, you know, if they could take away Pringles in Season 3, and if we get a new team that comes on board, because Lonely Fans, they're getting signed, right? And they showed pretty well today as well.
Okay. Well, do obviously want to give a big thank you to Walmart. We got to take our live look-ins throughout the day to a couple of our stores across the country, and you can see that map. Plenty of esports arena locations all across the nation, and we are opening back up, and expansion is coming. No official locations,
yet,
but keep an eye out on socials.
Our goal is to provide this competitive gameplay to as many users as possible. Like we said before, if you do not have a nice gaming rig, it can be very expensive. I mean, a full setup, a PC is $2,000. A nice monitor is $300, $400, $500. A gaming chair is a nice $400. You have a keyboard, mouse, and headset and mouse pad. That's another $200, $300 right there. I mean, all in all, you're into like around $4,000 to commit to gaming on a PC. Now, sure, it's a PC that gets to do all these other things as well, but at the same time, you got to go all in on it. And that's a financial burden for a lot of people, especially people who want to play as many video games as possible and at the highest competitive level. Esports arena, like that's our goal, right? I played in college and it was tough to play competitively because we had a lot of cheaters online. Someone had hosts because they had better internet, right? So and they may have had like a better setup than I had, and so that, you know, we keep it at a level playing field for you to have fast internet, play on good machines to compete against everyone else that has good machines. You're hitting, you know, 180 frames per second on Fortnite. You're hitting, you know, 150 frames per second on Apex. Things like that we make sure the competitive integrity is there. And so if you're at any one of these locations or around any one of these locations, or ideally in our future locations, we're there for you. We want you to come out. We want you to compete. We keep the pricing low so that you get an opportunity to play. We provide the sponsors. All of these partners, they pay Esports Arena money so that we can continue to give it back to you guys. Yes, we have to run a business. Yes. That's big. I got to pay JC's huge celebrity fee here now that he's becoming an influencer and all. But, you know, it's one of those things that for us, we offset the costs. We have great sponsors that help support the costs, support the community. We pay Apex Legends players. I mean, we've got 27 players that are paying $750 a month every single month. Haven't missed a payment yet. And even still, we're giving away prize pool
paychecks
every single night. Yes, exactly. Thank you, DJ Paychecks. But things like that we want to continue to build. Look out for a lot more cool announcements with SeriesE in the next coming months. Maybe we'll add more game titles other than just Apex, and more content every single night of the week. A lot of great things coming up. But thank you to all the partners for helping put SeriesE together, and we cannot wait for next season to start, and then Season 4 and so on after that. It's going to be awesome. Thank you to all the production staff too as well. You guys crushed it today.
Promises to be a really exciting summer. As you can see to my left, draft day coming later this month. Do not miss out on that. That is Wednesday, June 30th, 4 p.m. Pacific time, right here, twitch.tv/esportsarena. If you need any info, follow us on our socials, esportsarena.com. And if you guys don't have an Esports Arena location near you, let us know where we need to go. Blow us up on socials. We'd love to hear it. That's going to do it for myself, Tyler, the entire Esports Arena live broadcast crew. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. We'll see you guys next time.
Indeed. Thank you.